YouTube sound check 1. YouTube sound check 2. YouTube sound check.
I can hear you.
Stream is live, Chair.
Thank you. I can just ask members to reconvene. Just trying to make sure we get quorum before we get back into our delegation. So I'm just gonna do a quick run through. I know one councillor said that they're just about 10 minutes more before they get back, but run through. Councillor Brockington here.
I'm here, yeah.
Councillor Cloutier here. Councillor Dudas here. Councillor Hubley not here yet. Councillor Kitts here. Councillor Leeper. Not yet. Councillor McKenney here. Councillor Menard here. Councillor Tierney. Not yet. Councillor Gower. Yes. Councillor King. Yes. Councillor Me. Yes. Vice Chair Quinn. Not yet.
I don't want to mention these, Chair.
Member Conforti. Yes. That's quorum. Good. So right back into it. Michael Wolfson. I hope your 12-1 meeting went well, and thank you for being here.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, the meeting went well, and thank you very much, councillors and chairs, for giving me the opportunity to talk for a couple of minutes. I'm speaking on behalf of what we've constituted as the Dominion Observatory Preservation Committee. I'm an amateur astronomer. This committee is part of the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada. I don't know if you've already heard from any of my colleagues, but the big question is the adjacent property, which is shown as the Dominion Observatory Complex heritage site. I'm not going to comment at all on things I think you've heard more than enough about the siting and all sorts of other factors. I'm mainly concerned about the ability of the observatory to be used for astronomy, which was its original function. And in particular, the sight lines from the dome on top of the main observatory building. We have had previous sessions where Graham Bird and Associates and the architect did promise to us that they would help us determine whether the building heights would impair the sight lines. And they sounded pretty enthusiastic when we were on one of these Zoom calls, but we still have never heard back from them. We have done some initial calculations of our own, brushing off our high school trigonometry, and it looks like at the building heights of 7 stories and 11 stories for the 2 buildings, things would be okay. But we're deeply concerned about the fact that the area is zoned for 20 and 30 stories. The basic idea, if the public is ever going to be able to go back up to the dome and look at, for example, Jupiter and Saturn and the moon, the planets, they pass across the sky about, depending on the season of the year, 10 or 15 degrees above the horizon. That's called the plane of the ecliptic. And we're really concerned that in future, even, we would like to be reassured by having the architects use their computer software to show us right now that the sight lines will not be impaired. And we're particularly concerned that if you approve the site plan as it's written, it could allow future building heights that even if not today, in future, they would impair these sight lines. So we would strongly urge that council amend the master site plan approval to be quite specific, to say that no building height should exceed or impair or block the sight lines from the observatory, to use the astronomical term, the plane of the ecliptic. A couple other quick points, I guess. We were really pleased to see the mitigation strategies that are mentioned, for example, about protecting the South Azimuth building. But bollards, I don't think, are quite enough. I've been there. I don't think you'd have to cut down any trees if you moved Maple Drive 1 or 2 meters to the west, and that would provide a bigger snowbank and less risk of an emergency vehicle screaming into the hospital, crashing into the building. Let me just double check if I had any other main comments here. Yeah. And I think you've already heard, the telescope is mounted on a pier inside the observatory building, and that pier is mechanically isolated. So if you haven't already heard, you'll hear from some of my colleagues about making sure the vibration doesn't damage any of that stuff, and along with all the blasting. But the key thing, just to emphasize and hopefully save you guys some time, is to say that the site plan approval should include specific requirements that no building in the immediate future or in the fullness of time impair the sight lines from the observatory in order to enable public outreach and public astronomy to proceed at the site. And hopefully you'll all agree, and then there won't be any questions.
All right, thank you. Well, there is a question, but yeah, we did just before the break. We had Sharon Odell here, and I know Councilor Menard engaged with her and also committed to try to follow up on some of that stuff. I've sort of sent a message to Councilor Menard to offer any assistance in that front as well, to make sure that we connect those pieces. Councilor McKenney?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Wolfson, for joining us today. I was going to mention that, but the chair has that Councillor Menard and staff, as a result of an earlier delegate working on how we can ensure that in the site plan, when we're coming up to that issue, that the dark sky guidelines are going to be used, et cetera. I just want to go back quickly. You mentioned something about moving Maple Drive / saving trees, and I missed it because I was thinking about the lighting issue. So I wonder if you could just expand a wee bit on that.
Well, the current alignment of Maple Drive passes, I think if you drove right on the curb, you would be less than a meter from the South Azimuth building. And I appreciate the idea of putting up some obtrusive boulders, but it would really add a margin of safety if the paved part of Maple Drive was moved 1 or 2 meters to the west. I'm told by some colleagues that, the construction is probably going to chew up that road anyway, so that it would need to be repaved. So the marginal cost of moving it is probably not significant. The trees on the west side of Maple Drive are 5 or 6 meters further over. So by moving the alignment a little bit, it shouldn't hurt anything, but it'll provide that extra 1 or 2 meters of buffer. So when the plows come by in the winter and pile up the snow is less likely to be right against the heritage building there, and the salt is not going to hopefully penetrate as much. So that was the key idea. By the way, given that you mentioned lighting, I hope that my colleagues have also reminded you how important it is. If you're going to look out of a telescope at night, you don't want a bunch of lights blaring up into the objective of the telescope. And while I'm at it, another quick thing is soft surfacing is much better, because I'm sure in the summer when you're driving on the road and you see the heat and the ripples rising, that atmospheric turbulence screws up any astronomical seeing. So having grass on top of parking lots, or the garage, or grass instead of asphalt, is much to be preferred. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. No, that was covered. But as Chair Moffat said, we are working with staff on a very specific direction to ensure that when we get to that lighting as a site plan requirement, that is all taken into consideration. So yeah, I really appreciate you coming out. It's very important that we continue to have access to that observatory, in a way that is beneficial to the whole city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair King?
Thank you, Chair Moffat. And I just wanted to briefly say to Mr. Wolfson that we are listening pretty diligently here, and staff. I just wanted to point out that Heritage staff did point out that addendums to the cultural heritage impact statement may be required as each site plan control application is approved. So just want you to know that changes are possible that would exceed the standards that have been outlined in the statement.
All right.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor King. And thank you, Michael. That's it for questions for yourself. So enjoy the rest of your day. We go now to Dr. Turnbull. After Dr. Turnbull, it'll be Dr. Jamie Fullerton, Marion Crow, and Jeanette Chang. So Dr. Turnbull.
Thank you very much, members, for allowing me to speak to the Planning Committee and assist in any way I can with this very difficult decision you have before you. I'm speaking in the perspective of somebody who was the Chief of Staff at the Ottawa Hospital. I'm very familiar with the infrastructure of the building that we're proposing to replace, and somebody who's had some input into what a future hospital should and could look like for serve this region. I'm also the medical director of Ottawa Inner City Health, and that connection to the community is a very important one for me. So, and what I've heard so far today is there's not a lot of debate that we really need a highly sophisticated new tertiary referral hospital. And our 100-year-old facility at the Civic must be replaced. And I really haven't heard a significant debate about that so far, that healthcare is changed, our community is changed. We need to attract the brightest and the best. We need to have a very important research and education facility that would provide advanced care for not only the people of Ottawa, but for the region. So I think that is something that there's great consensus about. And I have to say as well that my colleagues and I at the hospital have had opportunity to have input into what type of resources and what type of facility would be needed for the future to meet those evolving needs of our community. So the other aspect of this that we've had input into it is that sense that the hospital is a hub with this spoke model and reaching out into the community. And I think that has been incorporated also into the structure to allow us to integrate out into the community and provide focused services that are accessible, but also out into the community where specialists and services, et cetera, can be easily deliver that care out, and either that through face-to-face or through IT-enabled encounters. So I think that aspect of things is very encouraging. I think this site model, et cetera, will provide the necessary services to put us in good stead for the future, especially recognizing the evolving demands that we have. And in response to Councillor Elgty's question as to whether future pandemics we would be better in a position to manage them in the future, absolutely, unquestionably. And in fact, I would argue that one of the biggest challenges that we face is moving ahead, because the civic site infrastructure as a physician, I find it evolving and much too difficult to provide world-class care in that context. And so I think that, we have already gone beyond the best before date for this hospital. We're already delivering care that is substandard, in many ways. And I would encourage all the members of this committee to think about what is the most expedient way to move ahead to a new high-quality healthcare system. And I believe that the site that's proposed will provide sufficient access and high-quality care that would make us all very proud of this facility in the future. One that will allow us to recruit high-quality trainees and
50 seconds.
Practitioners. So I'll stop at that, and I would be happy to answer any questions that I might be able to.
Thank you, Dr. Turnbull. Yeah, I think what you said at the start, you're right. I mean, nobody's debating, nobody's opposing the need for a hospital here. No, not a single person has suggested that. Obviously, there's been a lot of comments about location. But ultimately, in terms of what our purview is, I think some of the, if I could summarize some of the concerns that I've heard, and I think some of the things that the motions touch on, it's the hospital's impact in that area. It's the hospital's footprint. Does the site need, it's moving from a 23-acre site to a 50-acre site. Does it need that space? How is it utilizing that space to the best needs of the hospital and the overall community? The traffic impacts in the area, how that works, how the site integrates into the space that it's in, and those types of things. I think that's what you're hearing from when comments are made relevant to the site plan. I think that's what you're hearing. And I think that's what you'll hear from councillors when it gets to the point of councillors being able to ask the questions of the applicant and city staff. You have a question here from Councillor Aglai.
It's more of just a quick comment. I just wanted to thank you, Dr. Turnbull, for again turning the discussion to the purpose of the site and the use of the site, and bringing your many years of professional expertise to share with us how you think it is going to be an improvement and it is going to be beneficial to the whole city in terms of the way that the new facility will be set up. So I just want to take a quick chance to say thank you for that and sharing that with us this afternoon. I guess we're in the afternoon. So thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Aglai. Thank you, Dr. Turnbull.
My pleasure.
Move now to Dr. Jamie Fullerton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairs, as well as all of the councillors and the members of the committee. And I'm following the esteemed Dr. Turnbull, so it's always a challenge. So I want to say I certainly actually commend all of you and appreciate the challenges, because there's so many different interests in this development. It's quite fascinating to listen to it all. But I'm here, I believe, on a slightly different perspective, or a slightly different perspective on this topic. So my name is Dr. Jamie Fullerton. I'm the Chief of Staff of the Carleton Place Hospital out in the periphery. I'm also a small town community doctor. I've been there for 24 years. I don't work at the Ottawa Hospital, but I was born at the Ottawa Civic. My 3 children were born at the Ottawa Civic, and I trained at the Ottawa Civic. It's been over 25 years approximately since I've pretty much set foot in there, and I thought I was getting old back then. So I say all of this in the context that I appreciate the big city of Ottawa, as well as I appreciate the outlying towns and areas where I work. And there was a time when small town hospitals and larger hospitals performed similar surgeries, similar treatments, and had similar expertise. And those days are long, long gone, as you all probably know. So the Ottawa Hospital is our regional center of excellence. It's a world-class tertiary care center, and many patient services exist only in Ottawa. It's also an essential health destination for so many people who live miles outside of Ottawa. So I hope I'm not being overly dramatic when I say that many of my rural patients are alive today because of the tools, the treatments, the expertise at the Ottawa Hospital. We intubated people in Carleton Place and got them down to the ventilators in Ottawa many, many times over this last year and a half, amongst all the other things that we've done. So I'm personally and professionally grateful for its presence in our area. So that brings me to the challenge my challenge, and also for those of us who are in the outlying areas. Patients and families who live in the deeper Ottawa Valley have no public transit. For better or for worse, they need their cars to get to the Ottawa Hospital, and they need to park them. And this is a reality. They can't ride a bike from Deep Lanark. And most of my patients are not wealthy people sitting on docks at cottages, unfortunately. I can't count the number of times I've been told, I like the Civic, doc, but please don't send me there. The parking is horrendous and the General is just too far away. So clearly, we need a central accessible hospital for all the people of the region. So my hope is that when you consider the civic campus design that you're talking about today, that you carry with you the fact that the Ottawa Hospital is critical to the entire region, not by choice, but by necessity. And I guess I'll just say one more little aside, just from what I heard today, both from Dr. Turnbull and as well as the very powerful comments from Nico Fleming, the patient from the Ottawa Hospital, who was talking about medical infrastructure. And we're stagnating. I think you all know this. We are also dealing with morale issues. And so as we get caught in process, please keep those things in mind, especially for those of you as you present yourselves to some of these medical facilities. Please be compassionate to the nurses and the doctors and the staff that are working within this medical infrastructure that we can do something about right now as we speak. Okay, so thank you.
Thank you for that. Well said in the last part. I live with a critical care nurse, so I certainly see the mental health aspect of what COVID's been doing to a lot of people. So any questions for, member Conforti of our People Affairs Subcommittee has a question for you.
Hi, Dr. Fullerton. Not really a question. I just wanted to thank you for that perspective because it's one that I hadn't thought of yet. And I think it's a really important one. Certainly I wouldn't say the solution is, add more parking, but it's very interesting to think about, access from people coming in from the region and sort of people's unease with or sort of preference to not go to the Civic even right now. So anyway, just thank you for that.
Appreciate that. I never thought I'd be on the side of more cars and more parking. That's really not the point of all of this. It's really accessibility for the folks in the rural areas. And thank you for that. And yes, one of your challenges as a group here is that you're talking about the Ottawa Hospital, but OHIP, provincial healthcare, all those things, there's no border. We don't stop at Ashton. So thank you.
Ashton's a great community, by the way.
There you go.
But it is true. I mean, when you look at this, I mean, you talk about no borders. I've got constituents that from in Ashton, Dwyer Hill, that go to Carleton Place. I've got constituents in North Gore that go to Kemptville Hospital. I know Osgood residents in Vernon and Metcalfe go to the Winchester Hospital. But there are certain things which they can't use those hospitals for. And they must go into QCH or the General or CHEO or the Civic. And I think it's a balancing thing. I think the parking's a balancing thing. It's like, I think we want people in the core. We want to make sure that people have easy access to this hospital, people that work there, that people are going there for appointments, to get there by transit as easy as possible. But then you're trying to balance that against, there are people that need to drive there. How do we mitigate that? How do we ensure that we don't have a situation where people are bleeding into the community because there's not enough parking, or people are circling the lot constantly to look for parking? It's you don't want too much parking, but you don't want not enough parking. It's
yep. Mr. Chair, you guys are in a challenging position, and I just want to, and really what I'm trying to say, I guess you can see my thesis of this is, let's not make the urban-rural divide any deeper than it already is.
Oh, understood. All right, thank you so much, Dr. Fulton. Appreciate
Thanks, guys.
you being here today. Our next speaker is Marion Crow, followed by Jeanette Chang.
Good afternoon, counselors. My name is Marion Crow. I have the privilege of joining you, like all of you, from the unceded and unsurrendered territory of the Algonquin people. I am the very first Indigenous appointment to the Ottawa Hospital Board of Governors. And I want to share with you, that is not cigarette smoke. I am smudging right now. And imagine doing that in the existing site of where we are at the Civic Hospital. Now, dream with me, if you will. I want to bring this back to the people in which we serve. And we are pleased that the Indigenous Peoples Advisory Circle has been created to shape and guide our new civic campus. And we will embody the true reflections of Indigenous patients. We can practice ceremony, and I welcome questions about trees after I chat, but picture growing Indigenous medicines. We are coming out of the first National Truth and Reconciliation Day of mourning those who lost their lives in institutions and the fear of going into hospitals. Dream with me a place where we will not have a Joyce Echaquan who passed away a year ago this week. So please, I applaud you in all of your due diligence. And remember, we have to be inclusive of the people we serve. And the Indigenous Peoples Advisory Circle is doing just that. We welcome all of the voices to our campfire from the Pic community, from Algonquin, from Kitigan-Zibi, from Akwesasne, Wabano Health Services, and of course, those patients that we take in our care at the Ottawa Hospital from our northern part of Nunavut, and all of the Eastern Ontario patients that come to the Ottawa Hospital. I know there is no debate that we must do better for the Indigenous stewards of this land, and we welcome the opportunity to foster and engage Indigenous nations so that they feel welcome and at home in a state-of-the-art health facility that is once in a lifetime. Thank you, Chair, and I welcome questions at this time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Crow. Do we have any questions from members of the committee? I'm not seeing any, but thank you so much for taking the time to come here. I appreciate that.
No questions on trees?
Nope. You invoked a question. Councillor Gower.
What can you tell us about the plan for trees on this?
Thank you so much for asking that. I do want to share with the committee right now that, yay, I hope my enthusiasm is infectious and that you all leave smiling after I inform you that we have moved. I know we were talking about over 600 trees at the beginning of this process. We are now actually at the Ottawa Hospital down to like 533 trees that can be repurposed for Indigenous use within the hospital. We can also move those beautiful deep-rooted trees to other spaces within the NCC. I am delighted that we are welcoming ceremony on any trees that we have to take down, guided by Algonquin elders, so that we can repurpose those within the hospital and use them in sacred ceremonies as well. So thank you, Councillor Gower. I really appreciate that question.
And thank you. And yes, we do appreciate your energy. It's a welcome respite in a very long meeting. So thank you for your presentation.
We'll have you repeat your delegation at 7 o'clock tonight so we can kickstart us for the rest of the day. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Hi.
So we move on now to Jeanette Chang. Following Jeanette, we will have Casey Delaney, Jamie McCracken, and Cheryl Crozier. Go ahead, Jeanette.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeanette Chang, and I'm a registered nurse at the Ottawa Hospital Civic Campus. I was a patient at the Ottawa Hospital resulting from a traumatic car accident, and 11 years later became a staff nurse at the hospital that saved my life, the Ottawa Hospital. It is crucial for people in our region to have access to world-class care because we never know when we or a loved one will need specialized care. I was fortunate to receive world-class compassionate care at the Ottawa Hospital and now provide the same dedicated care as a registered nurse. So in 2007, on the night of August 18th, I had been out with friends, a group of fourth-year IT students from Carleton University. We were getting ready for our whitewater rafting trip the next day. So I went home to bed that night, but when I woke up, it was 2 weeks later. I was lying in the intensive care unit at the Ottawa Hospital. I had no idea what happened to me, and to this day, I still don't recall any details. I learned later that I had been in a serious car accident. We were traveling down a road near Renfrew. Then our car was T-boned by an oncoming pickup truck. I was sitting in the back seat in the middle. We were all wearing seatbelts, but I only had a lap belt for protection. So 3 of us had to be taken to the hospital, but my injuries were life-threatening. So I had to be airlifted to the Ottawa Hospital because that's the home of the only trauma unit in Eastern Ontario. The most challenging and complex cases from Deep River to Hawkesbury are sent there, and mine was one of them. So I had an operation to have my spleen removed. I had a craniotomy to repair my fractured skull, and surgery on my pelvis to piece me back together, amongst others. I was critically ill and had an upper gastrointestinal bleed. But Dr. Pagliarello came to my bedside and held my hand and explained to the medical team and my family the next steps for my care. Dr. Pagliarello spoke with confidence while holding my hand, and I was comforted by his care. When he let go of my hand, I decided to make a transition towards healthcare. So I stayed at the Ottawa Hospital for 4 months, 1 month in the intensive care unit, 2 weeks in the trauma unit, and then another 2 weeks in the general surgery unit. I had to learn to feed myself, to walk and talk again. So compassionate care transforms lives. And because of the care I received, I made a career change from information technology to healthcare. And I'm now a registered nurse at the Ottawa Hospital in the general surgery unit. So my unit became one of the dedicated COVID-19 units during the pandemic for over a year. It was challenging seeing many patients suffering from COVID-19 and the hardship they endured for not being able to see their loved ones. At the same time, it was a privilege to be able to care for and support them during such a vulnerable time. I thank God for the care that I received when I was a patient, and with my team at the Ottawa Hospital, we continue to care for patients with dedication, compassion, and respect. In March 2020, two surgical units were converted into the designated COVID-19 units, and we had to adapt our provision of care with regard to infection prevention and control. So currently, many beds are not single rooms, and a one patient, one bedroom, one bathroom model at the new Civic Campus can help facilitate better infection prevention, control, privacy, and rest. So patients have different personalities. Some patients may disturb the roommates while talking on the phone. Other patients may not be as comfortable talking about their body parts and medical conditions with healthcare staff, knowing that their other roommates can hear them. If patients have poor sleep, they can be disruptive to others, uncooperative, less motivated to achieve their health goals. There will be less conflict and less stress if each patient has his or her own room. Patients can have better sleep, improved mood, greater compliance to health goals, and may spend fewer days in the hospital. Working in a more spacious and better working environment will increase morale and lead to less staff turnover. So the development of a world-class modern facility will attract healthcare professionals, researchers, and students from around the world, thereby improving the patient, family, and staff experience. And in terms of staff, I'll close with staff experience, knowing that I'm part of an amazing team who works hard every day to provide care for the patients, and that the work that we are doing is making a difference motivates me to keep pushing forward, because I know that the positive change that I'm seeing is not just for myself, but affects many others. I'm reminded every day that the hope that I have has an impact on the care that I provide for the patients and their loved ones. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Jeanette. Do we have any questions for Jeanette Chang? Seeing none, thank you again for taking the time, and congratulations on your career change and how that's worked out. That's it's insightful, inspiring. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
And thank you. Our next registered speaker is Casey Delaney.
Hi, I'm Casey Delaney, and I'm a patient of the Ottawa Hospital. A little over 3 years ago, I was the victim of a Sea-Doo accident. I was run over by a Sea-Doo and sustained a traumatic brain injury. I was in Quebec when this occurred, so I was first brought to a hospital in Gatineau. They were quick to assess my situation and decided that my injuries were too severe to be treated there and that I needed to be quickly relocated to the Ottawa Hospital. The Ottawa Hospital was viewed as the only hospital within a reasonable distance that could have any chance of helping me. At the Ottawa Hospital, I had half of my skull removed to allow for my brain to swell. I was then put into a medically induced coma. The new Civic Campus would help to ensure that all those in need can receive this care when necessary. I want to ensure that everyone I know and love is able to receive the same care that I received immediately when needed. My family watched for nearly 2 weeks as the team in the ICU at the Civic Hospital treated my needs as they quickly changed from hour to hour. The likelihood of my recovery was constantly changing. Fortunately, when I came out of my medically induced coma, I had the use of all my limbs, and I was able to remember all of my loved ones. My recovery was due to the quality work I received at the Ottawa Hospital. In a time of crisis, another hospital was able to recognize that I could only be helped at the Ottawa Hospital. The design of the new Civic Campus would allow for more people to receive the same care that I did in a timely manner. This past summer, I had a seizure that is related to my previous traumatic brain injury. After a visit to the emergency room in Perth, Ontario, I was placed back into the care of my doctors at the Ottawa Hospital. They have been able to provide me with the same exceptional and timely care that I received 3 years ago, even during a global pandemic when all aspects of the medical community are stretched thin. I still rely on the Ottawa Hospital for my health to this day, as just this morning I was at the Civic Campus to have an EEG scan. The continuous help of the Ottawa Hospital has truly saved my life. The new Civic development will have the most advanced trauma center in Eastern Ontario. This will help others just like me from Ottawa and beyond to receive the care and support that they need in incredibly difficult times. I would feel safe knowing that a loved one was being cared for in the trauma unit at the Ottawa Hospital. These new facilities will help to attract world-class physicians, which will only help the Ottawa Hospital to continue its world-class service. There is also the innovative neuroscience research program, which will be a new development. As a person who has been through neurotrauma, I'm very happy with the care that I received at the Ottawa Hospital, but I'm also aware of how much we still have to learn about the human brain. This innovative neuroscience research program will help to make new advancements that will change and save lives. Lastly, I would also like to comment on the accessibility of the new civic development. The new development will be a transit-oriented site, making it pedestrian and cyclist safe. It will also be accessible by the light rail transit line. In the year following my traumatic brain injury, I had my license removed, but still needed to attend many appointments at the hospital. It's crucial that the hospital be accessible to people of ranging health and socioeconomic status. We are fortunate to have a world-class medical facility in Ottawa, but it must be accessible to all people in order for it to be truly valuable. The new civic development would allow for this to happen. I would simply like to reiterate what a large role the Ottawa Hospital has played in my life. I was born at the Civic Hospital as a premature baby and received the necessary care there 30 years ago. I'm still receiving the care that I need from the Ottawa Hospital to this very day. The new civic development is a necessary next step in the advancement of our hospital.
1 minute.
Thank you.
Thank you, Casey, for your delegation and for your inspired story, and also really talking about the excellent work that the Ottawa Hospital provides in our community. I see that Councillor Leeper has raised his hand to ask questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ms. Delaney, thank you very much for the delegation. I hope you continue to do well in your recovery. I am forever astounded at what medicine can accomplish, and some of those stories are simply jaw-dropping. I was pleased that you raised the issue of accessibility of the site with LRT. One of the concerns that I have with this site plan is that they are still unable to describe how the LRT station at Dow's Lake, which is on the north side of Carling Avenue, will be connected to the hospital itself. What in your view would constitute, as somebody who is visiting the hospital as a patient, what is the optimal way in which to connect that LRT station to the hospital? Like, what would you be most comfortable? What would you like to see as a patient?
I mean, in an ideal situation, there could be some sort of transport just between the hospital and that station, much as there's a transport between the general hospital campus and the civic campus that I see going by daily. So that would be wonderful, but also just another form of public transit would also be very helpful to those looking to get to their care. But I think the optimal solution would be some sort of direct transit between, or a direct pedestrian link, like either one, I guess, because it's not that far really. I walked it this morning, but in the winter it might be nice to have a bus or a shuttle in between, or the direct pedestrian link would also be another option.
I think they're looking at that Dow's Lake station. One of the options on the table is to have an overhead, like a pedestrian connection that would go over Carling Avenue and connect to the hospital, presumably to the parking garage, and then you could get inside and have a covered walk into the hospital. Does that seem like something you would use?
Certainly, that sounds like, because as I said, I walked this morning, and there's a bunch of intersections all in between, and you're dealing with cars coming and going. So if that was available, that for sure would be my first choice.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor. And I see that Chair Moffat has some questions.
Thank you. I don't want to take up too much time. I just wanted to thank you. I remember it well, 3 years ago. So your recovery is astounding, and to have you here and speaking to us about this is incredible. I mean, just to follow it, like I said, just following it 3 years ago and to today and seeing you here in front of us, it's amazing. So thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm so appreciative for all the work I've received.
And thank you for being here and joining us. I don't see any other members with questions, so we will move on to our next delegate, who is Jamie McCracken.
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you for allowing us to speak today. My name is Jamie McCracken. I was a volunteer at the Ottawa Hospital for 9 years between 2010 and 2019. I was on the Board of Governors of the Ottawa Hospital. I was the vice chair for 2 years, and I was the chair of the board for 3 years and past chair after that. So I come here as a past board member and a proud volunteer. Having heard the two stories you've just heard, that's the reason I was at the Ottawa Hospital, for people like Jeanette and Casey. I'm also here as a citizen of Ottawa and as a father and as a grandfather, and that's how I want to speak to you today. If ever you walk past the Civic Hospital, you will see a statue out front. And the dedication below the statue reads this way: if you would see his monument, look around you. And the name on that statue is Harold Fisher, a familiar name in Ottawa. We have Fisher Avenue, we have Fisher High School. They're named after Harold Fisher. He was the mayor of Ottawa in 1917 to 1920. And at that time, another pandemic was engulfing the world, and Ottawa was no exception, the Spanish influenza. And in the 3 years he was mayor, he realized the inadequacy of the 3 hospitals, which were very old downtown. And he decided to make a bold move that he would build and lead the building of a new hospital, which became the Civic Hospital, out in what was then the West End in the country. And people thought he was an idiot. They called it Fisher's Folly because it was way out in the middle of nowhere, and why would anybody build a hospital there? 100 years have gone by, and we seem to be in the same place. We seem to be very critical of where we build our hospitals. I was also the chair of the Ontario Hospital Association and had some connection with the 142 hospitals across the province. And I can assure you that in Oakville, in Windsor, in Niagara, nobody liked where the hospital was going to be placed to. So this is not an uncommon problem. I've heard it for 4 hours this morning that people are not happy. But I want you to make sure we don't lose sight of the big picture here. And the big picture is that this is a regional hospital that caters to Eastern Ontario, is the major trauma center for Eastern Ontario, and people come from all over this region to this hospital. And I think there's a danger that we get narrowly focused on a certain few communities around this hospital who certainly have issues, and those issues should be respected and should be addressed. And I have every confidence that the staff and the people working on the design of this hospital will listen and will take this into consideration. What we're looking at today is a legacy. 100 years after Harold Fisher built that hospital, we don't call it Fisher's Folly anymore. We call it his foresight, because of all the great things that have happened in the last 100 years at the Civic campus of the Ottawa Hospital. And I think we need to focus on the next 100 years. This is going to be a world-class campus. It will have 641 beds that each have single room with a single bed, with a single toilet for every single patient. Each room will have its own ventilation system. This is state-of-the-art. It is world-renowned. I was on the panel that hired the new CEO of this hospital, and I can assure you, internationally, people came from all over the world wanting the job at the Ottawa Hospital. And I think it's a shame that in Ottawa, we don't realize this, that we have a gem here. We have something that we should be very proud of. And when I walk around Ottawa, people don't ask, where is the hospital going to be built? They ask, when will it be built? And it is my hope that in 2024, when we break ground for this new campus, it is the 100th year anniversary of the old Civic Hospital. And we can move forward proudly for the next 100 years. Not for me, because I'm an aging baby boomer is for my kids, is for my grandchildren. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, and I see that Councillor Menard has raised his hand. And I don't know if we've lost Councillor Menard,
Can
but
you hear me there or no?
yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, sorry about, okay. I'm sorry about that, Chair. I have my screen off because my computer again has been in and out here with my Wi-Fi. But I just wanted to ask Mr. McCracken, with regard to the current site plan in front of us, which is what we're here to debate, I'm wondering what your view is of how much of the site is hardscaped and how far away the main buildings have been put from Carling, which the transportation impact assessment and TDM had indicated is a difficult proposition, that they should be as close to Carling as possible.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering on those couple of points about the site plan itself.
Yeah.
On this site.
And again, I have to underscore, I don't speak on behalf of the hospital. I'm a private citizen. And when I was chair of the hospital, I made sure I told exiting board members they did not speak for the hospital anymore. I speak on my own. Again, in my experience, both with the Ottawa Hospital and with the Ontario Hospital Association, you can argue things all one way and all the other way. There's some people want small footprint and they want the building going straight up. And so you have elevators. And so you have patients moving straight up a 20-story building, which in my humble opinion is not optimal for anything, especially during COVID times. There's others who want it spread out so that people are ambulatory and can move with wheelchairs along corridors. There are people who want a lot of green space and park space, and we heard that in the design of this hospital. What I'd like to underscore this by saying is that we have hospital experts who design these places. And I know the senior staff of the hospital have traveled North America and looked at many new hospitals and considered all of the factors about height and length and floors and green space. And all of those factors have been taken into consideration in the design that they are putting forward today.
Okay, thanks for that. I've seen some of the comments around the internal design of the facilities, and I have no doubt that that will be state-of-the-art, innovative, and absolutely necessary. I've also seen other design concepts for the site itself, which I'm trying to speak about building form and function and transportation to the site and that sort of thing. The internal aspects I know are going to be incredible and very needed in our city. The other contentious area that has come up, there's two. One is the above ground parking garage and a previous, I guess, commitment to bury that, and as well as the connection with LRT, where we're seeing a couple football fields in between where the LRT will currently be and the main entrance of the hospital. Do you have any comments about those two aspects?
No, again, I'm speaking on behalf of myself. Yes, it would be wonderful if we didn't need any parking at the hospital. But as the doctor, Jamie Fulton, explained, most people drive to the hospital. I live in Greeley. I can't go to the hospital any other way than in my car. And when my wife has cancer, I'm not taking her on a bus or a train to the hospital. I'm driving her there. And I think that's a fact of life. In an ideal world, we'd have no parking. In an ideal world, it would be completely underground. But there is a cost, and the cost is astronomical to put that complete parking lot under the ground. And so a compromise has to be made. And I'm sure the hospital administration and staff will do their level best to make sure that there is not too much or too little parking. There will be a balance struck along the way. So that would be my answer to that.
Okay, thank you. And you are aware that in the future projections to make this site work, we are anticipating 50% modal share, not in cars, not in vehicles. That's one of the only ways we can actually make this site work is people taking transit, people biking in, people walking in, people scootering into the site, people carpooling into the site. that's the only way we can make this site work. You are aware of that as well.
I'm aware of that, but I'm also aware of the fact that things changed. When they were designing this hospital, it was a fascinating conversation about how big do we build it. As technology gets more advanced, things get smaller. Surgical equipment gets smaller. It would be modular, and I'm sure the same thing could happen with parking garages. If there is no need for excess parking, that parking space more than likely could be adapted for more surgical space and clinical care. So I think nothing is set in stone as far as those two things. As I mentioned, we are building for the next 100 years, and things inevitably will change both clinically, socially, and physically at this site.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. And we have questions from Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. McCracken, for your delegation. And it's really good to see you again. I've missed you over the years. Thank you for your service when you served on the board and provincially. And I want to ask my question in that context, given the scarce resources that exist provincially and given the competition that exists provincially for hospitals and healthcare, how important do you believe it is for this committee to make a decision on the site plan today and not defer it or not to withhold unholding the holding provisions, if that makes sense?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you brought that up. For 4 hours this morning, I found it quite depressing, to be brutally honest with you. I can find 10 reasons not to do anything. We are not building a big box store here on the experimental farm. We're building a hospital. And I think we need to, yes, respect the issues that were brought up by mainly the neighborhood and do our level best to address those issues. But being realistic, we won't satisfy everybody. A number of people don't even want the hospital built on this site. I'm hoping we've gone past that. We've been talking about this since 2007. 14 years have gone by with various iterations of where it should be and controversy and people quarterbacking, the design of the hospital. I leave that to experts. I trust the experts in hospital design. I trust the planning, the zoning people at the city, the federal agents involved, and the municipal and provincial agents involved, that they're doing their level best to make this happen for the citizens of Ottawa. And I think we can't lose sight of this fact that we need this now. We cannot wait another 10, 15 years while we debate minutiae around this hospital. It has to start now. And my dream is that in 2024, I'll be on site to watch us begin breaking ground on this beautiful new campus.
Thank you, Mr. McCracken. I always appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you, Councillor. And are there any other questions for Mr. McCracken? Seeing none, thank you for your delegation. And the next registered speaker is Cheryl Crozier.
Hi, good afternoon. And thank you very much for the opportunity to participate. I would like to tell you about my recent experience at the Civic Hospital, as recent as August the 3rd. I knew last year that I had a problem with an aneurysm in the aorta. So as of last March, I began my journey with Dr. Brandy. His secretary phoned me, her name was Cheryl as well, and made an appointment with me, with Dr. Brandy for like about 3 or 4 weeks down the road. She was just a sweetheart. I had a few laughs with her. When Dr. Brandy called me, of course, I was at home, and the conversation, he was so easy to talk to. He explained the situation, how delicate the operation was, and it could go either way. Anyways, he certainly made me feel relaxed about it and took his time with me over the phone, like that I didn't feel rushed in any way, shape, or form to ask of any questions. Anyways, from there on in, I had to go to nuclear medicine for testing. And then it was supposed to be the civic, but I ended up at the general, having doing all kinds of testing for my heart. Anyways, after everything was in, my testing was in, my surgery was scheduled for the 3rd of August, which isn't very long ago. My husband, who's the love of my life, he was my hero. He took me down that day. That morning, I had to be there for like 5:30 in the morning. My surgery was at 8, and he had to drop me off. So I had to say I was like a little bit of a baby at that point, thinking I was going in there all alone and I wouldn't see him till whenever the next day. Okay, so long story short, I'm admitted. I go in and up to the 3rd floor, and they get me ready for surgery. And the week before, I'd met with the team itself, including the anesthesiologist. And I asked her if I could have this magic little pill that I've had before. I think they call it Ativan. I know the name of it now. So she said yes. So I had this Ativan, and I was prepped for surgery, and away I went. Next thing I know, I woke up, I was in ICU. I remember having a few laughs with Dr. Brandy and his team. I don't know whether that was in the OR coming out of it or if it was in ICU. I don't know. But I remember at one point I looked over, and I hope I can get through this. There was a little old lady in her bed, sat far enough away, and there was about 2 or 3 nurses working on her. They were so kind. They were so gentle. It makes me cry even trying to get through it, because her life was as important as a newborn baby's or as mine. And just to see the dedication that these women had. So I don't remember much about ICU at all till I was transferred to my, I guess it was the 3rd floor. I finally got to see my husband, just so you know, the 2nd day. I was glad to see him, but I don't really remember much of ICU. So when I went up to my room, I was the nurse, I was in a room by myself, and then there was another girl that was brought in. But during that time, the nurses that came in they were just so kind, so nice. Everybody
1 minute left.
Everybody was just so nice. So long story short, my experience was very, very, very positive. And I thank Dr. Brandy, his team, and the Civic Hospital for the wonderful care I had there. I truly believe there's lifesavers. And thanks for the opportunity. Bye.
Well, we really thank you, Cheryl, for sharing your wonderful journey with us and talking about the dedicated staff at the Ottawa Hospital, who we know day after day are safeguarding the health of all of us in the community. Are there any questions for Cheryl? Seeing none, thank you so much for your delegation. And our next registered speaker is Trevor Harrison.
He might just be dialing in at the moment, Chair. He's sent an email.
Okay, thank you, Eric, for that. Can we move forward with Carol McDonald in the meantime, and then go back to Trevor?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Carol McDonald, and I wish to thank the chairs and the committee members for allowing me to present today. I do congratulate the board and management of the Ottawa Hospital in wishing to provide a state-of-the-art facility, offering compassionate care and saving lives through a new civic campus. This would be tertiary care at the highest level on the health continuum, delivered in a building. No one here today has debated this point. However, the health continuum begins upstream, keeping people out of hospital. And this plan to use a National Historic Site is a disruptor to health. Great idea, wrong location. The proposed site at the Experimental Farm National Historic Site is 21 hectares or 50 acres. 50 verdant acres, about 9 times the size of Confederation Park across the street from City Hall, 9 times. Can you think for a moment of taking that much green space out of Stanley Park or High Park in Toronto? It would never happen to these prized heritage sites. UNESCO describes heritage and health as being uniquely linked. The architect's drawings do not give us any idea of the emissions that will be brought into this area from all of the very large trucks that daily provide medical supplies, equipment, gases, laundry supplies, and food, as well as garbage trucks needed to deal with the waste generated from such a large hospital. Health, you say. This proposed building will not only displace the ability of many mature trees to clean the air, it will add to the pollution by generating emissions. Intensification is happening on Preston Street South in particular. The City of Ottawa's own intensification plan states that it should protect and enhance the quality of environment in the city by improving air quality and reducing greenhouse gas emissions, planning for forests and other green spaces. This will not be achieved if this proposal is accepted. The money spent to adapt train services could be used to address the determinant of health for housing. We only have to walk down Bank Street, Elgin Street, or venture into the Byward Market to see the consequences to the health of people who are not adequately housed. We have a homeless crisis. I would also like to see an independent poll of staff, day patients, and visitors that intend to use public transport to and from this building. How many staff will use public transportation after working 12 hours? I do not live in the Civic Hospital area, nor the Dow's Lake area, but if this large green space is lost, it will be lost forever if this plan goes through. Health must be the #1 priority for this planning committee. I repeat, great idea, wrong location. Thank you.
Thank you for your statement. I am not seeing any questions, so thank you for your delegation. Just wanted to check with staff to see if Trevor Harrison is joining us.
Yes, he should be online now, Chair.
Excellent.
Hello,
Hello.
Maggie Asher Biesterfeld.
Uh,
I think we're waiting for Trevor Harrison.
yeah, Maggie, if you could please hold. Trevor may need to press *6 to unmute himself. I'm sending a request, but doesn't seem to be unmuting.
Sorry about that. I was doing *9.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You can go ahead.
Great. Thanks so much. And sorry about being delayed. I had a home inspection for our first new home, my wife and I. So a little delayed getting out. Sorry about that. So I'm speaking to you today as a, I guess, client of the Ottawa Hospital, patient, first and foremost. Of the last, I mean, for a very long, more time than the last 10, 11 years that I've had a brain tumor, but certainly the last 10, 11 years, I've learned a lot more about the great work that goes on and the great care that's done at the Ottawa Hospital, in particular the Civic Campus and the neurosurgery unit, where I've had 3 different brain surgeries, the last of which was just this past April, where they removed a large portion of the now grade 4 brain tumor that I have. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you all today about the incredible care that is given at the Ottawa Hospital, both campuses, but especially at the Civic and the Cancer Center at the General Hospital that I've been doing for the last 10 years. So I was diagnosed with a brain tumor back in 2010, and from the very start, it was a very sudden moment for me. But from the very beginning, I knew that I was under great care and appreciated all the people who were giving that care, from nurses to orderlies to everyone, doctors, obviously. And it was just, I was so impressed from the very beginning, and it made me think, and there's maybe come back to that thought many times over during this pandemic, just how often we overlook our frontline workers, and especially healthcare workers who are doing incredible jobs every single day, 24/7. I think that's the most impressive thing to me, is the things that they do in the middle of the night when nobody's, most people are not working and would never even think to work. And these people are out there doing very difficult jobs that they don't get paid enough for, any of them at any level, I would say. That's another issue. But just to get back to why I think it's incredibly important for this is already, I think, a world-class hospital, but it doesn't have world-class facilities. I think the plan that I've seen that was approved, and that, I mean, there could always be bickering over location, that kind of stuff that I've heard today while listening in. But I think the plan itself and what will be delivered to the incredible staff and people who already work at the Ottawa Hospital will be leaps and bounds ahead of what they currently have, which I think will only improve the work that they're already doing, which is already, like I've said, incredible and way above anything one might expect until they actually receive that care from such incredible people. And again, it will attract even greater people, I think, knowing that they have world-class modern technology and facilities to use at a new campus location, wherever that might be.
Mr. Chair, apologies to interrupt. This is Caitlin from the clerk's office. We've been advised we're having a temporary outage of our live YouTube stream. Would you be amenable to recessing briefly before the delegation continues?
Absolutely. So we stand in recess until we can get the connection reestablished.
It should not be long, Mr. Chair.
Seems like a good time to actually say to the attendees, when we're going through our list, you'll get a prompt. So before we even say your name, you'll get a prompt to join as panelist. Accept that, because then that'll bring you in, and then that'll allow us to move seamlessly between speakers. So we won't necessarily introduce you until we get to you, but if you're 2 or 3 away, Eric will send you a prompt, which you'll get on your screen. It'll say, do you wish to join the meeting as a panelist? You need to accept that. For instance, Jake Morrison, you should have that on your screen right now.
Not to point anyone out in particular.
Well, he's coming up. He's coming up. So it's Colleen Glass, and then Jake Morrison, and then Wendy Muckle. So we were just trying to get them queued up. And now he's in, so it worked.
When Caitlin gets us reconnected to YouTube, I'd be curious to know how many people have been watching this morning and afternoon. No rush for an answer. Let's get the stream back up first. Tim, is that Irving Rivers behind you?
Yeah, it's a beautiful painting, actually. It's part of our art bank, and it's by Marty Nemeny. And I should give you more info on it. This used to be in Rainer Blois's office. And I remember for many years, I said, the minute Rainer decides that he's not coming back, I want this. And it's a beauty. There's so many little details in here. You got Pierre Trudeau walking down the street. You have a former mayor, Dewar, driving a car in this photo. So you have to pop by one day when it's safe. Wear a mask, come on over to my office and check it out.
Yeah.
I never noticed it in Rainer's office before because it was probably blocked behind 6,000 boxes of former race weekend t-shirts.
That would be true. He was the king of tchotchke, absolutely.
Tim, I'll come over if you've got chocolate.
We do have chocolate. We do.
Tim, did I catch you right? Did you say that was Dewar riding the car?
Yeah. Actually, I wish I could.
You know what? She was I knew her well. I drove with her. She was a notoriously bad driver. I wonder if that's why they put that in there. She was. I don't think I'm saying anything that I wouldn't have said in front of her.
Yeah. I don't even know what kind of car it is. It's like a weird little car. There's a car in there too, and a few other.
That's hilarious. I bet you it was done for that reason. Somebody saw her driving.
I bet you that's what it is.
I love that woman.
Well, I'm totally going to tweet a photo. As a matter of fact, I tweeted a photo of that painting out before, and the son of the artist was on Twitter and saw it and contacted me. It's kind of cool, actually. And it's right in our art bank.
It looks like our first 4 hours had 337 views, and our last hour had 128 views.
Are we selling ad space now?
Keep on getting emails to monetize my podcast. I'm like, yeah, right.
Catherine, have you had a chance to visit the art bank or no?
I have not. No, very sad.
Yeah.
Catherine doesn't even know what it's like to be a counselor in.
No. Never had a meeting in person. I have no art in my office. So,
Well, that's a shame. That's one of the best things is visiting and picking out those pieces of art. And
have you even cut a ribbon or kissed a baby yet? Like, it's part of the role.
no babies kissing during a pandemic.
True.
I've cut 2 ribbons, pickleball court and
We're now streaming on live on YouTube.
Pickleball court.
Just quick advice: never mix up those two, cutting ribbons and kissing babies, or your career's over.
Can you just give us a moment, Mr. Chair, to confirm that it's showing up on the channel? We will be right with you.
When are we going to be back in person, Scott? When's that happening?
If it's up to me, like never.
God.
I don't think you understand how far I live from City Hall and how much I enjoy not going down to City Hall. But no, I know you guys want to be together. I get it. It's fine. I'll sacrifice for the sake of all of you. 2022 is when I gather. Will be at some point. Before or after November 15th, 2022 will depend on a lot of stuff, I guess.
I thought you lived in the USA.
Closer to USA than to City Hall, I'll tell you that much.
We're live, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your patience.
And thank you. And so we'll resume session. And we had as a delegate Trevor Harrison. So I would invite Mr. Harrison to continue with his deputation.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Great, thank you. So just looping back to around where I was speaking about sort of the existing facilities. I think anyone who has spent much time at the Civic, especially, knows that it's been showing its age for quite a while, and I think that even just the difference you get between Civic and the General is quite wide, and having new facilities, again, like I said before, will only attract greater talent from different parts of Canada, different parts of the world. Because I think, if you brought somebody in from maybe outside of Canada to visit, the Civic campus, for example, and wanted to, give them a tour, I'm not sure they would find it all that attractive, a place to come and work every day. So again, it's something as simple as just updated digs. I think goes a long way in 2021 to attract people, talented or otherwise. So I think the last thing I wanted to quickly talk about is you don't know, like me especially. Again, I had a seizure in the middle of a touch football game and found that I had a brain tumor. You never know when, at the age of 25, and you never know when, some health crisis is going to hit you. And I think we've been incredibly fortunate in Ottawa to have the care we do have, but better is always possible. And I think this new facility will go great lengths to help ensure that that's the case for many more decades and generations to come. And I think anybody who has a family will appreciate that a great deal, knowing that going forward. I certainly did and have for the last decade receiving the care that I have received. But again, like I said, I think the facilities, updated technology, modern equipment will do a great deal more to make that even better for all those who will be faced with the unimaginable in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison, for sharing your story with us. I don't see any hands raised to ask you questions, so thank you for your delegation. And the next registered speaker that we have on the list is Colleen Glass. And I think you need to unmute yourself, Colleen.
Good afternoon, and I apologize. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and I'm totally impressed with the amount of reading that you're able to do, and then show up for all-day Zoom meetings. So take that as a compliment and a thank you from a citizen in the West End down by Britannia Bay. I'm grateful for my home and community on the traditional, ancestral, unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe First Nations people, who've lived in the Ottawa Valley for over 8,000 years. I am in favor of a new world-class hospital in Ottawa, no doubt about it, and yet strongly support my fellow citizens who spoke so well this morning, this afternoon, and advised not to lift the holding provisions on the proposal before you. The major concerns remain: the selection process and the growing call for a public inquiry into the process, the need for an independent environmental assessment to consider the architectural plans and their possible impacts. And this is to be completed and reviewed by this planning committee and Ottawa citizens before proceeding. And the enormous size of the proposed new health facility. And lastly, an accurate and fulsome traffic and parking impact survey with a meaningful scope, greater distance than the existing 600 meters that, as was pointed out this morning, doesn't even go to Carling or Parkdale or Bronson, sorry. My position is that the legacy of the Central Experimental Farm is as a National Historic Site, protected and maintained on behalf of the people of Canada. I sincerely believe it is not up to us to start the dissecting of the CEF when other options exist. The farm is a rare and precious jewel in the center of an ever-widening glass, concrete, and asphalt urban area. The existing 19th century landscape plan at the farm, with its winding lanes and discreet hedgerows, speaks to me and many others of another time, a gentler time. This morning, Debbie Grisdale described so well her father's early life as a farm kid. What a gift we have inherited. We've inherited this. The integrity and character of this treasure must be preserved in its entirety as it was meant to be by our forebears in 1886. It is our duty to protect and to hand this down to our children, to their children, and to their children. Agreeing to accept the hospital architectural plans as proposed will inflict irreversible damage to the integrity of the CFE's character and to our city's role as the nation's capital. Ottawa, the nation's capital. During the waves of the COVID epidemic, I discovered, along with many others, the deep nourishment that surrounds us walking in the beauty, the mystery of nature that grows right here before our eyes, before our ears, our nose, our minds. The farm is a refuge in our city, a capital city. Our ancestors in this capital city asked us to keep this farm whole for every visitor from everywhere, a national heritage. Someone thought of that too in New York City when they designated Central Park for the people. And in Paris, we felt the refuge offered in the exquisite Luxembourg Gardens. Does anyone know how long a crooked branch of a crabapple tree delivers pink rose blossoms that bring sweet, beautiful goodness and hope into the air? I worry about the climate crisis, the important choices you will now make to direct our limited resources. My voice today speaks for many people in this city who ask, how can we cut down 530 mature oxygen generating miracles to build a health facility? Aren't these trees health facilities? Couldn't we build that hospital somewhere else, accessible and world class? Can we not do those two things? In Ottawa, there's a declared climate emergency. Removing trees will lead to a net increase in carbon dioxide and loss of oxygen production. Considering these negative impacts for the official plan, section 4.7.8, paragraph 2, the hospital development is untenable because there would be a degradation, quote, that threatens the health and integrity of the natural features or ecological functions. A replacement sapling does not sequester carbon in the near term like a mature tree, and in time, the essence of our emergency. I encourage you to take a step back from this plan, not from the idea, not from the dream, not what we all want, but not lift the holding provisions.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Glass. You've actually reached time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Appreciate your delegation this afternoon.
Thank you.
Does anybody from the Joint Committee have any questions for Ms. Glass? Seeing none, thank you so much for your delegation. Our next registered speaker is Jake Morrison.
Good afternoon, all. I'm really impressed with your fortitude. I've been listening along, but you guys do this every day or many days. So let me. Good afternoon. I'm Jake Morrison, a resident of Old Ottawa South, a retired carpenter and technologist, and a photographic artist. I will speak about the revised environmental impact statement and the tree conservation report. As an artist, along with Jane Keeler, whom you heard from earlier, I've taken on the project of documenting the parks that are being taken in order to construct the new civic development. And by the parks, I mean not only Queen Juliana Park, but also the park part of the Central Experimental Farm that's been nurtured for over 100 years. That makes up much of the southern acreage taken from the hospital and is the part being used for surface parking lots. My documentation consists of landscape photos, portraits of over 50 of the trees so far, and portraits of dozens of the citizens of Ottawa with a tree that they would like to protect and preserve, along with their words on the topic. We have also encouraged other citizens to stand with a tree and a selfie picture and to send them to us along with their words on the topic. I'll be providing each of you with a report on our projects before council meets on this issue. I hope you'll read it carefully. These citizens of Ottawa do not want their trees and parks taken, especially now in an environmental crisis when we so desperately need our green space. But we're not here to talk about what the citizens of Ottawa want. We're here to talk about the master plan application and the holding provisions. Part of the application is, or in support of the application, is the August 3rd revised environmental impact statement and tree conservation report. I've studied and used the report to organize my efforts in this art project. And after familiarizing myself fully with the report and with the situation on the land, I consider it to be inadequate to its stated purpose. I don't believe the city should have accepted it, and I do believe that it must be resubmitted before the application could be considered. The document purports to present a report on the environmental impact of the development project, along with a tree conservation report. It purports to consider the impact of the project 120 meters beyond the subject property. It fails in various ways, both large and small. There's no indication in the report that the 120 meter zone was studied in any way. They certainly did not inventory the trees in the zone, which is what I've been paying attention to, and to see what might be affected. To be specific, the buffer zone includes the northern portion of the Dominion Arboretum along Prince of Wales Drive, all the way south to the circle. There was no tree inventory conducted there or anywhere around the periphery of the site, the 120 meter periphery. The treatment of the trees outside the site area, but within the buffer zone, that is a treatment of not making an inventory, makes it obvious that the use of the term tree conservation report is for propaganda uses only. It's a tree destruction report, useful only for identifying the trees that require a permit to cut. In my survey of about 100 trees so far, I've discovered at least 6 that were not inventoried at all and that will have to be cut if the plan stays as described. These are all trees requiring a cutting permit. Again, in my survey of only 100 trees, I've discovered 4 that were misidentified, giving me cause to wonder about the rest. Tree number 1348, my personal favorite, is a Kentucky coffee tree. It's a magnificently beautiful tree, one of the largest of its type on the site. It was described in the inventory as having 60% dieback. It has at most 10% dieback. It's been chosen for destruction in an area where very few are being removed, and I have to wonder if that very inaccurate description had anything to do with the suggested removal. So I believe the report to be flawed, incomplete, and misleading. And the report should be the basis for environmental remediation and tree conservation, and it is flawed. The city experts should not have accepted it. The committee should not now accept it, and city council should not accept it. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you, Mr. Morrison, for your delegation. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your statement. And the next registered speaker on the list is Wendy Muckle.
Good afternoon. Thank you for welcoming me. I'm the CEO of Ottawa Intercity Health, and I'm here to speak in favor of the report to Planning Committee for the proposed master plan of the new Ottawa Civic Campus. Ottawa Intercity Health has been both a service delivery partner and an organization who benefits from the operational supports of the Ottawa Hospital for more than 20 years. And so we clearly are very interested in where the Ottawa Hospital is able to do its work, because it greatly impacts the work that we do. One of our main roles is to ensure that people who are experiencing homelessness have access to the same quality of healthcare as other Canadians. And given the disproportionate burden of poor health that our population experiences, the relationship with and the facilities available at the Ottawa Hospital are of critical importance to us and to our work. We very strongly understand the importance of built space on health and on the healthcare experience. Most of our clients have no place to call home, and when they do get a home, we certainly see the impacts on their health. And so we think a lot about where care is provided and how it is provided to people. We are delighted that there are plans to move away from the current Civic Campus. Not only is it old, but unfortunately, we're told often by our clients that it it resembles what they think of as a jail or a residential school or in many of the other institutions which they have found to be oppressive and traumatizing. And so we are extremely pleased with the design, which is a much softer, much more matched to the landscape kind of design, which we hope will allow them to focus really on their health needs today and not take them back to the harms of yesterday. In particular, this is a facility which the plans include access by public transportation to the new site. That is extremely encouraging, and it is something that has been very important to us. 20 years ago, when Intercity Health first started, one of the things we heard from our clients was that the lack of good public transportation to the hospitals was a major barrier to accessing healthcare for them. And that unfortunately is something that with all of the changes to the public transit system here in Ottawa, we really have not seen any improvement in their access by public transit. And so the plans for the new civic site are something which actually will make a difference that we know will be important to the clients. Our healthcare system is one of the greatest resources which we enjoy as Canadians. And I think as such, it places on us a burden or an obligation to really think about what it is that we want and need to see, not just for ourselves, but for our entire community, for our region, and for the generations to come. And I truly believe that as a community, our needs can be met now and in the future by investing in a facility which is constantly being described as world-class, and I'm sure it will be, but more importantly, a facility which has the capacity to do the job that we desperately need it to do in a location which is accessible to most citizens in Ottawa. Hospitals are much more than just bricks and mortar. They symbolize a community's capacity to care for its most vulnerable members at a time when they are most vulnerable. And this is a plan for a beautiful facility which is going to benefit our community for decades to come. So I urge you to support the recommendations in the report. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. Are there any questions for Ms. Muckle? Seeing none, thank you for your delegation. The next registered speaker is David Gibson.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is David Gibson, and I've been the Executive Director of the Sandy Hill Community Health Centre for the past 18 years. As a community health partner of the Ottawa Hospital, I'm here to urge the committee members to recommend to Council the endorsement of the master site plan of the Ottawa Hospital. The connection between planning and health is a focus that Sandy Hill Community Health Centre has been promoting for over 45 years. For our centre, place matters, that the physical environment can protect against and or exacerbate health inequalities is a principal factor of place matters. We can also gain insight into how the built environment intersects with the issues of safety, access to healthy lifestyles, and a community's overall physical, mental, and emotional health. It is more important than ever, given our experience with the pandemic, to promote a master site plan that speaks to the very people who interact in that space, to legitimize their use, to demonstrate the value in the ways people will use that space, and to ensure that those built spaces assert the public interest in the name of the entire public. It is my opinion the Ottawa Hospital has fulfilled these value propositions. During the pandemic, there was also an awareness that most healthcare facilities lack the infrastructure designed to be quickly and efficiently converted to serve the needs of infection control for the type of disease that we saw in COVID. Consequently, the pandemic triggered a dramatic need for building controls, improved air quality, greater HVAC capability, and overall facility resilience. The Ottawa Hospital's inclusion of a one patient, one bedroom, one bathroom model for better infection control, prevention, and privacy and rest is a standard, a control design standard that is urgently needed to counter current and future outbreaks. The Ottawa Hospital design also incorporates important infrastructure aspects into its master site plan. Among those is the development of a hybrid of leading sustainability models, including the National Capital Commission's Sustainable Development Strategies, the One Planet Living Framework, the LEED rating system, and the Well Building Standard, among others. This project has the potential to be the single most impactful infrastructure development for the future health and well-being of our growing community that the City of Ottawa has ever experienced. As a primary healthcare partner, Sandy Hill Community Health Center has experienced an incredible growth in patient demand for substance disorder treatment, exacerbated by both the toxic drug supply and the impact of the pandemic on people's mental health and well-being. Access to substance disorder consultations with specialists virtually at our center or at the Ottawa Hospital is severely limited by antiquated facilities and accessible transportation options. Today, our clients take on average between 35 to 45 minutes on a bus, mainly 2 buses, in fact, to get to the Civic campus. And this is when they live in the downtown core, by the way, folks. The proposed location and proximity to a potential LRT station will improve what I consider to be an outpatient treatment option that are now currently limited. From both a primary healthcare provider and patient experience perspective, the transition of services between the Ottawa Hospital and our community health center will be, in my opinion, tremendously improved with the proposed master site plan, and that'll take an aging facility with limited access to a new state-of-the-art hospital that can accommodate the needs of a growing city. Thank you for listening, and that concludes my remarks.
Thank you for your deputation, Mr. Gibson. Just wanted to see if any of the members had any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you so much for your delegation. And the next registered speaker is Susie Junot from the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for listening to my delegation, Chairman King and Chairman Moffat and other members. As you said, I'm representing the Royal Astronomical Society Ottawa chapter. I worked in the Dominion Observatory Complex for several years for the Earth Physics branch of the Geological Survey of Canada. I analyzed geomagnetic and gravimetric data and became interested in the historical importance of the buildings to Canada. The DO's mandate was to collect seismic, magnetic, and gravimetric geophysical data in addition to its work for the Geodetic Survey, which set the boundaries for the Western provinces. The Dominion Observatory historical use in geophysical studies, surveying, and time signal make an important part of Canada's heritage. We are glad that the construction vibrations will be monitored to protect the historic protected buildings in the area. So that's for the buildings themselves, but will there be the underground components such as the pier that the telescope sits on and the seismological vaults in the basement of Building 7, will they have sensors on them as well to protect them from any damage caused by the construction vibrations? And are there plans in place to take care of any adverse effects to mitigation and prevention of further damage to the telescopic pier and seismic vaults if necessary? Seismological surveys would be nice if they should be done periodically to check for any change or movement over time during the construction of the buildings and internal and underground scientific areas. We strongly recommend that the monitoring of vibration effects occur during all phases of the hospital and related construction. This will provide a reference point to comparison to prevent potential damage to the buildings of the Dominion Observatory Complex. We would also like to have blast shields around the buildings on the Dominion Observatory campus to shield them from construction debris. There are a variety of materials used in the original construction over 100 years ago, which would be hard to replace, if at all. And earlier people mentioned the geology. I'm sure that the architectural firm knows that we're very close to a fault line here, several fault lines actually, and that the ground, that the surficial geology could be problematic in transmitting vibrations to the buildings during construction. And that's about all. Thank you.
Thank you for your submission this afternoon. Are there any questions from members? And I don't see any, but I'd like to reiterate the point that, you know, in terms of a report that is before us as part of the Heritage Subcommittee, there was a note in there that there could be the potential of addendums to the cultural heritage impact statement so that we can exceed what has been suggested, and that could be subjected through site plan. So I just wanted you to know that we are hearing clearly from people that there's an expectation to potentially exceed what has been outlined.
To make sure that.
And we'll take that seriously. And I do see that Councillor Cloutier has.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Chair King, and thank you, Ms. Junot, for your delegation. You spoke about protecting the piers and protecting the Dominion Observatory during construction. Absolutely. I just wanted to verify, is the telescope still installed at the Dominion Observatory?
No, the telescope was removed to the Science and Technology Museum. I believe it was in the 70s, don't quote me on that. But the hope is that in the future, that the telescope will be returned to the Dominion Observatory where it was originally placed.
Of course.
And will be used, this includes the light pollution problem, which is we're trying to mitigate as well. So that it will be used as an instrument of education for the public so they can see what the stars look like, with the moon, the planets, which will be easily visible through it, even at the location that it is now. So that's why the pier stability is incredibly important, that it does not move, because any variation in it will adversely affect using the telescope in the future.
True that, absolutely. Is it a specialized construction protection that needs to be done for the piers to your knowledge? Perhaps you don't know.
When it was built, it was isolated to make sure that it is not affected by external vibrations or external effects. So it's just a matter of making sure that nothing interferes with that. It's isolated from the surroundings, and that is critical that it stays like that, so that it will not be affected. And there are mitigation standards, putting sensors on it to make sure that it doesn't move and then adjusting.
Got it. And to your knowledge, perhaps you know, perhaps you don't, has the Royal Astronomical Society communicated that to staff or to the proponent?
I'm quite sure that they have communicated this. Whether or not we got an answer back, I do not know.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming out today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And thank you, Ms. Juno, for your deputation.
Thank you. So we will move now to Matilda Samuel. Following that, we have Doug McClarty and Maggie Asher Biesterfeld.
Good afternoon. Most of the points that I want to bring up have been covered, but there are one or two that have not, so I will proceed. The quality of some of the decisions made by this council does not align with being the capital city of the second largest country in the world. We've turned our backs on our magnificent river, once the highway of voyageurs. We've put the Zibi Condo at Chaudière Falls, a beautiful and historic site. And now council seems intent on destroying our only large and beautiful green space in the heart of the city. We ought to be celebrating our Indigenous heritage by conserving and enhancing our places of natural beauty. This is a double whammy, the loss of irreplaceable green space, followed by the assault of a huge construction site that will desecrate the area with concrete, parking lots, and an oversized garage. The agricultural farm is the worst possible site for the new civic hospital. for many of the reasons that have already been given. In 1958, the federal government created the National Capital Commission. Its mandate includes care of the natural environment, enhancing its beauty, helping to develop, conserve, and improve the National Capital Region in keeping with its national significance as the seat of the Government of Canada, to save and preserve national treasures, to dedicate to ensuring that Canada's capital is a dynamic and an inspiring source of pride for all Canadians and a legacy for generations to come. Your plan to locate on the agricultural farm does none of the above. The NCC spent 1 year, I believe Mr. Doucette said 6 months. Anyway, consulting was done with 3,000 experts in their fields. After much consideration of other possible locations, these professionals proposed Tunney's Pasture as the best site available. Within 72 hours, this was rejected for reasons unknown. The plan being considered is out of date and unworkable. It is out of date by a century. It would be a mistake that cannot be undone, and should you decide to proceed with it, you will be held accountable. Has the city done a comprehensive geological survey of the area with the view of developing it for the purposes intended? If not, it is important that one be done by independent professionals who have no attachment or interests connected to the city, its governance, developers, or other third parties, and that such a report be made public. Lessons can be learned from the mistakes made on the LRT. The new civic hospital plan is much more complicated, extensive in scope, and it is open to many more surprises, delays, and cost increases. The city has wasted a lot of time with bad decisions and lost opportunities. Now it's in a hurry to proceed because of work already done. Forget the past, it's done. Cut your losses, because once this plan is in motion, you will discover new and unexpected problems that will certainly involve delays and cost increases. It's not too late to change the course. Deadlines are a self-imposed obstacle. The future of the city will be longer than its past. Let's get it right this time. Tunney's Pasture can be prepared and ready in much less time than working on the difficult terrain of the agricultural farm. It will compensate for lost time and produce a much better result in the end. In conclusion, and this is the crux of this matter, what you are doing effectively is building condos in the park. Since you know you can't get away with that, you will allow condos in Tunney's Pasture where the hospital should go, then pretend it's okay to displace the park with the hospital because you think that will be more acceptable to the public. Consider the implications. This plan is a proxy for condos in Tunney's Pasture. Decision process to locate at the agricultural farm is highly suspect. It was made in apparent haste by a shadowy group that has made the process secret, and to this day it has not revealed what happened behind closed doors. It was totally undemocratic and perhaps even illegal. What happened behind those closed doors? Who was there? What are you hiding? Mr. Trudeau, what happened? What happened, Mr. Nafke? And what are you hiding, Mr. Watson? The public has a right to know. We demand openness and transparency. And I would like to thank previous presenters for their studied and intelligent remarks.
Thank you. Councillor Brockington has a question for you.
Thank you, Chair. Over the last 5.5 years, what did Catherine McKenna say when you approached her on her position on this matter?
I didn't approach her because she's not available.
You're saying you did not approach the MP for Ottawa Centre over the last 5.5 years?
I tried to reach her and got no response.
Okay, but you did try to reach her, the
did.
MP for Ottawa Centre.
I did.
This isn't super germane to the conversation. I mean, Catherine McKenna is not even the MP anymore. So
But she was the MP. I think it is.
She was the architect of the
Well,
decision.
I believe she appeared with the group when the decision to accept when the decision to accept the agricultural farm was made. She made an appearance, but I don't think that was her decision. She is just part of the federal group. It's Mr. Trudeau you should be asking about this decision, not Ms. McKenna.
Federal cabinet approved this land on the endorsement of the local MP.
And it was all done in secret,
And
Mr.
no one today has even mentioned approaching the local MP over the last 5.5 years as to why she supported this. No one has said they put in that effort.
That is beside the
Unbelievable.
point.
You're trying to say city council made this location decision. We didn't. And
Well,
no one has said they've gone to the local Ottawa Centre MP at that time. No one has said that. Over 5.5 years. We're hearing people for the first time in the last month. No one in the last 5.5 years has gone to the local MP. I don't understand.
I don't understand either. Does
Okay.
not negate the fact.
Okay, the point has been made by
sorry.
both. The point
Yes.
has been made by
Okay.
both of you.
Okay, sorry.
Politicians are horrible. We move on.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Samuel? Seeing none, thank you for your time. Our next speaker is Doug McClarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. For the record, I don't think politicians are bad at all.
Some of us are.
Thank you very much to the members of the joint planning committee today, and thank you for your patience. So my name is Doug McClarty, and I'm speaking to you today as chair of Civic Action Ottawa. We are a group of diverse, dedicated volunteers inspired to help Ottawa realize its full potential. And for the record, I was also the chair of the Riverside Hospital a number of years ago. We're striving to make Ottawa, our city, economically viable for the future, thus creating better social outcomes. And our tagline for anybody who's interested is "Why I Love Ottawa." We aim to champion smart city building, economic growth, innovation, culture, diversity, and accessibility. The new Civic Hospital development is an ambitious, complex project. This plan is the largest of its kind in the history of Ottawa and one of the largest in Canada. The project is a wonderful city building initiative that will require focus, tenacity, teamwork, and support, not only by the people of Ottawa, but the entire region of Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec, and Nunavut. And many times along the way, this project will require compromise and willingness to solve issues rather than just object to them. The City Council and this committee have a major responsibility to ensure that the planning for this new civic campus, a highly specialized medical center that blends complex care, world-class research, and training of the next generation of healthcare specialists, is executed on time for the 5,000 healthcare workers caring for patients every day and the 700 inpatient beds and outpatient clinics. These people include patients and families, you've heard from some today, but also staff, physicians, and volunteers, all of whom have a range of physical and emotional conditions and disabilities, who will use the different modes of travel, who may visit every day for a few times in their lifetime. Every patient and family will be seeking the best care available by the best trained clinical teams in an environment that exemplifies cultural safety, cultural respect, and thoughtful accommodation of a community that celebrates its diversity. For Civic Action Ottawa, we believe that this means we can and should build a state-of-the-art facility that honors the beautiful Dow's Lake site given to us by the government of Canada. We should honor the land it is built on by ensuring that the Indigenous peoples are truly acknowledged through cultural landmarks of their choosing on the new campus, and in the availability of traditional plants and medicines, and in the provision of opportunities for First Nations people to train, help build and operate the facility. And I know you're going to hear from Richard Hayter shortly this afternoon, and amazed at how the building and trades have found a way to include the First Nations. The new civic development should be a world-class example of modern sustainability and design in building performance and environmental protection of the site. To that end, the site should accommodate safe paths that separate pedestrian and cycling routes, provide ready contact with nature, and opportunities for sport, recreation, and social interaction to improve health and happiness for patients, visitors, staff, and community members alike. We've heard from some community members that trees should not be destroyed, a worthy, important cause that can be addressed through replanting of 5 times as many trees as there were before, a commitment the Ottawa Hospital has made to the community. The Ottawa Hospital is asking the region to support the building of a $135 million 4-story above-ground parking garage built into the landscape and buried under deep soil substrate that will accommodate a 6-acre park, a truly innovative approach. The parking garage is under the park is essential for people coming from different regions for healthcare. And by the way, the points come up about delaying the building and maybe putting it underground. Mr. McCracken talked to these issues. Putting an underground garage under that particular site, it would be extremely costly. The province doesn't fund that, and it would delay the start of the project by probably a couple of years. So, these issues have been thought through by the people who are designated to be to have our trust and support as we go through this important initiative together. So we must be careful to balance the practical needs of the silent majority with the outspoken voices of a few who seem only to be part of the great vision for essential and transformational healthcare in our region. This is a city building at its finest. So let's focus on solutions for the good one and all. So let's please approve this site plan. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. McClarty. Any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, thank you for your time today.
You're welcome.
And we move on. Now it's time for Maggie Asher-Biesterfeld. We accidentally brought your phone call in earlier, but now it's time for you. And then we have Richard Hayter and George Lang.
Hello, it's Maggie Asher. How are you?
We are all well. How are you?
It's been a long day. I'm very happy to speak with you.
Good,
Is anybody out there?
We're all here. We're all here. Everyone's on mute.
Okay, to answer Riley's question, Riley, if you're there, we had an extensive letter writing campaign to Melanie Joly, the Heritage Minister, and Catherine McKenna, who was our wonderful Environment Minister at the time, who is destroying our environment, had a hand in destroying our environment. So to answer your question, Riley, and then I'll start my presentation. Is anybody out there?
Yeah, no, go ahead. Go ahead. You can start.
Okay. I'm a lifelong resident of Old Ottawa South. Hello, Sean, Catherine McKenna, Riley, and Jeff Leeper. It's heartbreaking to see the destruction of our once fair city under Larry O'Brien and now Jim Watson with planner George Dark. John Moore's presentation starts in 2017 with the acknowledgement of many community meetings, thousands of participants, and we are all saying the same thing: save our precious, beautiful farm. Little did we know our cries fell on deaf ears and that site selection was, and apparently still is, off the table. Sean did not mention the dirty politics that led to this land grab. And I think the previous speaker just spoke about the history of the NCC mandate. I mean, this is unbelievable. And I'm starting to wonder, is this day just another example of a done deal, a waste of our time, our emotions, our restful sleeps? My fellow citizens have presented well. It's your job to listen to us as you're doing, but then act on what you hear. One counselor I heard 9 a.m. this morning, 20,000 unread emails. I believe a lot of those are Save Our Farm, which is our group, Save Our Farm. There's been mention of compensation for tree loss. There's no compensation for this. The sticks that you plant, that's no compensation. No mention of impact of birds on this huge glass building. We destroy their habitat and then we finish them off with glass strikes. Cam and Joanne spoke of the fastest growing population here, but these future needs are not addressed. Thank you, Riley, for trying to protect the rest of the farm, but that will be impossible. The Ottawa Hospital has taken 50 acres. They're asking for 70, and in a few years, they will need even more space. Obviously, Indigenous leaders, healthcare professionals like myself acknowledge the relation of a natural environment and green space to healing. The TOH doesn't seem to comprehend that they're destroying this green space. Many of these beautiful trees are dedicated memorials, so how can they be cut? The Ottawa Hospital, well, I won't get into that, but apparently there's so many unread emails, so I'm just going to go over my written submission. It's short. It says, what is going on here that you can walk in and destroy the most beautiful part of our city? Ottawa used to be clean, green city with parks and trees, historical buildings that made us proud to live in Canada's capital. I was born and raised here, old Ottawa South. Now I feel shame. I hate to think how much tax money I've paid to you over this many years. I'm getting old. I've spent a lot of money here, and this is an atrocity to my city and to the capital of Canada. Why are the citizens being ignored and the councillors vote as you tell them to? This is to Jim Watson. I tried to email him, but he doesn't have email, or I don't know his address. Not what the constituents want. I need to know how many of them have walked down Maple Drive and Birch Drive. How many of you, please, show of hands, have walked down Maple Drive into the heart of where they're going to be putting the hospital?
I know you can't see us, but we're all putting our hands up.
Okay, I'm glad you have, but you need to wake up before it's too late. If you've walked down there and you still vote to destroy our park, then there's something really wrong here. Climate catastrophe is upon us, and these trees are absorbing greenhouse gases, as so many people are trying to tell you. So that's the end of my presentation. Any questions?
Thank you. I will just defend one of my colleagues on the 20,000.
I didn't mean to offend anybody. I'm sorry.
No. It was a good friend of ours, Jeff Leeper, that mentioned the 20,000 email thing. But you see, you have different settings, right? Like you can have
mentioned the what? I'm sorry.
The 20,000
emails. Hear you.
The 20,000 emails.
Yes. Well, that's what he said.
Yeah, it was Jeff. It was just
okay.
You can read them all on your phone, but then they don't necessarily come up as read on your computer. So it doesn't actually mean that he hasn't.
Well, I hope you're being inundated with emails, and I'm glad Jeff Leeper is getting a lot of emails because his constituents are like-minded to me. We love our city. We want to hang on to the beauty of our city. And this is just an atrocity, as I said.
Most of Jeff's emails are about fourplexes, I think. So we do have questions for you. One from Councillor Brockington.
Yes. Hello, Riley.
Ms. Asher, thank you. And we've been talking about this in River Ward for 7 years, ever since John Barrett.
Yes, I have been talking to you for 7 years as well.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Personally and on the phone. So I appreciate that.
Let him ask his question.
I just want to say,
yes, go ahead.
Chair, just with a little leeway, please. The Central Park community in River Ward was created when experimental farmlands were divested and we created a brand new neighborhood. We're now talking about the farm coming on the lands. We're talking about Baseline Road Rapid Corridor coming and taking lands. The federal government who owns these lands has been approached by me last term of council about passing federal legislation to enshrine these lands. Similar to what the late Paul Dewar said, Paul Dewar wanted to have the same protections that Gatineau Park has. So it wouldn't be a national park.
Yes.
So the farm, everyone today has referenced historic value. That does not protect, that does not give any protection to the farm. So I have a motion coming forward today. Can you talk about your reaction to federal legislation that would protect these lands going forward? What's your reaction to that?
Well, I think Canada Heritage should be stronger on this. This is all part of our canal, which is heritage. We've been fighting in Old Ottawa South the beautiful homes along the canal that should be all declared heritage and hung on to. Our city has become a construction zone, and I think Heritage Canada and the NCC didn't want to take over that. They're trying to protect our heritage. We all need to work together to keep our city clean and green. Did I answer your question, Riley? I'm sorry. I'm emotional about this.
It's okay. It's understood. I appreciate your delegation today and your passion and your energy, and I thank you. Thanks, Chair.
And I thank you. I mean, yes, let's go to the federal, see what we can do about it federally. I think that's great, and I hope to talk to you and Sean, and if we can get something going on a federal level. Now that we've got a new environment minister, maybe a new heritage minister, I don't know. It's still, this is not a done deal. Everybody is really, really upset, as you guys are hearing. So please stop this. We can do it quick. It doesn't have to be all drawn out in a million papers to read. Let's just get to the root of it and get it right, please.
Okay,
please
thank you.
hang on to our green space. And thank you so much, Riley.
And now Sean wants to talk to you.
Oh, hi, Sean.
Oh, hi, Maggie. Thank you for being here. I just wanted to just acknowledge your presence. I know this is an indication for our committee here how passionate people are about this issue, how important this space is to our community, and the integration of whatever comes here. This, if it's going to be done, has to be done extremely well. And that's been my overarching concern, that we're not doing it as well as we could. And so I appreciate your delegation, because other people are seeing the passion here, how used this is by those communities surrounding this. And that I think it's just your delegation means that, as we move forward, this has to be a consideration for everything we do in every site plan that comes up here, because of how well utilized and how well loved this space is. So just thank you for being here.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you. Yes, let's keep this up. And to all the grateful patients that have called in, the issue is not a lovely hospital building with private rooms. That's a great idea. The issue here is our lovely experimental farm, not the brand new multi-vision for the future hospital. That's great. And private rooms are wonderful. I'm a registered public health nurse, and infection control and all these other things that they've all been talking about. That's not the issue here. The issue here is our green space, and that goes hand in hand with good health. They don't see that they're destroying it. They've got to build a big hospital. Look at Barrhaven. Look at our sprawl. Look at our population issues. We need a big hospital. We don't want to have hallway beds. That's disgusting.
Thank you, Maggie. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean. Okay, take care. Thanks for all your help. Bye. Bye.
I just want to get you. I'm going to give you an email address.
I don't do email. I hate email. But I do. I don't want to do it
Jim Watson
publicly.
if you hate email.
Listen, I can't put it on publicly. I'll give it to you privately.
No. I'm going to give you Jim's email.
Oh, Jim's email. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you wanted my email.
Oh, no. It's okay.
I don't want the whole world to have an email. Yes, go ahead.
Understood. Jim, jim.watson@ottawa.ca.
Thank you so much. Okay. So I'll make sure that he gets that little blurb there. And to all the grateful patients, it's been nice to hear from you guys too.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Okay. Now we move on to Richard Hayter. I know he's in here somewhere because I saw him earlier.
Do I have to log out? Am I on mute now?
I think you can just hang up. Is Richard here?
Hi, yes, good afternoon. And with my barber in the hospital with appendicitis, I'm going to remain off camera. But I wanted to say firstly that I am a very grateful patient alumni of both Civic Hospital and the Heart Institute, both designated as Canada's hospitals. Secondly, I am Director of Community Relations for the Eastern Ontario and Western Quebec Building and Construction Trades Council. My name is Richard Hayter. I would like to thank the chairs and joint committee members for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of our 20 unionized affiliates and they're highly trained and qualified journey persons and apprentices who will follow the leadership of our building trades predecessors in building this hospital to the same 100-year build standard with which they built Fisher's Folly. Thank you to Mr. McCracken, who placed the Civic Hospital in its original rural settings, which did manage, however, to attract a population equal to the Whitehorse, city of Whitehorse mentioned earlier in a presentation, over the last century. Residents who chose and accepted hospital access as motivation for living there rather than living on the Greenbelt. Ottawa is strong and resilient because of its workers and its medical infrastructure. The COVID virus has tested our resilience, found cracks in our systems, and shone lights into all facets of our daily lives, and reminded us all of the value of healthcare. Amidst this confusion is an exciting good news story for every citizen of this region who will eventually need the new civic hospital development for themselves. I am here to tell you that based on a projected cost of $2.8 billion, a huge amount in any language, it is the expenditure needed to build the hospital of our dreams. This project will create approximately 29,000 jobs on the hospital phase alone. Of that number, 15,000 will be direct jobs where the construction workforce is actually doing the work over the 4-year period. 8,000 indirect jobs where jobs are created from the entire supply chain that provide the required materials and products, and 6,000 induced jobs within Ottawa's small and large business community, serving the day-to-day needs of the project, all of whom will benefit from this urgently needed, well-designed structure. At the end of the 4-year construction period, we expect that the economy of Ottawa will have enjoyed an economic boom of $5.4 billion having been injected into its economy. This will result from the multiplier effect of salary dollars in circulation, as well as the recycling of tax dollars collected. Ottawa will then have a modern facility that can handle trauma, be an excellent teaching hospital redesigned to include COVID safety, again, to the benefit of all. This is a bigger benefit for the community than winning the Stanley Cup or the Grey Cup, events that don't attract protests. But yet there are a few citizens who wish to interrupt the dreams of one of the area's strongest teams, the Ottawa Hospital world-class medical team, who are asking, and in fact, the relationship with that group was cemented within our building trades members during the Heron Road Bridge collapse. And they are simply asking to serve the citizens of Ottawa in a modern world-class trauma center. We know that trauma events are rising exponentially in this rapidly growing city. We are worried about losing some of the most capable and most in-demand team players from the Ottawa Hospital roster. We are worried about the health and endurance of our medical staff who have been waiting on a 20-year promise for a new medical facility. But there are also the patients to consider and the workers and their families before we close the chapter on the significance of what we are discussing here today. Healthcare and healthcare facilities are a key contributor to the productivity and growth of a modern society and economy. And within this project is also a bike and vehicle parking facility, which is very complementary requirement to the future construction of the hospital. It is an absolute necessity to future patients and to the daily output of the construction workers. Why? Because there is very little parking availability in that area. Parking also has a direct impact on patient accommodation and well-being. While most tend to think that the patient journey begins once they enter the hospital, it often actually begins with the access of a hospital's parking facility.
Right, Mr. Hayter, you're at time, so if you could please wrap up.
We are prepared to contribute up to $21 million to this parking garage, and that would be $14.75 per day based on 1,500 vehicles. So 440,000 a month over 4 years would give us 21.5 million. And we ask that you please lift the holding provisions and let's get the shovels into the ground. We don't support building at any cost nor loss, but at this point, this hospital must be built. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just of note, can we let Matthew Fleury into the main room? He's stuck in purgatory. Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions for Mr. Hayter? Seeing none, thank you, Richard Hayter, for your time today.
Okay.
Our next speaker has been waiting patiently. I've watched him multiple times. George Lang. Oh, you got to unmute yourself, George.
Yep, you're right. I was on mute.
No problem. We got your
Can you
slides
hear me?
up there, so.
Oh, and the
There you go.
slides, everything's ready to go? Okay, then. Super. I'm a retired project management professional. It's a designation normally referred to as a PMP. I'd like to talk about something that bears directly on the decision you're making today. There's a lot of pressure and enthusiasm to accept the plan and get going, but there are implications of any delay. And it's part of the hospital's role to provide information, but it's important that the general enthusiasm for the project doesn't cloud what is being said. Next slide, please. On the website, newcivicdevelopment.ca, it says, if the project were to move, it would result in a minimum 5-year delay. I'd like to question the assertion that changing sites would result in a minimum 5-year delay. And this questioning is based on the effect of the pandemic, the reuse of work that's done to date, and some simple arithmetic. To start with, the farm site was announced by the mayor on December 2nd, 2016. And if you do the arithmetic, you'll see that it's been less than 5 years. So immediately you can conclude that the statement on the website is somewhat questionable. Moving a project forward while the client is engrossed elsewhere is a PM's nightmare. Everything slows down. You can't get decisions from the client. Your subject matter experts who you need badly to discuss client requirements and ideas just aren't available. So during the last year and a half of the pandemic, this would have been the situation, and things would take much longer than normal. If the project had to go through replanning for another site, the pandemic would be much less of a distraction, just because we're all better at dealing with it. So things should move faster than the almost 5 years that they've taken so far. So did the project actually move slower than expected? An article in the Citizen in December 2016 showed that the first 2 stages would be done in 18 months. Next slide, please. This is a slide from a hospital presentation to the campus engagement group. It's from March this year. It says in small writing, stage 2 was submitted on March the 4th of this year. So stage 1 and 2 were expected to take 18 months. They actually took 50 months. So something, maybe the pandemic, slowed them down. And now that we as a city have learned better how to live with the COVID, it will slow them down, not nearly as much if they were to replan. In regard to the deliverables from stage 1 and 2, would all that work have to be redone from scratch? Next slide. It's from a hospital in Hamilton. All hospitals in Ontario have to use the same process. So the stage 1 highlights, which we've been through, are gathering stakeholders together and creating a vision, projecting community needs, actually like the population in 20 years, the model of care services and facilities, like will there be a neonatal unit or will that be in another hospital? And it includes a multi-year infrastructure plan. Stage 2 highlights are the scope of the project in terms of programs and services, space requirements like floor space, major equipment, required departmental adjacencies, new word for me, where the departments are physically located in relationship to each other, and staffing impact. As you can see, these items are almost all things that would not change if another site was used. Only thing from the slides that we've talked about that would change from above is the infrastructure plan. I'm sure there's some initial physical design work that's not actually mentioned in these slides, but it's minor compared to the other work. So these stage 1 and 2 plans and documents would need to be revisited, but mainly it's crossing the T's and dotting the I's. The next slide. Stage 2 completed in March. Stage 3 is now in progress. During this third stage, designs are developed which are more specific to the property layout. This design work would have to change quite a bit if a new site were chosen. But on the other hand, there would still be a percentage of this work from March onward that would be applied or applicable to another site. I think there's a need for healthy skepticism. You're hearing that it would take a 5-year delay if we switch to another site. But if a new site was location, yeah, there'd be some delay, but it would be very small in comparison to the 5-year delay that's been bandied about. Again, healthy skepticism. You've been told it's a done deal, that there's no way the hospital can go anywhere but at the farm. I think you, the planning committees, can say no. You can preserve the farm and trees for future generations. It's not a done deal unless you say so. One other thing I'd like to point out that to the planning committee members is that there's over 5,500 people have signed a petition into requesting an investigation in the switch from Chinese to the farm. Just that's an FYI.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Lang. We have a question for you from Councillor McKinney.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Lang, for your presentation. Just because today we actually aren't making a decision on the site that I think, as Brockington pointed out, that was done previous, and it was certainly at the very least the former Member of Parliament for Ottawa Centre who was involved in moving the site from its first spot to a second to a third, and I worry because every time it gets moved, it ends up worse than the last one. But let me ask you this, because the decision we have to make today is on site plan. That the vote I have to take at the end of this meeting is on site plan. So in your assessment, did you look at what would be the delay if we said no today to the site plan that's in front of us? So we don't need a whole new infrastructure design. We don't need, many of the aspects that came in stage 1 and then in stage 2 would not need to be repeated. Any assessment, on what that would mean in terms of a delay just on site plan, not on moving the hospital? I think that's a bit of a red herring that maybe is being thrown out here because we don't have that. We're not able to say no to the site.
Well, the word was that stage 1 should take 12 months. Even if you have them go back to the drawing board, they would not have to revisit the information from stage 1 in general. Stage 2, which is more filling out of the requirements, again, the majority of that would not need to be looked at. It's just the stuff on stage 3 that you're seeing in the plan there today. And they've been working on that for 6 months. That's not exactly correct because people, of course, start working on these things before the third stage actually starts. They start work on it beforehand. But, you could go mainly back to the drawing board and get a pretty darn new design, and that would be just 6 months if you just kept it at the same spot.
Okay. No, I appreciate that. I appreciate your insight into that. So thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Mr. Lang. Our next speaker is Marianne McDonald, and then Marianne will be followed by John Walmsley. Not sure if John's here, but John Walmsley is next, and then Paul Johannes, and then David Fleming. So Marianne, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I want to acknowledge I am speaking to you from the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin people. My name is Marianne McDonald, and I live in Bay Ward. I moved to Ottawa 8 years ago. At that time, there were debates about the new hospital proposed for land across from the Civic. I had some awareness of the experimental farm, and I'll admit, was in the group saying, oh no, surely Ottawa can find a better location. And then suddenly after the federal election, that part of the farm was a no-go. So the challenge was given to the experts to find a new location. The experts recommended Tunney's pasture, but that decision was overturned. And here we are with the third choice, to cut down 600 or so trees to put up a large parking lot along with the hospital. I'm not an expert, so my question to the planning committee is, what would it take to return to an earlier recommendation? Why should we worry about close to 600 trees? Mature trees stabilize the ground. They hold water and mitigate flooding. Mature trees are the home to a multitude of species, from the organisms that enrich the soil to a home and food supply for birds and animals. They provide much needed shade, lowering the surrounding temperature by as much as 10 degrees. Mature trees have huge benefits through their entire life cycle, not just when they are full growth mode, but even as they decline. For without declining trees, where would woodpeckers and owls nest? But most importantly, trees give us oxygen and remove carbon dioxide from our atmosphere, naturally reducing human impact on climate change. I'm sure you have seen the stories, especially during the pandemic, about the benefits of being in nature. Physicians are now prescribing time in nature as a healing practice. Being around trees is good for both our mental and physical health. You know it is true. Trees are life-giving. Humanity has recently been warned by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change that we are in code red. It's time for all of us to move at breakneck speed to mitigate the effects of this impending climate disaster. One of the important mitigation steps is to salvage as many trees as possible. Today's decision will have an impact on the climate. Today, it is 600 trees. In the past, it was all the trees that had to be axed to make way for the LRT. How many trees will be sacrificed by another decision tomorrow? This is death of our urban forest by 1,000 not so tiny cuts. According to Tree Canada, urban forests have a substantial monetary benefit to the municipalities. Many cities are recognizing that urban forests will play an important role in their competitiveness to attract business and industry. Tree Canada also states that one large tree can provide a day's oxygen for up to 4 people and can lift up to 100 gallons of water out of the ground and discharge it into the air in one day, reducing the effects of flooding. My plea to you is leave them standing. They have been doing their work unnoticed. It's time their true value be recognized and the much needed hospital be located elsewhere. In April of 2019, the City of Ottawa declared a climate emergency. Asked at the time whether the city would commit to an even more aggressive strategy, the mayor said, we're going to have to spend more. It has to compete with every other interest. Code Red doesn't give us time to consider competing interests. Code Red means our house is burning. And if we act appropriately and quickly, we can mitigate the damage and give nature time to rebuild. Because trust me, you and I are not capable of rebuilding nature. We can only facilitate the process by leaving space for it to happen. In the words of young Greta Thunberg, blah, blah, blah of past declarations need to be turned into bold action. I am hopeful you will make the right decision and not lift the holding provision and have another look at an alternative site option, not just for us mere humans, but for all the other amazing species that have made Ottawa their home, especially the trees. You are their last line of defense. I will leave you with a quote from the Dr. Seuss book, Trees, about trees, called The Lorax, a book loved by my grandchildren. Unless someone like you cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. It's not. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mrs. McDonald. Any questions for our delegation? Seeing none, thank you for taking the time today. And thank you for your patience too. All right, our next speaker. So did we confirm if John Walmsley is here? Because he's the next one on my list. Yeah, so your audio is still not working that well, Eric. I got nothing from you, Eric. Nothing. So if you want to continue to talk to me via that Microsoft Teams app. That might be the best option, because nobody else wants to hear what sounds like someone trying to connect to a dial-up internet.
Mr. Chair, I believe we do not have Mr. Walmsley on the line at this
Yes,
point.
I just got the message from Eric. He is not here. Thank you so much, Caitlin. Okay, so we will move on to Paul Johannes. Hello, Paul. Good to see you again.
Yes, hello. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for having me speak with you this afternoon. I'm here on behalf of the Green Space Alliance of Canada's Capital as Chair. We became involved with this issue of the farm way back in 2014 when the site was first identified as being on field number 1 across the street from the current Civic. And so I've been working on this file for the last 7 years, basically. So this is, I guess, the culmination of that long period of time. So we were sort of, in the front lines of the location battle. And in the end, I think we can say it ended up in a tie, really. The hospital got a site a little bit down the way, not the one they wanted. We ended up, we believe, protecting the farm, because if the field number 1, a research field, could be seen as available for development, we think that would have compromised certainly the future of the farm in terms of opportunities for development. But that decision having been made, we decided, well, now what we want is to make sure that we get the best possible outcome from the site that's been located, from the site that's been selected. And it's an exceptional site. And so we would like to see exceptional results from location on this site. From a Green Space Alliance perspective, of course, our concern is the loss of trees and green space from that construction exercise, and also from the massing of the structures eventually. So we'll address some specific issues on that. I'd like to acknowledge, though, that in the design, in the site plan, we're very happy to see that the arc of trees all along that escarpment, mature trees along that, is a feature that will be retained. And as a conscious, it didn't have to be. We're glad to see that that's being retained. And I'd like to commend the project team for including that as a feature that will continue to provide beauty and the services that it provides to the residents. And we're also confident that in time, I've seen the latest updates to the tree conservation report, and that in time, canopy, over a 40-year period, will likely be restored on the site where it can be, and I guess that's the issue, is where it can be, because a lot of the surface is being taken over by structures that will make it impossible to put trees in those places. And so there's three main concerns, I guess, we have. First off is there's still a lot of surface parking in the site plan that we're looking at right now. It's a shame that we can have a 2,400 car parking facility on location and yet still have surface parking everywhere. And surface parking, of course, will make it impossible to restore trees in those areas. So we were happy to see a motion, I guess, earlier that will be looked at, or that there's a direction that will be given to ensure that surface parking is minimized, and that, I guess, at every stage, at every phase of the site plan approvals, this will be re-examined. I think the speaker earlier on who commented on the inaccuracies in the tree conservation report, I don't think that's unusual. I think this is a very big inventory of trees to be done, and it's good that it be reviewed every time there's a new phase of the program going forward to ensure that it's correct and that we are minimizing tree loss, certainly in regard to surface parking. If we can reduce or eliminate surface parking, that would be even better. But then, really the largest loss of green space and potential is the above ground garage. It's a huge structure. It's a feature that really puts the hugest constraints on quality green space on the site. The only real way around it is what we've heard, putting it underground, which has always been in contention as a solution, but which in the end was found to be either, people say site constraints, but really site constraints, it translates to budget constraints. And we've heard other speakers saying tonight, it's just too expensive. But really, this is the single most disruptive thing in terms of the enjoyment, the look of the place, the ability to maintain green space, to maintain a green and pastoral look to that site. I think a lot of us were kind of taken when the original concept plan came out, where you looked out and it looked like a green hill with some shining white pavilions, elliptical, standing there, and you could see through them and you can walk between them and get to the back, and it was open. What's really stopping us from having that vision is really having that parking garage plunked there above ground.
All right, Paul,
so,
you're at time, so just ask that you wrap up
already?
if you could.
Okay.
Yeah, no worries.
Sorry.
So well, you can wrap up if you want.
I'll wrap up. So basically, if we can get that parking garage looked at from the point of view of costs, we've written to the NCC. Hopefully it'll be on the public meeting on October 4th, a question about what the NCC will do. I'm sure there's been negotiations, discussions between levels of government about this, but this is our last chance to see whether we could get that garage done underground so as to maintain as much of that green space as we can on the site.
All right, thanks. I would argue, I would just maybe devil's advocate a little bit. It's more than just costs on a parking garage, right? The considerations, the impacts on the neighboring community from an extraction perspective, a trucking perspective, hauling that fill out of there, whatever that is under there, the requirement to, you need a permit to take water so you can pump it out. What impact does that have on Dallas Lake? There's a lot more on an underground parking garage in that location than just dollars. Question from Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Jared. Thanks, Mr. Johannes, for your presentation. You copied me on a letter you sent Joel Harden on September 1st. Do you give me permission today just to read an excerpt from that letter?
Certainly.
Okay, thank you. First of all, the Green Space Alliance supports this location. I think that was in your letter, and I've heard that today. In your letter, you say the Sir John Carling site is a brownfield site. The parcels were temporary building 5, which is Queen Juliana Park, and temporary building 8, which is the NTC parking lot, were never part of the farm. The latter was an infill prior to the war. The Sir John Carling building was on part of the farm, but not research fields. It was in the administrative precinct of the farm of the headquarters of Ag Canada. So can you just elaborate on this? Confirm we've never grown anything here. This is not for research. This is not for agriculture. It really has been the admin corner of the farm.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, as far back, I was looking at 1890 maps a bit earlier today, actually, but as far as I can tell, the parcels fronting Carling and Preston were never part of the farm. The farm started basically, the boundary, sort of that northwest boundary, was the escarpment, basically. And the flat section where the Sir John Carling building was, has, for at least from the time of the Sir John Carling building, been part of the administrative headquarters or administrative quadrant of the farm. The structures, the other heritage structures that are there as well were basically part of that administrative section of the farm. So in a sense, that's why, this is our second choice. We would much prefer it be somewhere else, but we don't really have much confidence that it can be elsewhere at this point. And worst case would be for a decision to be made to slide back and to have it built on the actual farm. So to us, that was part of the reason we were willing to go with this choice and to work in good faith to try and make it work, make it happen. I don't know if you know, I then spent the next 3 years as community chair of the campus engagement group, working towards ensuring that we can get the best possible outcome from this site.
Thanks very much. Thank you for your service to date and then for today at your delegation. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you. Now you have two more. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thank you, Paul, for all your work on the community engagement group and your efforts on this file for many years. I want to key in on a couple points around parking and the LRT. Previously, as you know, there was a commitment by the hospital that the parking garage would be buried. And we are now hearing several aspects of it, as the chair pointed out, and the cost is one of those aspects. But also in the plan, in the report that's in front of us today, it refers to other parking on the site, the above ground parking on the site, the other 700 spots that are anticipated above ground, really in an inefficient manner, but they're up there. And they're saying in the report, we also see the original specifications in the new hospital area designation. And it says provision of parking on site, including underground. It says it in the report, including underground. So I'm skeptical, though. It's difficult to trust it because we said we were going to do that with the original parking structure underground, but now we're saying, oh, maybe the other ones, we can put them underground. Would the conditions not be the same with those ones? What is your view of how we get more of that parking underground, essentially, at the site?
I'm not an engineer, and it's very difficult to respond in terms of feasibility. All I know is that there's a couple of 40-floor buildings being built across the street from this site, and it seems possible to excavate pretty deep in those areas and to manage in some kind of way whatever infiltration or other water problems are there.
It's a question of will, I guess, at this point with funding and obviously given the same soil rock conditions right next door, there is underground parking going in, as you point out. So it is a question of our will to say this is a big part of this site, bury that parking. Paul, you also have commented previously about the LRT and the transit integration. I did want to hear your thoughts about where the transit station is now, slated to be located, and the proximity to the entrance, and the other conditions that obviously Ottawa has for distinct seasons. What your thoughts are on that?
And this like, the CEG no longer existed, dissolved, it dissolved right after the site plan came out, so that individual members could then represent their interests in their communities in this process, in this city process. But I can say that that's a very large concern, because it's just the kind of thing where it's so close and yet it's so far. You're going to bring the LRT, you're on an LRT line, great, that's fantastic, and that's what should happen. But the access from the current station to the hospital is very difficult. It's long, right? You've got Carling that you have to cross in whichever way, underground, above ground. And yet, it's not even, we haven't built that Trillium line out yet. We haven't built the extension of it. We haven't widened it yet to 2. There ought to be in the plan something that brings that station much, much, much closer to the hospital. So why wouldn't the closest thing to the LRT station be the hospital, and then Carling and other things a little bit further away? So, I think there's an issue here in a way. It's almost like we're wed to half measures. It's like penny wise but pound foolish. I mean, here's a huge investment. Why would we leave the last 500 meters unaddressed? So
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Thank you for those comments. That's helpful. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you so much. Now we move to Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Chair. Paul, I'll echo Riley's thanks to you for the long work that you've done on this file. Obviously, you and your colleagues have thought this through very carefully, and you're taking a very thoughtful and pragmatic approach to it. I did have a question for you, or ask you to react to the applicant's assertion of the replacement of the green space that is currently at Queen Juliana Park with a green roof, with vegetation on the sloped sides of a building as a compelling replacement for the green space that will be lost. Do you consider that is a reasonable replacement for the loss of the green space that is at grade currently?
We addressed that in our written submission. We have a written submission as well. I mean, so we call it interesting. It's interesting, but I'll explain. You know, like in general, we're all for green roofs, right? I mean, in general, in terms of city building and in neighborhoods and on streets and so on, green roofs are great. We love them, and so why not green roofs here? I think that it actually works, but a 6-acre green roof that's supposed to be a park, we're not sure that's going to work. You know, I'm a soccer player. If the ball goes out of bounds here, it's going to go far. You know, like it's going to go down pretty far, and it's going to be pretty windy up there. I'm thinking because that northwest wind really whips up there. So I'm really not sure that's going to work, to tell you the truth, as a programmable, active green space. And in winter, it's going to be, you know, of course, a winter park is a wasteland everywhere in a way, but up there, up a ramp, I'm not sure that's really a practicable solution. I mean, that's why when I'm saying the only way to retain really the bulk of the green space that we have there is to rethink that garage.
What is the potential for trees up there? Like, you know, large trees that contribute to greenhouse gas reduction and that contribute to all the services, as an earlier resident put it, that trees provide to Ottawa residents?
It would seem to me it would be somewhat limited. I know, I mean, just because how deep can you make that roof? You know, like I don't think the plan is to have 10 meters of soil on top of it. So I would think just because of root depth and plantable areas, it would be somewhat limited. I would think.
So relatively bare. I presume one could get grass to grow up there, you know, low growing perennials and such. But the notion that you would ever have the potential to put large trees that would grow to a significant canopy size seems limited.
Well, to me, it would not. I could see a lot of little trees, sort of like what we see in many of the slides and illustrations of what's up there. But I don't see large canopy trees, large caliber trees really proliferating up there.
Yep. Okay, Paul. Thank you very much. Thanks, sir.
If I could just take, because I still have, Jeff, if I just comment, I would just like to say that I heard earlier on Councillor Brockington's motion regarding seeking federal protection for the farm on a permanent basis and how strongly we would support that. This whole exercise, this whole 7 years of work, if the only thing that came from it was that guarantee that the rest of the farm can be protected going forward, that would be a fantastic outcome.
Thank you. I will say that question you just asked, or Councillor Leeper just asked you, I actually asked that question. We were on site. I think some of you might have been there. The site currently, from my understanding, is about 6 to 7 feet of soil on top of the bedrock as it stands right now. The intent would be on top of the garage to put 6 to 7 feet of soil on top of the garage. So the depth of soil would be the same post-construction as it is pre-construction. So hopefully that bears fruit. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate you being here today.
thank you for the opportunity.
Jeff liked my little pun there. I'm turning into Serge Arpin here with my puns. So our next speaker, we have a couple drop off. So we have our next speaker is Laura Shantz. And then I do have Guy Freeman on the list, but I don't remember seeing his name anywhere. So he might not be here. But
Chair,
Laura Shantz.
Chair, sorry to interrupt, but I do see David Fleming here.
Yeah, no,
from
sorry.
Heritage Ottawa.
Yeah, sorry. David Fleming and then Laura Shantz. But yeah, David Fleming, go ahead, David. You just got to unmute yourself and you're good to go. You're still muted, David. There you go.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this application. Heritage Ottawa has been an active participant in this process for over 7 years. I refer you to document 2, page 18 of the Heritage Considerations Report for our detailed August 10th, 2021 comments on the plan and the Cultural Heritage Impact Statement. I shall not reiterate our recommendations at this time, except to congratulate city planning staff, heritage planning staff, for their input into both documents, especially the comprehensive Cultural Heritage Impact Statement. Heritage Ottawa is pleased to have been a member of the Community Engagement Group of the Ottawa Hospital since the current location was selected in December of 2016. A major challenge for the group has been how to integrate the new hospital into the surrounding community and how to best mitigate the impact of the new hospital on the rest of the Central Experimental Farm National Historic Site of Canada, while not diminishing the scientific research capacity of the farm. Its proximity to the Rideau Canal World Heritage Site and the Dominion Observatory Complex are subject of further mitigation. Much has happened since the site was selected. Many of the original assurances given in respect to parking, gateway access, and the siting of the adjacent LRT station have been modified. We suspect that there will be many more modifications as the project progresses. If this application is approved, it is imperative that the mitigation measures as they affect the farm and the Rideau Canal World Heritage Site noted in the CHIS be implemented as proposed. If not, any changes should be brought back for consideration by Planning Committee and the Built Heritage Subcommittee. Finally, we are pleased to support Councillor Brockington's motion to protect the Central Experimental Farm from further intrusions. Indeed, Heritage Ottawa has been working hard for many years to convince the federal government to provide legislation to protect our national historic sites. We look forward to our continuing involvement in this process. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming. We have a question from the chair of Built Heritage Subcommittee for you.
Thank you. I had just a quick question for David. We heard from other delegations that there should be additional protections for the observatory. I know that in your submission, you provided some recommendations around the observatory. I was wondering if you could just elaborate on some of those recommendations.
Well, I think what we have to be careful of is looking at the structures themselves. And I think it's been raised, the Maple Lane access to the hospital, to the new hospital, provides some problems, potential problems to the buildings. And I think if we're going to go back to use the Dominion Observatory as an observatory, the lighting, the intrusion of the hospital and the noise is going to make a big difference. I think one of the things that one of the proposals we supported was to look at the utilities built part of the hospital to be lowered into the ground a bit more to try to protect that particular site. But I think that's an important site. And I think it's important that we are we are connected to a National Historic Site of Canada. And I think we have to recognize the standards and guidelines for new construction that takes place adjacent to them.
Well, I appreciate those comments. We had just entertained surrounding the observatory, concerns around sightlines, et cetera. So I really do appreciate those inputs that you provided in your written submission on behalf of Heritage Ottawa. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Fleming.
Thank you.
All right. So now we'll go to Laura Shantz. And then again, so Guy Freeman's not here. So our next speakers after Laura Shantz are William Van Geest, Neil Saravanamuto, and Dr. Meisner. All right, go ahead, Laura.
Okay, thank you. You can hear me okay?
I can hear you, yes.
Excellent. So hi, my name is Laura Shantz, and I'm here on behalf of Ottawa Transit Riders today to talk about the Civic Hospital site. For context, OTR believes that we need transit to be a first choice, not a last choice when it comes to getting around. We also recognize that for many riders, transit is their only choice due to age, health, ability, their financial means, or other considerations. And let's also keep in mind that people are going to the hospital not just as being patients, there are also employees, visitors, and volunteers who need to travel to and from hospitals. Hospitals are for everyone. We all pay for them, and all of us may need to use them at one time or another. Everyone needs equitable access. Equal access means giving everyone the same access to the property. Equitable access means ensuring that everyone has the same access through allocating resources to those who need a helping hand. In the site design, I am asking why drivers of private cars are prioritized above transit users. Hospitals are for everyone, but it's important to note that some people with disabilities will need hospital services more often than others. Many of these individuals, particularly those with mobility and vision impairments, and including those on social assistance as well as seniors, are often transit dependent. So for them, equity would mean priority access to the hospital. I see no plans for a paratransport stop, and I see in the materials provided that there's no plans for transit on the site. Have you consulted with people who use paratranspo as to where they would like their stop, where they would like to get on and off their bus? Also, let's not overlook the fact that many para users will use regular bus or train service due to the frequency and convenience. This can be especially important when visiting a destination like a hospital, where there can be long waits for appointments and emergency care, and where booking a return trip in 24 hours in advance could leave the rider without a way home or with a very long wait. We know that one of the benefits of the LRT is its accessibility, but the benefits are lost if the last mile between the transit stop and your destination is difficult. As it stands, westbound bus users and LRT users would have to traverse a dangerous road and navigate past large parking lots to get to the hospital. This, simply put, is not equity, especially for those who need a cane, walker, wheelchair, or crutches, and especially considering sidewalks are not always properly cleared or in good repair. I've been reading up on the city's new official plan. The new OP is trying to advance equity in many ways and notes that the city notes the need for more people to take transit and to prioritize transit users and their needs over cars. Section 4.1.4.2, the city shall manage the supply of parking to minimize and to gradually reduce the total land area in the city consumed to provide surface parking. Minimum parking requirements may be reduced or eliminated, and maximum parking limits may be introduced in all the following locations: hubs and corridors, within 600-meter radius or 800 meters walking distance, whichever is greatest, to existing or planned rapid transit stations like the LRT and the transit corridor on Carling. And of course, within 300-meter radius or 400-meter walking distance, whichever is greatest, to existing planned street transit stops along priority corridors or frequent street transit routes. What your new official plan is telling me, the one that will be enforced long before this hospital is completed, is that we need to put equity at the forefront. We need to prioritize those who are often marginalized in our discussions of transportation and who are made vulnerable by the decisions that make their safety a lower priority than traffic flow. I hope you will make a plan that considers the needs of everyone, but particularly those who don't see equity in a site plan filled with parking and where transit users are treated second class. Thank you.
Thank you. And I apologize. I keep on saying Shantz, but Shantz. I should get that right. I see you at committee enough. I should know by now. Councillor McKenney has a question for you.
Thanks, Chair. No, it's more of a comment, really. Thank you, Laura, for coming out. I always appreciate seeing you here at committees, reminding us that there are equity-seeking groups and people who need a voice at these committees that, you know, because they're not always able to provide it for themselves. And also, you are so correct. Transit does come second in this plan. Of course, a lot of people will need to drive to a hospital, a lot of service vehicles, a lot of, you know, ambulance care, all sorts of reasons why we need parking. Could argue whether we need as much as we have, but there's all sorts of reasons why we need parking. But this plan does, and we are talking about site plan today, this plan does put transit users second to everyone else. It does not provide access right up to the door, and it certainly does not link the LRT in any meaningful way to the hospital. So I I just wanted to say thank you. I really do appreciate your perspective and bringing that to us today. Thanks, Chair.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Laura. I appreciate you taking the time today. Our next speaker is William Van Geest, and he is here.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to address you this afternoon. I'm addressing you on behalf of Bike Ottawa. Bike Ottawa believes this new campus for the Civic Hospital presents an opportunity to develop a model for mobility at an urban hospital. However, the current plans, we believe, do not realize its potential. We have several concerns with these plans. First, we're disappointed by the plan's lack of ambition surrounding modal shares. The plans assume, and are therefore designed for, 65% of people accessing the hospital by private automobile. Yet the new campus is highly connected to existing sustainable transportation networks. As far as biking is concerned, the campus is connected to routes along the Rideau Canal, the Experimental Farm, Prince of Wales Drive, and the Trillium Pathway. The modal shares for biking are 2% by 2028, or in a worst case scenario, 1%. These plans fall dismally short of the City of Ottawa's own modal share targets, as outlined in its Transportation Master Plan, which calls for 5% of all trips to be taken by bike by 2031. That is, these plans assume a modal share of as low as a fifth of what the city's own documents call for. One problem with these plans is that they proceed from faulty assumptions. They assume a modal share of 0% for biking at the existing Civic campus. However, if you visited that campus today and observed, say, take a look at the bike racks, you would see that scores of people bike the campus, and this is October. Those designing the new campus clearly have not done their homework in this regard. One of the most serious problems with the plans for the new Civic is that they prioritize convenience for private vehicle drivers, as other delegations have pointed out. Other modes of transportation, like transit, walking, and biking, are an afterthought. This is immediately obvious in the campus's layout. The best location has been surrendered to a car parking garage, and all other modes of transportation must travel around or over it to access the hospital. Moreover, the plans call for 700 surface lot car parking spaces. It is unconscionable that in the 21st century, during a climate emergency, we are still building surface car parking in an urban setting, and especially to this extent. The infrastructure proposed does not adequately promote using bicycles to get to the campus. We should know that many accessing this campus will be able to do so by bike, whether employees, visitors, or people with appointments and simple procedures. Allow me to make several specific points about bike infrastructure. First of all, bicycles are for many accessibility devices. If the campus will truly be accessible, all buildings, and certainly the main building, must be accessible by bike, with sheltered parking at all entrances. Bike Ottawa opposes the removal of the Trillium Pathway south of Carling. This is an integral part of a north-south regional biking network and offers a low-stress, all-ages route for people biking. if the Ottawa Hospital insists upon replacing this path with its proposed 2,500 space car parking garage, its replacement must be superior to what was removed, wider and well set back from automobile traffic. We're encouraged that the plans call for protected intersections, and we urge that the city ensure these intersections meet the multimodal level of service for people on bikes and people who walk. In particular, the intersections of Carling at Preston, Sherwood, and Champaign, and at Preston and Prince of Wales. Given the increase in traffic the hospital will induce, we also urge an upgrade of bike facilities on both sides of Prince of Wales from Preston to the Experimental Farm driveway up to raised cycle tracks. In closing, the current plans for the Civic Campus prioritize travel by car above all other modes. Yet car travel is the most inefficient and unsustainable mode we employ. For the hospital to function at a basic level, we must make it safer and easier to travel by efficient, sustainable modes. Doing this will benefit everyone, including those who travel to the campus by car. Moreover, car travel is the most expensive. Prioritizing other modes is therefore also an issue of equity, as the previous delegation pointed out. Finally, travel by active transportation is significantly healthier. Of all organizations, a healthcare facility should promote these modes. We urge you to take advantage of this opportunity to make the new Civic Hospital a model for urban hospitals. Bike Ottawa would be pleased to work with you in doing so. On behalf of Bike Ottawa, thank you for your consideration of our comments.
Thank you, William. Question from Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. And forgive me, Chair, if you give me a bit of latitude here, I've asked Derek to display a screenshot. And William, I apologize. This is something I probably should have chatted with you a bit about before your presentation. This is a heat map of activity by cycle in the vicinity of the hospital. William, can you just describe the effect of putting the hospital on this parcel from a regional network perspective?
Yeah, sure. I mean, so one of the main concerns that we have is that Trillium pathway, and that's just as I mentioned in my delegation, the a fantastic north-south corridor for people on bikes. Fantastic in particular because it's segregated. So, in a lot of multi-use pathways across the city, you're combining pedestrian and people on bike traffic, as well as, of course, all other modes. And, we've heard numerous times just about the conflicts and the, lack of safety that people feel. But understandably, the Trillium mode is separated in those regards. And so that's a fantastic corridor that's, as I mentioned, being lopped off with the parking structure. Of course, you've got Prince of Wales that's sort of skirting the western side of Dow's Lake, and that's highly used by people on bikes. Preston is also well used. The infrastructure there isn't as great as we would like. As I mentioned, Prince of Wales, we prefer an upgrade to raise cycle tracks there. So, those are just some of the main paths used by people on bikes here. It's really a sort of central area for the City of Ottawa bike network. I hope that answers your question.
It does. I'm taking a look at where people are coming from. So the whiter hot, I think most people can sort of intuitively understand this map. There's really white hot lines of cycling traffic, and then as they get darker and cooler, there is less cycling traffic. You'll see around the north side of Dow's Lake, people are coming from the Glebe. They're coming from Ottawa South. They're coming down Dow's Lake onto Prince of Wales, and then from Prince of Wales to Carling Avenue is an extremely heavily trafficked route that is segregated from everything else. that takes you through to the Trillium Path. And the Trillium Path takes you through to the river. It takes you through to our Albert Scott cycling infrastructure. It's one of the most heavily used cycling infrastructures in our city. By putting the hospital parking garage and the hospital here, we're cutting that off. And I guess the alternative is going to be to put some kind of cycle track bi-directional on Preston, cycle track bi-directional on Carling. You talked about what that alternative should be if it's going to be a true replacement, but I wasn't quite sure I got you entirely there.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the opportunity to clarify that. We didn't have time to go into the nitty gritty. Certainly, again, if that bottom portion of the Trillium pathway is going to be lopped off like that, we would want the proposed workaround there that goes, across Carling to Preston down to Prince of Wales. We would want that to be much wider than the current standard, which is far too low. Between 4 and 5 meters, I think, of width would be a pretty good way to go. Certainly raised, certainly protected from car traffic. That's, anyone who's been in that area of Carling and Preston as well knows the traffic is fast and dangerous. For some reason, people aren't looking in that area. So any protection that can be afforded there to people on bikes, and of course that extends to people who are walking as well, because they're just the next lane of traffic over. Any protection is welcome. I should also say that one of the reasons for width here isn't just safety and making it more comfortable for people of all ages, but the traffic volumes that this will induce, the hospital will induce. These are already highly used bike networks. And so, in order to accommodate the increase of not only the development, but Carling Village, we really need to do this bike infrastructure properly. And that means wide, segregated, protected.
Yep, fantastic. And then I have a motion to ask staff to work on bringing cycles right to the front door through the internal road network. Can you speak to the importance of accomplishing that?
Yeah, thanks very much for bringing that up. Just to clarify, you mean to the main hospital building? Yeah.
The main entrance door.
Yeah, that's a really important thing. As I mentioned, I probably went over this a little too quickly. For a lot of people, bikes are accessibility devices. For example, a friend of mine just bummed out his knee a couple of weeks ago, and for the next month is getting around by bike, And again, this is a healthcare facility, right? People are in difficulty. They will, have various types of disability. It's super important that they be able to get right to the entrance. And, from there, they can be taken care of. And that goes for all the buildings on the campus, right? Of course, the main hospital building will be the most used. So yeah, that's absolutely something that we want to push for is accessibility by bike to that front entrance.
Fantastic, thank you. That's all. Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, William.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, William.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Neil Saravanamuto. Now, I might be getting that last name wrong.
Oh, you did a fantastic job.
It's amazing. So I looked it up, and apparently, according to a map I looked up, there's only 11 Saravanamutos in the world, and they're all in Canada. I find that hard to believe.
Well, it's the spelling. A lot of people spell it with a U instead of double O, but that's a whole other issue.
It is. Right. Sorry.
Anyways, thank you, Chair. My name is Neil Saravanamutu. I'm a community organizer in the active transportation space, and I'm actually the former chief economist for the G20's work on infrastructure. Overall, I'm in the get it done camp. We need to get a new site up and running as quickly as possible. This is an exceptionally important development for the city, perhaps the most important development that we'll see in our lifetimes, and we have to get it right. In terms of getting it right, I have 2 suggestions that I'd like to bring forward today. One about parking and one about cycling. So in terms of parking, the community is upset with this idea of a 4-story garage at Dow's Lake and wants this buried underground. But the proponents are saying there's a cost issue and there's also geological concerns that we need to take into account. So I'd like to propose a suggestion, and that's, could we fully bury the garage above ground? So this is already almost the case with the project design as I can see it from the schematics. So we have a green roof, and on the Preston Street side, we have an embankment that is essentially a green wall that covers the garage. On the Prince of Wales side, we have another green embankment, but it only covers about half of the garage. So half of the garage is covered, and then half of it is an exposed parking garage. Now, on the north side of the parking garage and on the west side, those from the schematics and from what we can see appear to be fully exposed as a parking garage. Now, I do believe that exposing the parking garage would be a scar on this project. And I believe that we can bury the garage above ground by, on Prince of Wales, extending the height of that embankment, and then finding a solution on both the north and the west sides to cover that garage with either another set of embankments or some sort of green wall. I'm not a horticulturalist, but I imagine there's all sorts of creative solutions that we could look at to hide that garage. Now, turning to cycling, there has been some initial details provided on the cycling facilities, mostly around the campus as opposed to on the campus. And so we're looking forward to a full active transportation plan come forward when that's available. Now, the project proponents have been able to share with the biking community some of their initial thoughts, and so we're very grateful for that. And I have to say that the cycling facilities that are being proposed look very promising. So these include secure bike parking, showers and lockers near the bike room, dedicated bike lanes both around the campus but also on the campus, and excellent connectivity to the other city bike routes, as pointed out by Councillor Leeper. Now, a respected local planner by the name of Matt Pinder, many of you will know, recently published an article entitled "How to Build a Bike-Friendly Hospital." And if you Google that, you'll find it quite easily, How to Build a Bike-Friendly Hospital. And what's interesting is that the civic proposal would score very well against the criteria that are outlined in that article. And in fact, I believe that with a little more deliberation, the civic could likely claim the title of being the most bike-friendly hospital campus in North America. Now, there are members of the cycling community who would be happy to discuss exactly how the civic could become the most bike-friendly hospital campus in North America. I've extended that offer to the project proponents and hope that as a community, we can collectively move forward on this objective once the larger parameters of the site design have been agreed. So in closing, if I can just reiterate my two suggestions. Number one, fully bury the parking garage above ground. And number two, work with the community to design the civic to be the most bike-friendly hospital campus in North America. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I know there's I imagine we'll have some discussion when the applicant comes forward about the bike parking and the access through the site. But you have a question here from Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Neil, for your presentation. The pieces that are in that article, how to build a bike-friendly hospital, certainly very relevant to what we're talking about here. I think there's a few areas where we're hoping to see improvement. When the hospital was first designed, or the master site plan we see in front of us, there is no direct connection to the main entrance for bike facilities. It doesn't exist. There's no separation of bike facilities. So that's why, Councillor Leeper and I and Councillor McKenney, Councillor Brockington worked on the motion you see in front of you today. But the original design did not have that, and we're not sure if it's going to come about at this point. So appreciate that. The direct access, though, is a need. The other part in that article is around the great parking. One thing we raised with staff is around having parking spots that can be convertible within the parking facility to bike parking and other shared vehicles. So I just wonder, in terms of car share and electric car share, that sort of thing within the parking garage. I just wonder your view on those two pieces, because I think you're right. The complete bicycle network here in this area is fantastic. We are cutting off the Trillium pathway, and it has to reconnect in other places, even though it's very well used right now for that parking garage. So there are some negatives as well that we need to round this out, but I think it would take quite a lot of effort and ingenuity, I guess, to get the hospital from where they are now on their site plan to that point of being the most bike-friendly hospital in North America. I'd love to see that as well. So just your comment on those two pieces, and then Chair, if you allow me, I just have some more on the covering of the parking structure outside and the tree growth I can speak to after Neil responds.
Those are, those are terrific proposals. And I'd go back to the fact that the site plan, I feel, is underdeveloped in terms of what the cycling and pedestrian facilities would look like on campus itself. And my interpretation has been that let's get the big site design figured out first, and then in phase 2 we can turn to some of the more granular details as you've described. And I think those suggestions are terrific ones. What I'm saying is that there's a lot of people in the bike community that would have very constructive ideas to put forward. And I think that our opportunity for ambition here can be quite high. And I think that, as I say, this is such an important site that let's get every element of it that we can as optimally designed as possible. And I think that with cycling, there's some relatively minor tweaks that can be done that can get us there.
Great, no, good comments. And Chair, if you'll allow me, just an additional piece of information about the discussion we did have on trees and the above ground parking garage and the burial of it that Neil is suggesting, because it's directly related to those comments. The site itself at the Civic, where it's potentially going to go, has limestone bedrock, and it's between 2 and 10 meters deep below the surface. Mixed in there is also groundwater, about 2 to 3 meters below the topsoil. So they're not going to be putting that much on top. The pores of the bedrock create a space where plants can grow their roots. So these roots are growing and they break up the rock. The formation itself siphons off CO2, which both helps to cool the atmosphere around the formation, but also giving the plant the carbon dioxide it needs to grow. So the bedrock in which those trees are growing is actually very significant in terms of its impact on why plants can survive. So it's doubtful that we would see those types of heights of those trees, those large trees on top of a parking garage that doesn't have those same conditions. I'm all for, if this parking garage is going to be above ground, let's hide it. Let's completely bury it, as Neil is saying, but it would take a lot of effort to penetrate through and get the ground soil conditions and the bedrock conditions that we currently have now there to get the type of growth that we see in that beautiful space now. So just a clarification on how difficult that will be in the future. Thanks, Chair.
All right, thank you. Somebody must have emailed you some things in the last half an hour since I spoke. All right, thank you so much, Councillor Menard, and thank you, Neil, for your time today.
Thank you.
All right. Our next speaker is Elizabeth O'Driscoll, and then our final speaker is Salma Al-Shahabi.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Apologies that I cannot use the video.
It's okay.
Yes, my name is Elizabeth O'Driscoll. I live in Canada now, but I grew up close to the farm in Rideau Gardens, so I'm very well aware of the farm. I have a short message for the committee. I'm afraid my remarks don't assume that the location decision is final, but I must say that I was astounded when I learned that Tunney's Pasture was not the selected site. I participated in the NCC process. I don't know anyone who's at a distance from the process who wasn't floored by the decision to build on the farm. Tunney's Pasture is a wasteland of asphalt and concrete now. Mind you, it's a serviced, flat, and amenable wasteland. Why would we choose a location that destroys agricultural land, precious trees and green space when there's a large area available down the street with sufficient room for a hospital. You know, others have disputed the number of hectares or the footprint that's needed for the new hospital. I'll let them speak to that, the land requirements and the quality of the soil and the problems that are associated. But regardless, locating a large hospital on the farm will necessitate widening roads that lead to the hospital, such as Prince of Wales, the driveway, and so on. You know, so much for the horse-drawn wagon rides on the driveway. You know, tourists will, you know, walking on the property will want to refrain from using their earbuds for safety purposes. You know, the new hospital will require more land from the farm in future to expand the hospital. These buildings don't shrink. They need more property as time goes along. So this is just the start of the cutting into the farm for the hospital. You know, perhaps none of us speaking today will be around for the next chop off of the farm property, but you in particular, have an obligation to the city and the future citizens, the current and future citizens here, and the planet. So prior to this meeting, I read comments about how the traffic problems on Parkdale couldn't be solved, therefore Tunney's wasn't acceptable. I don't buy that. Certainly with a big hospital on the farm property, there will be traffic nightmares on Carling and Preston and so on. Mentioned earlier by some other previous speaker today was the older structures that were put up after the war that were never part of the farm. I remember those as a kid driving by in my parents' car. There were some structures on Carling Avenue there. But what's your point? Should we get rid of the green space when we have an alternative that's just as good in many respects? As for protecting the rest of the farm, let's say we let the hospital go on this piece of the property, we protect the rest of the farm. I'm not so sure about that. You know, I seem to recall that the part of the farm that borders Baseline near Prince of Wales has been suggested as good land for expanding the transit along Baseline. I mean, this is just the first step in the chop into the farm. So in closing, the choice of the farm for this new hospital doesn't make sense. And I feel the citizens aren't aware of what the drivers are behind the decision. And I ask that you do what you can to reject the decision to use the farm. Locate the new hospital that we all need and we all want at Tunney's. That's it for me. Thanks.
All right, thank you. There's a question for you from Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair. You had mentioned that if the hospital's built at the proposed location, the traffic on Carling would become gridlock. The hospital's on Carling now, it's not gridlock. So what's going to contribute to this new condition?
This is supposed to be a bigger and more comprehensive unit. And I expect that there'll be much more pressures, not just because of the expanded services I expect to see in the hospital, but the growing population of the city going forward.
Fair enough. All right. Thank you for your delegation.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. O'Driscoll, for being here today. And our last speaker is Salma Al-Shahabi.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us. And it's been a very long day for you, and I hope that today's delegation will be good enough. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you perfectly fine, yes.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so I'm here today to ask you not to approve. I know you have talked, you're not going to be talking about the selection of the site, but it is imperative that we do talk about it because it hasn't been talked about before in a significant manner that will allow the citizens to give you the feedback so you make a decision that is very critical for our city for the next 100 years at least. So we all agree, all of the delegates agree that we need a new hospital. We're not questioning if we need a hospital or not, but a lot of the delegates had concerns to share with you, and you've heard them all, but I'm here today to remind you of a few other things. So one of the things I want to remind you is that new hospital will serve the city for the next 100 years. Can you just imagine that? I'm sorry, just give me a second. My son, okay. Sorry. So in this lifetime of this campus, our city would have at least doubled in population. In 100 years, maybe more than doubled. And we would have had at least developed 3 to 4 major official plans. Our boundaries, the urban boundaries, we have just expanded them in the past year, which is past, a few years past the decision to take this site. And, a decision to expand the urban boundaries does impact where this centrality of this campus is. One of the points the applicant made was it is crucial to have access to the hospital by everybody, every resident in the city in a timely manner, because 1 second could be the difference between paralysis or treatment. So it is important that we choose a site that will make sure future residents have equitable access to this hospital or the hospital networks at large. Money doesn't come to these projects easy. And with 100 years to go, it's critical that we are careful in choosing the location for our critical health infrastructure. And in the same time, I'd also like to remind you that, we have to make sure the fairness of accessibility should be a top priority for us, considering all the facts that the second thing I want to ask you, or the main thing I want to ask you, is to hold, not lift the holding on the property until the applicant can prove or show you how central this location will be over the lifespan of the proposed campus. Secondly, the applicant proudly presented the plan, and it surely is a lot of work to put into this design. However, my question to the applicant is, how does another site prevent them from implementing and having all these features? What is it in this location that would make it they would not be able to get elsewhere? There's so much at stake here, and which other delegates have already talked about. BMW, a car dealership, walked away from a proposal not long ago to have a parking lot or a parking garage over a forested area. Does a car dealership have more sense of a social responsibility than a public health agency? I don't think so. And I sure hope the applicant will consider and reconsider the application in light of everything shared by residents today and in the past. It's never too late to make the right decision, and it's never too late to correct choices. BMW withdrew their application, and I'm hoping the applicant today could and would do as well. You, as our city councilors, have the duty to ensure the infrastructure is located to meet the needs of current and projected areas. And I ask you to hold this application until applicants proves, like I said, the fairness of this location, and they address all the concerns raised by residents over the past 5-6 hours. We may not know how far our city boundaries will expand over 100 years, but we sure can plan to have this hospital located such that no one is left behind. It's one thing to make a decision without much public input or participation, but it's totally different when you have a lot of residents coming and voicing their concerns to help you make a more sound decision. And I hope that you would do what's right for us, for our sake, for our children, grandchildren, and we trust you to do that. And I thank you very much for taking the time to hear us today.
All right, thank you very much, Salma. I wouldn't give BMW too much credit. They withdrew because we weren't going to approve their application. We were going to refuse it. They were going to show up at committee, we were going to refuse it, and we were going to vote against it. So
my question for you is, I'm not giving them a lot of credit, but my question is, you were able to do it with BMW. I'm sure you can do it with the hospital as well.
It's a little different. It's a high-end automotive dealership wanting to cut down trees to park vehicles. It's a little different than a trauma center for Eastern Ontario. Okay, thank you. I don't see any questions for the delegation. We're gonna break, then we're gonna come back from break. So we're gonna break till 5:20. Then we're gonna come back. We're gonna go questions to the applicant. And then following, hopefully, we get through questions to the applicant, and then we can go straight to built heritage questions to staff. And then, depending on the time, hopefully we can do this, we can adjourn our joint meeting. So receive the built heritage report, adjourn our joint meeting. And then because we said we were going to, we're gonna convene the planning committee meeting 15 minutes after we adjourn this, only to recess the planning committee meeting until Monday morning. But we have to follow procedural, our procedural rules as to what we said we were going to do in terms of that planning committee meeting. So that's all coming up after the break, if we can get through that that timeline. Again, I promised I wouldn't keep you here past 8. So thank you, and we'll be back at 5:20.
Hi, Eric. Would you be there by any chance?
Hi.
Hi. I've got a couple of people in my office with me, and we're running through my speakers. So if possible, if when we're answering the questions as the applicant, Pam, Graham, Jason, and myself will just run off this, that you can see their video. But if you could, if that's okay, I just didn't know if that was okay or not.
That you're all sharing the same device?
We are, yes.
Beautiful.
Well, yes, there's just, let me just, Graham, please. On the audio, we have the same audio. But we each, which is my computer, but everybody else has their own computer. So the video is through their individual computers. The audio is just through the one speaker because we were getting too much feedback.
I don't anticipate issues. Yeah, as long as the other mics are not turned on to avoid that feedback, as you say.
Right, and I'm going to manage the questions and direct them. So on behalf of the applicant.
From the perspective of the public view on YouTube, we're going to be in gallery mode, so everyone's going to be on the sort of tiled screen in any event. But if anyone has you on speaker view, they would not see the speaker. They would only see you, Joan.
Okay.
How I get my video on?
Have you requested Graham to have his video on?
Just about to.
Okay, thank you. And we'll go on mute now. Thank you so much.
Join his panel.
And Eric, the other individual is Pam White.
Sounds good.
Thank you so much. Sorry to be a pain.
If Mark Baker could please accept the prompt to be promoted to panelist.
Good evening. And welcome back. Just get this meeting will resume shortly thing off my screen. There we go. Who do we got here? All right, I'll slowly wait while we get some cameras rolling. Just take a moment. A big thanks to the clerk's office. Today is October 1st, and over the next 21 days, 21 business days, we will have 17 meetings of council or committee, various committees. Of course, planning committee is going to meet like 16 times in those 17. But by my count, it's the busiest month I've ever had on council from a committee perspective. So big thanks to the clerk's office who put it all together, and especially with these lengthy ones, it's good. All right, I'm going to run through a quick quorum check. Councillor Rockington. Not yet, but I know he'll return. He's very reliable. That
Here, Mr. Chair, I just had him.
Councillor Cloutier.
Présent, Monsieur le Président.
There, he's there. He just said something, but we didn't hear it. Councillor Judas.
Present.
Councillor Hubley. There's Councillor Rockington. I don't see Hubley yet. Councillor Kitts. I see. Get off the phone, Kitts. No, she's not here. Councillor Liebert.
Good evening.
Oh, I just realized why I can't hear anyone. My volume was down completely. Councillor McKenney. At the moment. Councillor Menard.
I'm here, Chair. And most people were saying here, and you were like, well, I didn't hear you, but I think you're there. I see you there. So that's now we know what was up.
Yeah, I took a phone call during the break, and then Joanne started chit-chatting with Eric, and I'm like, oh, that's not good for my phone call. So I turned my volume all the way down and then totally forgot to turn it back up. So that's on me. Okay, Councillor Tierney. Not yet. Member Conforti here. Vice Chair Quinn.
Present.
Here. Councillor Gower here. Councillor King
Here.
here. Councillor Me here. All right, perfect.
Chair, it's Councillor Brockington. I am at home now. Is there any way, I forgot to sign off from my work station. Is there any way the clerk can delete that account and just keep this account on?
Oh yeah. Yeah, they've just done that. They just punt you from the meeting. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So what we're going to do now, we will get to questions to our applicant. There's a whole team of folks here. So earlier, of course, when we had the presentation, we had Cameron Love, Virginia Roth, Joanne Reed, and Jason Emery Grun. I see most of them here now. And then in addition to who we saw earlier, we have Karen Stockton, Graham Bird, Pam White, Mark Baker, Joel Conrad, and Austin Shee. So we will then go straight to questions from anyone to the applicant. So we'll start with Councillor Gower.
Thanks, Chair. I have questions on a whole bunch of topics that came up from delegations today. First, I wanted to ask about is the question about the depth of soil and what kind of trees can be planted and thrive on the roof of the parking garage.
Thank you, Councillor. We can look at answering that for you here. Well, we're going to ask Jason Emery Groen to provide some additional information on that.
Thank you very much, Councillor, for that question. Indeed, there were two areas that were discussed here today in terms of tree planting. Edges of trees that can come through up to perhaps the edge of the parkade, for example, as well as areas above the parkade. So first and foremost, the areas on the edge. The goal is to look at native soil in those edges to plant trees that can grow in full maturity in terms of large format trees. Our landscape architects that have been working with us in the broader team have also been looking at the parkade roof as well. And there was discussion about, obviously, root depth, ball depth, so on and so forth today. What's really interesting is that we've been working with our partners to look at the right tree species to incorporate onto the roof. And one of the elements that have come back to us are birch trees. The ability to use birch in terms of the medicinal value of that tree and its heritage and history relative to First Nations, and many folks that we've been speaking to in terms of looking at the plantings overall. So to answer the question on the roof of the parkade, we're looking at thickets of birch to be able to broaden through that entire area and complement the open spaces that we see as active. Hopefully that answers the question.
Yeah, so it'd be like a typical birch tree that we would see in other city parks and other natural areas around the community, a full-sized tree that's capable of growing in those soil conditions?
That is correct. And in fact, when we say thickets, we're looking at groups of birch trees to ensure that it's not singular trees that are in those areas, but series of pockets that actually create a broader landscape. And there was discussion of wind up on the parkade as well. And so the birch thickets in particular, looking at grouping those in ways that shelter those areas without necessarily taking away the potential for incredible views back to Dow's Lake.
Thank you. Can you confirm how many parking spaces are planned for the entire site when it's fully built out?
Yes, thanks, Councillor Gower. I think from a parking perspective, we're going to pass that over as we've done a lot. We're working a lot with a lot of our different consultants, and Parsons has done a detailed review on that. So I'll ask Pam White to give us an update on the number of parking spaces.
Sure. So the number of parking spaces meet the city of Ottawa's minimum parking requirement.
Sorry, we just can't hear you. You're actually coming through on Joanne's feed. So
yes,
it's just really quiet.
Okay, so we'll get the mic a little bit closer. So the parking proposed on the site is designed to meet the minimum parking requirement under the City of Ottawa zoning bylaws. So minimum parking requirement is 3,090.
It's still just too faint. So just because it's pretty important what we're talking about here, so we want to make sure we can properly hear it.
All right, try that again, Ben. That's as far as it goes.
All right. Can you hear me now?
It's a little better. Yep.
Okay. So the parking requirement on the site has been designed to meet the minimum parking requirement under the City of Ottawa zoning bylaws. So that amounts to 3,097 spaces, and the proposal is showing 3,099 spaces to meet the minimum requirement.
So, okay, so I understand.
Sorry, I'm sorry. What was the number? I didn't hear it.
It's 3,099 is the parking spaces proposed, and the minimum requirement by the city's zoning bylaw is 3,097.
Thank you.
So I understand that just over 3,000 is the minimum parking required by the city zoning. How have you determined that that is the right number for the hospital? Why is it that number and not a lower number or a higher number? Why is that the right number for this hospital?
So the objective was in consultation with our transportation planners as well to meet those modal targets that are being proposed for the site. So the objective was to meet the minimum to provide that incentive to change the modal shift on the site.
Is there any way to compare it to current parking at Civic Hospital or at the General or any other comparable hospital site?
Joanne, can I?
Yes, so I mean, we have done some comparisons. I will tell you, when it comes to parking, and you heard it today as part of the updates, it's probably one of the biggest challenges that we have at the hospital. As you know, being a regional trauma center and supporting, you know, from Barry's Bay to Cornwall and in between and to Nunavut, although they usually fly, they don't actually take the car. It's one of the biggest challenges that we have today. So for example, our general campus, which is around the same size, has more parking spots than what we currently will be planning at the new campus. Part of that is because we are leveraging a transit-oriented site. We are going to be working with a lot of our staff and the city, as we've discussed, to look at opportunities to encourage our staff to take that transit. So, based on the information that Pam has provided, we looked at the minimum number that she had mentioned. We also looked at a number of other areas, as you have said, as the other hospitals, as well, not forgetting who we are and who we serve. So that's where the information is coming from.
Okay, it's hard to assess. I think in the delegations we heard today and the written submissions we've received, I've seen both thoughts from residents. There's not enough parking on the site. There'll be too much overflow parking and there needs to be more, but also that there's too much parking on the site. So I'm just trying to better understand how the parking spaces were assessed. So perhaps some of my other colleagues will have some follow-up questions there as well. One of the delegations brought up the idea of adaptability of that parking garage. I think someone mentioned bike parking, but someone also mentioned future clinical or non-parking use. Is that parking garage, what kind of adaptability are you planning for, considering in the design of the parking structure?
Yes, so I can kick that off and then I'll pass it over to Jason to talk a little bit more about what you see in other areas. Maybe if I can just come back and make one other comment though on the parking in itself. Being a regional trauma center and looking at some of the surface parking that we do have identified on this site, there's about 2 or 3 things that I should probably mention. One is that when we have a trauma, and you heard about it today, hopefully we'll never have another one, but we probably will. We need to ensure that close to the trauma entrance, that there is the opportunity to be able to stage and support our community by having that parking. So on top of the central utility plant is where we will be utilizing that, because it is the west side closest to the emergency exit. So if you have a trauma, you want to ensure, as Dr. Hebert said today, your patient comes in, they are unloaded, and then they move so the next one can come, but they have to stage and get ready to go back out. So that is some of the stuff that we're looking at there. I think the other thing that I wanted to mention is that we also have a parking lot that's quite close to currently today the farm on that lot. So we're trying to kind of support the farm as well in that activity. And then not to forget that, yes, we do have the surface parking on where the existing, where the Heart Institute will go when it comes over at a later date, which is to kind of try and manage and support. So not actually putting it all in the parkade, so that we have the flexibility as we continue to be more transit oriented. So that is one of the aspects. And then looking at the actual parkade, there is definitely opportunity to increase the bike storage as bikes and different types of mobility devices are utilized to have that act in there, as well as converting it if you're in the middle of a pandemic, which we've seen across North America or in Canada, where they've actually converted their garages into areas for staging or actually treating patients. So I think that in itself is what we are looking at as part of our overall plans. But I'll pass it to Jason to see if he has anything else to add on the actual parking structure.
Well, thanks, Joanne. That was well said. The key here is flexibility. As requirements change, as we've seen in the last 18 months, give or take, the ability to flex space immediately on a site is fundamental and crucial to health design. So if you have a parkade and you have space that has structure, coverage, shelter, the ability to almost immediately work into that space and triage and develop spaces to care for individuals on obviously a temporary basis is fundamental. And we've seen many sites that have not had that ability or privilege, and they lack in the infrastructure to be able to actually accommodate those immediate requirements. So that is one of many of the possibilities to use aspects of the parkade for. We've seen that in many different sites. We are currently working on that in many different projects across the world, actually. And so, yes, that for sure. And to Ryan's point about bike store, the ability to flex that in a modular way, depending on demand, and as that changes, and we hope dramatically increases, is something that is inherent in the design as well.
Okay, thank you. The last question for me, I just want to give the hospital team a chance to address a broad category of concerns that was brought up today. We heard things about the parking structure should be buried underground rather than being above ground. We've heard comments about the footprint of the hospital. It'd be better to have a tall building than a lower building that's spread out more. We've heard questions about why wasn't the main building sited closer to the LRT line. And I do think you've made decisions. There's some trade-offs, there's some pros and cons to every decision you made. But can you just, I want to give you the opportunity to respond just to, in general, some of those comments about how the site is laid out and some of those trade-offs and discussions that you've had.
Thanks, Councillor Gower. And I guess if I could just ask, can you hear us a little bit better? Perfect. I was the one who didn't have the volume up on my computer. Scott, similar Councillor Moffat to yourself. I think the best way to start about this, and I'll kick it off, and then I'll pass it around for people to comment on this. When you are planning a hospital or within this community, such as the Regional Trauma Center, Neuro, that is going to care for the most complex, acute ill patients, adult patients, as well as newborns, there's a tremendous amount of planning that needs to go into that. That planning, as you know, and you've heard, started in 2007 and has evolved over time. As things evolve and we begin to understand more information, it allows us to build and understand what the requirements are. What I will say is that there's been a number of factors that we look at. So if you take this site, we look at our site, we look at some of the site constraints, we look at access to the site, what are the opportunities around that site to be able to support and minimize impact, and also preservation of different areas. We look at accessibility, we look at the connection to the transit and understanding how that is all incorporated. But the most important thing, and those are all extremely important, is our clinical operations and what we are going to do. We've had a tremendous number of meetings. Internally, we have over 55 different programs that we have worked to program and understand the relationships and the requirements. We did not say we have 50 acres. We said we need to build a hospital. What is this hospital about? And let's look not only at today, but out for the next 50 to 100 years to understand how we can deliver the care that you heard about today from some of the people on the call, that compassionate care in times that really matter. So how we went about that was a tremendous amount of meetings with a number of clinical folks, internally, externally, along with a number of our consultants who are experts in the field. We also then, because we are a regional hospital, and you heard today talk about patients coming from other hospitals, we integrated with them as well to understand the needs that they have coming to the hospital, one of which you heard today, which is parking. So that is another aspect. So as we were working to pull this together, and what you see, one of the most critical elements of a trauma neuro center treating the most acute patients is your surgical suites. Our surgical suites, we will have 29 ORs. They are all going to be situated on one floor, which is extremely important to the care that we provide. And then that in itself then started to link to all the other supporting services that are required. And we built from there. So for example, the Emerge. We put the Emerge and we use the elevation of the site so that not only could we get the trauma coming from the west side with the least impact traffic coming to closest to the farm. When we did that, it also then allowed us to have it go underground and utilize, because you did hear today some underground parking. That is some of that underground parking. And if you were at the Civic today, what not to do is to actually have a patient come in an ambulance, have to get out of the ambulance in the middle of a snowstorm or a rainstorm. So these are some of the things that we took into consideration as we were building it. Then go to the front of the hospital, and the admitting is the same. We looked at incorporating that access. That then, because we're a trauma center, you want to have direct access up to the surgical suites and the ORs, and then up into the intensive care units and some of the other activities. I won't go through them all because I knew you've had it, but I guess what I'm trying to say is there was a tremendous number of meetings and plannings that took place over a year, looking at what made sense, what was the most efficient, what was the most cost effective. As this is submission, we had a number of cost consultants working on with us. The other thing that we looked at was understanding then how to integrate the transit and the accessibility. This hospital will be the most accessible hospital. We've worked with accessibility experts, not only as part of our consultants, but also internal, as well as our patient and family advisory committees. So we've done a lot of detailed work to see what you see today as part of this plan. I know there are impacts. We are trying to minimize those impacts as best as we can, meet the costs, and deliver a hospital. As Mr. McCracken said, the Ottawa Hospital will be 100 years old in the Civic Campus in 2024. We need to get the shovels in the ground starting in 2024. And that's kind of what we've been working on. So Councillor Gower, I know that's a lot of information. I hope it was succinct enough, but maybe I'll ask Jason Emery, our architect, to talk a little bit more about that, if that would help.
Sure, and I'll be brief, but to maybe pull apart a couple of things that Joanne had mentioned, I think there are three key things here relative to the hospital and its design. The clinical program that Joanne spoke of, those adjacencies, I remember someone today speaking about thinking of adjacencies and how one goes about that process. Efficiency, and that is fundamental in how we're looking at developing the designs today with the staff numbers that we have and the future of how healthcare will be delivered. The third thing is access. So in terms of the clinical program, Joanne spoke of being stack. And to take 2 more minutes on that, what's interesting about the surgical suites, we call the interventional platform, it's a significant floor. If we were to take that floor and split it and put it one on top of the other, it would actually create inefficiencies from an operational standpoint. And it would make it such that the hospital wouldn't be able to function in the most optimal way. And so through the meetings with a myriad of practitioners, we looked at various schemes to make sure that we accommodated the best efficiency possible. That is one of the key footprint elements of the hospital. When we looked at the total site, we also took into account sensitivity of what happens in those spaces. Neurosurgery, highly sensitive surgical procedures are not prevalent over major LRT tracks and infrastructure that are not that far actually from the surface. So we wanted to be very cautious in terms of how we laid elements out on the site. That brought us to the upper portion of the site. And I remember a number of people today speak of the large expanse of trees that we will be maintaining across the escarpment. We worked very hard as a team to embrace those trees and use that as the way to kind of create wayfinding up into the hospital, so that when you get to a surgical requirement in the hospital, you feel as calm as possible. For us, this is a blessing, quite frankly, in this site, and we want to use that to its best opportunity. Last but not least, the access. Access that I just described was front of house, how patients come to the hospital. A very traumatizing time for them and their families. How can we make that calm? If we build the building as a high tower, say on the corner of Preston and Carling, we are squeezing together all of those moments and not truly availing of the incredible opportunity on the site. Regardless, the ability to expand the program that is needed in the space that is required at the top of the hill allows us to bring patients through those incredible spaces. And the other element of access is back of house. We need to segregate what is public from what is emergency vehicle and service. And one interesting question that was mentioned or asked today was, well, what's special about this site that makes this actually work? There are many answers to that question, but something that is really important to mention is the three-dimensional puzzle that is this design. The ability to have maintenance on the lowest floor, all of the services completely hidden, underground effectively. All of the next services like urgent care and emergency immediately up above that in protected areas in our climate, what no hospital has in this region right now. Then the front door of this establishment coming through the thicket of mature trees. We cannot possibly imagine a better scenario for patients to come into a space like this. And then surgery and all of the things that rise up. One of the elements that we worked hard to do was not create a block that was large and continuous up, but rather break that into areas so that when you came to the front door of the hospital, it was no more than 4 stories high. So there's many other elements to mention, but hopefully this helps broaden the view here today and offer some insight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. I can't help but point out that was one counselor's questions in 25 minutes. So let's try to tighten up the answers a little bit. Direct questions, direct answers. That's all we need here. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to ask some global questions. The first is geotechnical. We heard concerns about the challenge of the topography, the slope, the proximity to the lake with water, groundwater, rock, and a fault line. Got to make it interesting. Throw in a fault line. So can the applicant's team talk about building on this property and the issues I've just raised, the challenges?
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. I'm going to pass this over to Graham Bird to provide some of the details on that.
Kid in the rocks. Thanks, Joanne, and thank you all this evening, Councillor Brockington. Two plateaus that you realize. The upper has about 30 feet of soils and so on over a rock system that slopes down. And then we hit the escarpment that you talked about where the original rock fault took place, which created the Dow's Lake Basin. For those of you that are out and about on the site, you can walk along the LRT track and in fact see how the rock fissures work in the lower plateau. There's about 6 or 7 feet of earth over top of weathered limestone. And the limestone is in fact very similar to that along the Ottawa River as well. And you're seeing it in the LRT trenches out towards Lincoln Fields. Large chunks, about 2 or 3 feet between fissures and crack systems. The water, I think Councillor Menard mentioned, the water's down about 6 or 7 feet. And it was one of the issues in building this site that we were very concerned about. Yes, you can blast into it. Yes, we can dig the rock out, but we worry about Dow's Lake entering into the basement of what we're dealing with there. So you're right that the rock regime and the geotechnical and geological formations are a trick, but it truly played well into what my friends have just been talking about in the layout of this puzzle. It allows us to deal properly with the hospital upstairs on the upper plateau, with digging down to the whole management and materials management layer. That'll be underground. Most of the emergency floor will be underground, and it will allow us to deal with the emergency vehicles out of the inclement weather that Canada loves in the winter, and up through the rest of the facility. And it brought us to the solution that you see on the plateau to allow the health village to be created with respect to those rock regimes and water levels. Hope that helps, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, how will the hospital be built specifically for an earthquake?
Well, simply put, this has got to be top of mind in the construction and standards and codes that we'll be following. This is a building that can't fall down. We can't blow it up. We can't let earthquakes affect it. It has to stand under any form of trauma, world trauma or nature trauma, to be ready for this community.
Jason, do you have anything additional to add to that?
Absolutely. All healthcare facilities, and certainly a trauma healthcare facility and a tertiary care healthcare facility, are built in terms of being post-disaster buildings, regardless of wherever they are in this province. Based on the building code, it's based on rock classification. So it wouldn't matter if this was this site or any other. It would require a very special form of construction that has reinforcement that takes into account that an earthquake can actually happen in any location here in the province. So hopefully that answers the question. This is the law. This is a building code that relates to any site here in Ontario, specific to this building type.
Thank you. I just want to now transition to the transit station, Dow's Lake Station, across the street. There's great concern about the flow of passengers from the station to the hospital, and whether it will be an underground tunnel or an above ground, not tunnel, but bridge, whether the station can be relocated to the south side, which I understand is not physically feasible given what we have on the other side of the street. But where are we right now in determining how the station will be modified to facilitate the movement of people?
Maybe I'll jump in and I'll let my friends add on. The work that we've been doing with your LRT group and engineering teams for the past, Pat Scrimminger or the others on the tunnel front, have been extensive over the last year. Our engineers and architects have been working tightly to do a couple of things. Number one, prepare the LRT track system south of Carling Avenue towards Prince of Wales and then on to the tunnel under Dow's Lake to be ready and be expanded to 2-track width. Right at the moment, it's a single track width, as you may know. So as part of the construction of the garage, we're going to in fact commit to the excavation of that trench to ensure the 2 lanes are there, so that when the city corporation's ready to add the second track, it can do so without harming the business of the hospital. On the specifics of the Dow's Lake Station, we've been working on a solution that in fact sees the platform system come along the east side of the abutment of the Carling Avenue Road Bridge. Hope this is easy to follow along. And bringing then the platform to the south side, at which point we will escalate or through elevators or escalators, arrive up to the Carling Avenue. People can exit out onto Carling Avenue and enjoy the street front along Carling Avenue, the stores and so on that are part of the puzzle, or continue on through escalators or elevators up to the yellow brick road, as we fondly call it, the High Line, that will join the station to the front door at a 0 grade system to allow accessibility to be as easy as possible. That yellow brick road or High Line will be enclosed, so those can enjoy it in the inclement weather and through the evenings and so on. Safe, easy passage. We're looking at moving sidewalks and other aspects that may embellish that solution for us. But our sketching and our design has been working along, as I say, with your LRT team, and we're very confident about how it can be done in a way that it can be permanent and allow the expansion of Carling Avenue to proceed without getting in the way of, and the additions of the platform to a north-south additional track line on the LRT front.
Okay, thank you for that. I want to ask about future land use. So right now, the deal with the federal government is up to 50 acres. Can you clarify, is there any provision for additional acreage in the future?
So Councillor Brockington, I can answer that. Our lease is for the 50 acres. And as we've been working through the planning with the number of consultants and the experts that we have, part of the extensive planning and the design that you have is to stay within that 50 acres and to accommodate the growth as we continue to build out. So one example of that would be the Heart Institute when it would come in 20 or so many years, and it's incorporated already within the plan and the growth. So we are as within that the complex to be able to stay within that confines.
So even if the components of the hospital minus the Heart Institute need to grow, need to expand, you are going to be able to do it on the 50-acre footprint.
That is correct. And I'll give you one other example. If you look at the North Tower, it will not be built out to the full floors, phase one. The reason for that is to support the future growth that will be required as we move over time. And the other reason for as part of the planning as well is the minimal impact of construction on a hospital. You can just imagine, and we've been through it at our hospital today, is that making sure that whatever future plan or design we have minimizes any of the impact of anyone in the hospital during any future construction.
Understood. Okay. Thank you for that, Chair. I'll yield the floor at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much to the hospital team. I'll keep it fairly brief. I don't want to debate you on the parking garage. Graham and I have had many words on that, and we're irreconcilable on that issue, but I am looking at some potential other mitigations. The first question I have is, you've seen a motion that I'm bringing with respect to a more in-depth traffic study that will look at volumes, that looks at parking, that looks at speeds in a fairly wide radius. My understanding from staff is that they are, at least in principle, on board with that motion. Are you okay with that if that motion passes? Would you agree to it?
Yes, we are, and we support that.
Thank you very much. The second question is with respect to a point that was raised by Ms. Shantz earlier. Para and OC Transpo drop off at the front door. Is it being designed to accommodate that?
Yes, it is. And actually, it's on two places. So Para, for our dialysis, so I'll give you an example. Our dialysis unit, a lot of our patients do come by paratranspo as well for dialysis. So we have actually within our plan, and this is when I talk about the detailed design, actually incorporated where that needs to be on the main floor so that the para could actually drop them off, and it's the least amount of distance. Not like we have at the existing Civic today where you get dropped off, you have to go down the hallway and up to the 6th floor. So it's in that. So that's a long answer. I should be a little shorter, but the answer is yes, and there will be drop-offs, and that's been taken into consideration.
Can the main drive and loop handle an articulated bus? I'm thinking about the 85. So
That
if
will
the
be
85,
that is part of one of the motions that's coming forward and part of the further detailed study based on the transportation. So I don't have an answer for you today on that, but it'll be something that we look at going forward.
yeah, I think it'll be important because the 85 is the main route, and it will continue to be the main route, or something, whatever the number is in the near future. And it is going to be a significant walking distance from Carling Avenue to the front door of the hospital. And so I think it's important to design to accommodate, even an articulated bus with a closer drop off. But I know that some of those are going to be coming subsequent site plan approvals. So,
the trick, Councillor, if I could just quickly, there's a very significant silo steeple of elevators that are tied right to the edge of the garage that will bring anybody and everybody up to the level of the front door of the building. So I think there's other opportunities of how to connect the OC Transpo tightly to and knit it into the technical solution and accessibility nature of this campus.
But how many meters would that be walk?
So I think maybe if you don't mind, Councillor Leeper, I think if I would like to go back and have the study, can do more detail as part of the transportation study and come back with further details around that answer.
It makes me a little bit nervous because if we lift the holding zone and approve the master site plan today, we're just that much further down the path of irrevocable design choices. And I don't want to see anything precluded today that ensures that people who are traveling to the campus by OC Transpo have a reasonable walk to the front door of the hospital.
I totally understand. And actually that we agree, and that walk would actually be less than it is today at the existing Civic, but that doesn't mean that that's the way to go about it. We need to make sure that we do the analysis as you have mentioned.
Okay, I understand you've heard the concern. Sorry, one other question raised by one of your replies to Councillor Brockington is the Yellow Brick Road. Is that going to be wide? I think we need a wide yellow brick road.
So it's going to be very accessible. It'll have mobility opportunity, moving sidewalks, the mobility items. I don't know exactly what they will all be, but an example of those could be a moving sidewalk. And I could ask Jason if you would like to provide a little bit more detail on it, but it will be wide enough to be able to access, and it will also be climate controlled, and it will also have a lot of windows so that they'll be able to see the landscapes on both sides. So Jason, do you have anything more to add?
Sure. I think you said it well. Maybe to give a sense of dimension, well in the 20-foot range in terms of width. So if you can imagine some of those spaces as you would move through, thinking of bi-directional movement, also imagining this in some ways as a bit of a front porch onto the parkade. We're thinking of making sure that it's safe, it's covered, protected, but also something that allows for incredible access in and out to that and those amenity spaces throughout the journey. Places for pause, respite, places for activity. If you notice in the submission, there are pavilions that break out sections of the Highline, the Yellow Brick Road, in ways that allow for programming, cafes, other components that would kind of march along the journey with everyone that comes to the hospital.
I would just urge the design team to take a lesson from Tunney's Pasture, where we currently have, real bottleneck constraints while it's being used in a way that it was never designed to be used and won't be once we open stage 2. But that, roughly 20-foot wide passageway is not sufficient to handle the volume that we have there. Have you done modeling in terms of how many people might be using a passage like that during a peak period, which obviously is nothing like LRT, but I assume you get some fairly substantial peaks here and there.
Yes, and that is in this next stage. That's very much part of these pieces. So a very good point. These are things we definitely want to look at carefully, make sure that width is correct.
And finally, you heard concern about taking away the segregated path that goes through this hospital lot to get people from Dow's Lake to the Trillium Path, one of the key routes in the entire city. In order to adequately replace that, we need to be looking at a Preston-Carling alternative that is something other than just what we build as our current standard 1.8 meter cycle track today. It needs to be to the point of Mr. Van Geest, 4-5 meters wide in order to be properly bidirectional. Are you leaving open the possibility of kind of hyper wide cycling routes around the hospital?
Want me to jump in on that one? I think our team is doing that, Councillor, through you, Mr. Chair. The first point was to make sure they were segregated systems between the pedestrians and the cycles and the landscape boulevards and the frontages of the commercial activities along Carling and Preston. And we are doing similarly on the roads A and B, as we call them, through the campus. And I would add that once the Neuro Research Center is in place, we'll reconnect the cycle system out to Sherwood. But we're quite confident with our transportation team that we've linked well to the Trillium system. And in fact, I know you do. I do drive my bicycle through there in the morning, and I think that the link into the Trillium path along Dow's Lake will be better connected with its directed access to Preston. So to the question of width, I'll take that. We'll go through the cross sections and so on. They're being submitted at the moment with our next site plan application, and we'll make sure that they're appropriate.
Okay. And I apologize, this might be a question for Councillors Brockington and Menard, but I'm not sure whether the next phase of site plan is actually going to be lifted or not, or are we going to put this in the hands of staff finally to approve? I'll chat with Riley during the next phase of discussion.
Chair, if I
Thank
may.
you, Chair.
Chair, if I may, to answer that question, we previously notified council, given the citywide nature of this site plan, that it would come to planning committee.
Okay.
We're not using,
subsequent site phase.
Staff would not be using delegated authority.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, team.
Merci beaucoup, Conseiller Leeper. We'll move now to Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Chair. And Councillor Leeper did raise a question about the transit service motion that I have penetrating the site, and I appreciated your answer on that. So I won't go into that, and also just appreciate the ability to ask questions here of you folks. We've heard from members of the Ottawa Disability Coalition that the existing location of the LRT station is too far or difficult for their members, many seniors, other persons with disabilities and sick patients to travel to the main hospital entrance. And we've also heard that earlier site plan proposals had the main hospital buildings much closer to Ottawa's LRT station, and taking up much less overall space on the site. The transportation impact assessment, TDM, also raised issues with the location of the buildings, and we're clear about locating buildings close to the street and not to locate parking areas between the street and the main building entrances. To locate essentially the building main entrances in order to minimize walking distances to sidewalks and transit stops and stations. And so I guess given all this commentary and feedback that's been received, would the applicant be willing to look at an alternative design on the site that could better respond to the accessibility and disability concerns we're hearing, the green space and tree loss concerns that we're hearing, which are extensive in this neighborhood, and come back with something that better locates that hospital design closer to the main entrance at Carling and closer to Ottawa's LRT?
Thanks, Councillor Menard. I think stepping back and looking at what you just asked, I have to look back at the initial answer that I gave earlier with regards to the amount of effort and time that has gone into and expertise into the planning and the requirements of the hospital and the hospital design, and really supporting that clinical operations. One of the groups, a number of the groups that we did meet with, our patient and family advisory team, we actually did meet with the accessibility organization, and we also have an extensive accessibility group. We can take back from an accessibility standpoint how to make it easier for people to access, similar to what we've been discussing, but to change that design and the location of the design would really put us back to square one, and is really a showstopper for us with regards to all the work that we've put in. I know it comes across and looks very easy and simplistic, but when you actually look at the last 12 months and the amount of time that has gone into working to ensure that not only the clinical operations, which are critical, but as well the site and the site restrictions, the transportation, the minimal impact, and the preservation. So I will pass it to Jason, who is our architectural design, who understands more about that, but that would be where I would see us at this point.
Thanks, Joanne, and Councillor, great point. A lot of this is really a balance for us and for the team at large, looking at how all of the pieces of the puzzle fit vertically, connect all together clinically. And as we were describing before, the ability to put all of that puzzle piece together in one component of the site is pulling towards the higher escarpment. And that is the reality of the program we are asked to resolve and the reality of how they all come together, those pieces. And so as a result, there is about a 235 meter distance, as was mentioned earlier. I think Sean mentioned that in his presentation. Indeed, that is true. And what we're looking to do is work carefully to create that as the best experience possible, so that as you arrive to the hospital, everything within the hospital is as efficient as possible and as accessible as possible. And to be able to stack all of those things along that larger floor plate that is required is one of the key essential things that we've been asked to do.
I appreciate your assessment of the site, and that changes take time. Also appreciating our position that we just have this come to us, and this is our process as well, and this is the time to ask for changes that you're seeing in some of the motions. That's our official process. But it is also difficult to understand, because we did have stage 2 LRT in the hopper for some time. I remember asking during that debate about the twinning of Dow's Lake Station then, and it'll be sometime in the future. So I can anticipate a shutdown of the line as the hospital is being built. We're not doing it right away, right now. We know it will need to be twinned in all likelihood to serve the needs here. So we knew that was coming in, and we knew the general alignment it was coming in as well. And then I've seen the other design. I guess it was like the donut design, and I know there were some issues with that in terms of the parking at the back, but it did respond to what our new official plan says, which is, if you're going to have parking, bury it underground, or the new OP says put it at the back. And so it's hard, I guess, to come to this point where we see a design that is very much at odds with our local neighborhoods and our multi-billion-dollar LRT, which is a huge investment going onto the site where we knew it was going to be on the site, right? So it is a difficult conundrum, and one that for me is the most important piece of this is the green space loss and the lack of proximity to LRT. I won't go into the parking garage because I think we've had those discussions, and you know where we stand. I guess my next question is, what is the estimated financial amount that you're hoping the city will contribute to the project? And do you have confidence in the $2.8 billion figure that's been estimated thus far?
Thank you, Councillor. With regards to our submission to the ministry and the province, you are correct. What we had submitted to the province as the cost of this project for the design and construction is approximately $2.8 billion. We've had a number of cost consultants review and look at those detailed numbers and calculations, and we're just waiting to have the final report back from the ministry as we move forward. But we do feel very confident with those numbers based on the amount of detailed review that did go into them with regards to working with not only the team that we have, but as well our cost consultants that reviewed that. As per the local share, you are correct. It's around 700 million that is out there. It's made up mainly of fundraising. There's a huge portion and things are going extremely well. It's interesting, even through the pandemic, we haven't been able to be out as much as we can be, but the amount of interest in the hospital and the fundraising for this new campus is just amazing. We live in just an amazing community and region, and the generosity that we're seeing, and it'll be their target is 400 million, but they're actually looking to overachieve that. In addition to that, we're looking at a number of other opportunities, such as the retail revenues, parking revenues, and other partnerships that we're looking to build. As for the city, I will leave it to the city to come back and give us their thoughts on that particular aspect. But right now, we are looking really at those particular options.
I'll follow up with city staff on that. Obviously, it's somewhat internal, And we haven't had any estimates thus far in front of council. So I appreciate your answers. I know lots of other folks have questions today, and appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. So we move now to, I almost called you Councillor Conforti. I'm so used to calling people Councillor. Member Conforti.
Thank you, Chair. So as one of the only two public members of the Built Heritage Subcommittees allowed to stay on without a conflict of interest, I will try to keep my comments to Built Heritage. However, I did want to say I'm also a licensed architect, and I want to commend the councillors that put motions forward or will be putting motions forward to the Planning Committee later today. And I support all of those. I think those are all really great mechanisms that will benefit this project and the future of the site. I feel as a heritage expert, I would be remiss if I didn't mention the West Annex building to the former, now demolished John Carling building. And I realize that the demolition of that annex building is, a fait accompli. I think they may have even started. However, I really feel that this is a missed opportunity here, and probably one of the most disappointing aspects of the site plan for me. And after seeing the site plan, I'm not really convinced that it couldn't have been integrated. So that was my first question was, what were the measures taken? In the staff report, it did say that efforts were made to retain that annex building. I just want to know, without going into too much detail, why it was decided that could not be done. What were those main reasons? Because the way I look at it, it almost is in the exact same spot of that north tower, and I just feel like it would have been a natural fit. So I just wondered if the architect had comments on that.
Yes, and actually I'll let Jason answer that, because he did some extensive research and analysis, as well as actually going into the building. So Jason.
That's right. Actually, the whole team went through a number, and actually as a licensed architect, many charrettes, how's that, a word that might be familiar, lots of workshops. I remember a couple of years ago meeting with the Heritage Committee and describing the building as we understood it and the reality of where it sat on the site. And so in try to be brief here, I'm quite passionate about this. It's a mid-century building, and Hart Massey is a really important architect for many of us as architects. So in short, we looked at the building, its positioning, and if you imagine keeping the chassis and all of the efficiency and functionality we were talking about before, that would require us to shift the northern tower further northward, much closer to the Dominion Arbor or Dominion Observatory, for example, and those areas. And if we were to do that and perhaps protect and preserve the West Annex, there would be some other factors that would come into play, pulling the building more northward, closer to that other heritage value. We looked at whether we could bridge over the West Annex, and we soon realized that the cost for long span beams for such a major component of the building was astronomical, to say the least. And then how we would integrate that into the actual function was really challenging. The location in that area is slated for ambulatory care. So what we have done, and what we have mentioned, it is in our application, is to look at how the West Annex laid on the land, if you will, the experience from within that building towards the escarpment and the mature trees. And in concert with multiple folks speaking to the National Capital Commission and others, we've realized that there might be a way to emulate that feeling, look at how we celebrate the structure that is the West Annex, pretty incredible vaulted structure, thinking of applying those mechanisms to the future work. So effectively paying deference to it, but unfortunately not being able to keep it in situ as a result of it being directly underneath some of the major built components.
Thank you. My next point, the next point I wanted to bring up was that one of the main or more clear character defining elements of the Central Experimental Farm campus is the rural and picturesque cultural landscape. And that comes up a lot in the statement of significance for the National Historic Site. And a point that I feel was understated in the cultural heritage impact statement is the user experience walking through the site, particularly at that corner. You know, there's a really nice sequence, you know, coming from the Rideau Canal, walking along the pathway, and you get to Dow's Lake, and you cross the street, and you can sort of meander into Queen Juliana Park, and sort of like a little surprise sometimes, because it is sort of sheltered from the road with the trees. And there's a real sense of permeability between these sites, between the Central Experimental Farm, which is a National Historic Site, and the Rideau Canal, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. So I kind of look at this corner, where the site that we're talking about, as a gateway between those two, the Rideau Canal and the Central Experimental Farm. And I'm really concerned with some of the placements of some of these elements, and on a more broad scale, just placing the hospital there in the first place. I'm very concerned that that permeability will be lost, and that the sort of gateway, as I look at it, will sort of be really cut off. It will really sort of cut off the connection between those two sites, and almost, especially where the garage is intended to go, just really sort of put up a wall there. And again, I was a bit disappointed that the impact statement didn't really address the user experience of these two very important sites within the city, and how that really is going to change. And I do think that will have a negative impact on both sites.
Perhaps maybe to add commentary, I'm not sure if there's a question to answer, but if this helps. We looked at the escarpment, that kind of mature grove of trees across the flank of about a 30-foot drop that we had described, and many others have described here today, as that very important element of permeability through the site. If you imagine the tracing of Sherwood through along the bottom of the escarpment, how we can connect cycling and pathways for pedestrians to move through that space. We think that there's an exciting opportunity to maintain that porosity, if you will. The other element related to other portions of the site, such as where the parkade is, we see that porosity in multiple dimensions, I guess. How that would fold up from Commissioners Park, if you will. So if you look westward from Commissioners Park, and imagining, as you've seen some of the renderings, how that landscape intends to fold up, we're hoping that is encouraging, and that offers new amenity to folks in the environment. So it is a challenge. There's a lot to balance here. You are absolutely right. But we do believe that there is a lot of potential for porosity to come through the site, both from a north-south, if you will, direction, and an east-west, with lateral and longitudinal, if you will.
It's certainly a challenge for sure. And thank you. Thanks for your answers. And it's clear that so much work has gone into this. And we heard from so many residents today, and the importance of this project is not lost on anyone, I think, and the planning that's gone into it is not lost on us, certainly. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to Graham and Jeff. I can't get Elton John out of my head. Laura Judas is up next.
Thank you, Scott Moffat. My colleagues and the member Conforti had many very in-depth and wonderful questions, and I think that's very important that we look at the local impacts. But I wanted to actually touch on a line of questioning that I haven't heard a lot about, and I was curious. I know that since 2001, the Ottawa Hospital, and I don't know if that's both campuses, but I'm assuming both, has generated $1.9 billion in benefits to the Ottawa economy because of your research alone. This project would include many new research and care elements and, dare say it, opportunities. I was wondering if there's been any determination given yet as to what those economic benefits for our city might look like. And do you anticipate that there's going to be any benefits for any of the adjacent businesses nearby? There's many businesses on Preston and down Carling. So I was curious if you've kind of calculated what those spin-offs would be as well.
So maybe I could, thank you, Councillor Dudas. I could start off with that, and the team can help jump in. definitely a tremendous amount of opportunity for our community. But maybe I'll just touch on the research side first. Our Neuro Research Center, we are renownedly known, as you have mentioned, for a number of our research, whether it's our cancer research, multiple sclerosis, and as well our neurosciences research, just to name a bit, along with our cardiac research. The opportunity to attract and by building a neurosciences research center is amazing, and it will attract a lot of talent and younger people to come to work at the hospital. But I think one of the things that we've really been working on, and Dr. Duncan Stewart, who leads our research, has been discussing opportunities and partnerships with Agriculture Canada, looking at opportunities with food, looking at opportunities with a whole land, the agricultural side, with the neuro, with the mind, the whole aspect of that. So we're really looking to build out that whole research side, as well as with the pandemic. One of the other things that has really come through is virtual healthcare, and what virtual healthcare means, and how we continue to evolve that, and an innovation center. And the work that we do here in Ottawa has really is attracting a lot of interest and opportunity and partnerships. So that in itself will allow us to grow. I can't get into a lot of detail, but just to let you know that a lot of people are very, very interested. So that is looking at what we're doing clinically. But just in itself, if you start to look at our economy and building a hospital, and the number of trades and opportunities for people that will be actually helping to build the hospital, will definitely generate a lot of additional income and opportunities. I think I had heard over 20,000 new jobs and opportunities coming. So definitely that is there, and the opportunities for the area. So I think there's a tremendous amount. I think that as we continue on, we can define and bring back some of the detailed the numbers. I don't know if you would like more than that. I could ask my team to add on to that if you'd like, or if that was okay. I know Councillor Moffat was wanting to keep it short.
No, and I appreciate that. And I think it's important that as we make these decisions too, we're also taking that into account, as well as the job creation. I appreciate you touching on that. And I know that, we're a nation's capital, and we're well positioned in many facets in terms of our high tech and different things that really put Ottawa on the map. With the creation of this new campus, how do you think that would position our city in terms of healthcare circles around the globe?
One of the leading ones. We will be one of the leading organizations for the neuro and the research. And as tough as it is, being in the core of the city, the regional trauma center, you heard it today, the research, the neuro. So we will be leading, and it will be very much not only a beacon for healthcare, but just as an icon in our community. And I think Jason just had a couple of things to add to that.
Yeah, in thinking of attracting talent and kind of incredible minds to our nation's capital, to that facility in the future, some of the things that we hear very often are how to bring nature into those facilities, not objectify nature necessarily at all, but actually interweave the spaces that are used for research and care directly in. And a lot of white papers have kind of looked at this subject matter in terms of length of stays and how you relate to bench to bedside and research directly. And many of our clients worldwide are seeking to embed healthcare into the natural realm. And so for us, as you've heard multiple times here today as well from my colleagues, it's an incredible opportunity to change this. Sorry, not sure who that was. Hopefully that helps, Councillor.
It does. And I know that attracting talent and talent retention is something that many industries in our sector are in our city are challenged with right now. We're trying to attract those highly talented, skilled individuals, and it's good to hear that that's part of this. I wanted to understand a number of And none of this diminishes the community's feelings on this. Fully understand and recognize that there will be traffic impacts. There are going to be changes to this site in ways that have a ripple effect on the surrounding community. And there's a number of motions in the direction that I've seen that are being moved at today's committee and at this joint committee. And I wanted to just get the applicant's perception of whether just how acceptable they all are and not go through them. But once again, the willingness of the hospital and your partners to work with the community going forward if this is approved today.
Very willing. It is a community project. It is a healthcare project, but moreover, it's a community project. And we have had the opportunity to see the motions, and we agree to move forward because it is truly a community project. And maybe just to elaborate on one last thing is that we're very linked in academically as well. There's so many factors to this particular project. I sometimes forget to mention them, but whether it's with the universities or the colleges or just the trade opportunities that are coming forward. So lots of linkages there as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Appreciate that. Move now to Councillor Cloutier. I referenced Councillor Cloutier's ward earlier when I mentioned Linda Lane.
You did, Councillor Moffat, and thank you, Chair. Merci. And yes, indeed, I am the councillor for the ward where the other major centre is the general campus of the Ottawa Hospital. And I just want to pick up on Councillor Gower's questions and Councillor Leeper's comparison to the general. At the general, we have many days where there's some lineups due to a bit of a shortage of parking for patients. And like the current civic site, there's parking restrictions on some of the surrounding streets. And Chair Gower spoke about Linda Lane, but there are restrictions on other streets. Councillor Dudas just talked about the empathy, I feel, at least, with respect to questions by the community in and around the proposed civic campus. I can say, Team Ottawa Hospital, that I appreciate how well you work with our office and the accessibility surrounding the dealing with the community associations with respect to parking and those things. My question is, I understand that there's 3,000 parking spots planned for the Civic, and if memory serves, there are approximately 3,400 spaces at the general campus of the Ottawa Hospital. It does not have train service. It has excellent transit service from Herdman Station up Hospital Link Road. The 45 is wonderful, and the 55 is great. I, of course, wish it was better and more frequent. This proposed location is on the LRT, and that's critical for volunteers and for staff and for patients who return for continuing care. That will be the way to go for efficiency and for reduction of parking costs, because it costs a big amount to park at the hospital. My question is, can you give us the context so I understand a little bit better about between the Civic and the General, about the number of employees, the number of volunteers, the number of patient visits per year, comparing the General campus and the proposed Civic campus?
Actually, Councillor Cloutier, that the numbers are pretty similar when you look at it. I think that the main difference, so the number of employees at both campuses are very similar. We had the number of patient visits. We have a few more emergency visits because we're the trauma center. Those types of visits are higher. We have the neurosciences, but not forgetting that the general campus is our cancer center. So when you look at the split, they're pretty much similar. You know, there are a few exceptions, but for the most part, pretty similar. So when you're looking at the number of parking spots, you're around in the same vicinity.
But you're doing less at this proposed Civic campus.
Correct. So we've got a
LRT.
little bit more transit at the new campus, and that's been some of the stuff that's been taken into consideration. So not only will you have the LRT, but we'll also have the Carling buses. And we also do believe that now you do at the general as well, but just the cycling and the opportunities of having a facility that we're able to build with secure bike storage, with a bike change room, and that kind of activity. That is why we've been able to kind of reduce back the numbers. And as well, we're opening in 2028. So it's allowing for some of this shift in the growth to continue, as you've heard today, for people to transition from actually, unless you're coming from the outskirts, because they will be coming by car because they don't have the transit, but those that are closer to, as well as our staff utilizing the transit services.
Thank you for that. Just one more question quickly. We heard today everybody wants a new hospital. Everybody, that was unanimous. What happens if we do not endorse the master site plan approval today? What is the delay in getting the new Civic built, if not here, then somewhere?
So we have gained tremendous momentum with the province and with Infrastructure Ontario. This project has been identified as a project to continue, with funding coming, with the timelines which you have heard us talk to you about, which is construction starting in 2024 and opening the doors in 2028. My opinion from what I have seen is that we will risk that. We need to continue. We have very tight timelines, as you've heard today. There's a lot that needs to go on to be able to execute on the hospital. So to continue to meet those timelines, that is really important. But I think the other thing that concerns me as well is we're not the only ones knocking on the door of the province. And the province has also gone through a pandemic, as we all have, and the spending that's associated with that. So I think that it is a risk that we have if we don't continue to move at the timeline that we had put forward, because I will tell you that Infrastructure Ontario is reaching out to us to continue to help us move forward with this project.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We now go to Built Heritage Subcommittee Vice Chair Carolyn Quinn.
Thank you, Chair Scott Moffat. Yes, like my colleague Conforti, I am on the Built Heritage Subcommittee, and my role here today is to comment on the cultural heritage impacts of this proposal. And so I'm going to pick up where Amanda left off with my, which I was really glad that that Amanda asked that question, that she did, about the the value, the uniqueness of the picturesque landscape that makes up that National Historic Site, and the importance of that transition as you are moving along from a UNESCO World Heritage Site, entering a National Historic Site. And let's not forget that the new hospital is not adjacent to a National Historic Site. It is being built on a National Historic Site. And so once that transition, that relationship is finessed, I think it still needs to be, Jason. I also think, though, that in order for that user experience to continue to be as rich as it is, once you are sort of on the other side of the farm, I'd like to know in a little more detail sort of how you are designing some of the buffers between this sort of, I think of as the Sir John Carling area versus the farm, the traditional farm that will remain. So if you could just elaborate on that, and I'm thinking between parking spaces and also in particular the relationship with the Dominion Observatory complex.
Absolutely, and well said, point well taken. lots of finesse to come, so much more detail to come. To answer the question, and if I understand correctly, we're thinking about the buffer zones along perhaps Maple Lane and some of those areas around that edge. And of course, you mentioned the Dominion Observatory. What we're looking at doing, I don't know if it was, hopefully it was clear on the presentation, there are major pieces of infrastructure like the central utility plant that typically in almost all facilities are large elements above grade. We've been working very hard with the National Capital Commission and others to actually bury that completely into the ground. And the second piece to that is finding the balance between the view sheds that should stay and where we might want to actually buffer. So an example would be the views from the Saunders building up towards the north. How much do you want to see through the site? And perhaps the dome of the observatory is important as a view shed component to be able to see that relationship between those two key buildings remaining from a visual standpoint. So those are the pieces that we're about to embark on in the next phase, looking at how much we want to shelter, how much we want to burn, how much we want to tree and plant along those areas in supplement of the trees that will be staying along Maple Lane, the mature trees that are not intended to be taken away. And perhaps one last piece, the team has worked very hard to pull back from the minimum setbacks against the lot line to offer broader planting buffers. And if we are to perhaps kind of sculpt some of the terrain to be able to actually do that well and maintain the CUP as kind of drop down in the grade, as I mentioned. I don't know if that helps describe where we're moving next, if you will.
And Councillor, sorry.
No.
Maybe if I could just add, it's Joanne. We've been working really closely with Ag Canada and the ornamental hedges and looking to see how we can move those hedges, working with them to look at the most minimal impact on a number of areas, as Jason mentioned. But we've been collaborating with them to look at the preservation to see how we can continue to preserve some of the areas that are important to them and us as well as we move forward.
Get the property line to disappear.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sure you heard discussions from the Astronomical Society today and some of the concerns about light pollution and some of the motions that we discussed. Are you amenable to addressing their concerns?
Yeah, so maybe I'll ask, I know that Graham has been in contact with them and working through a number of things, so maybe I'll just pass it over to him to provide a bit of an update.
Thank you.
I'll start, get us in trouble, and Jason can take over. But first of all, I'll say to Mr. Wolfson and the others who had wonderful conversations about this, and it would appear that dropped the ball in terms of some information flow back and forth. We have looked at the elevations of the hospital and the solstice and the eclipse and the telescope positioning and so on within the Royal Dominion Observatory. I think, to be fair and frank, that the telescope's been sitting with the Museum of Science and Technology since the late 70s, as you heard earlier today. So I think it is a discussion in front of us about in a way, who wins, the hospital or the telescope. So there's a true a discussion or conversation that needs to take place on that front. But I believe it's important to say that this team is doing everything it can to respect and preserve the Royal Dominion Observatory. If I didn't, my grandfather would kill me. So there's some personal touch to that. We've got to deal with the construction and safety, the insurance systems that we'll put in place to make sure that everything stays safe. Without question, we want to respect and make sure that the facilities are well looked after and committed to and preserved. With respect to the ongoing operation of the telescope, we will be dealing with lighting and looking for methods to it's even appropriate for the entire neighborhood to find ways, but let's not forget that patient bedrooms, ICUs, middle of the night, patients dealing with, the rough. It's an emergency. We're going to have helicopters coming in the middle of the night. So the lights and the activity of the hospital are real. I think we need to take some time to figure out how to best blend the two to make sure that the respect is there. But I'd hasten to add, and faulty not, that the paramountcy is to make sure that the hospital operates properly and does its function for the people of this region. So it's in that, and maybe Joe or Jason, you'd like to add to that.
Before I leave the Dominion Observatory, I would just like to address Maple Lane as well, and the Asimov building.
I could have gone into that, and I apologize, but we were very aware of that, and whether we can move the road or make sure that it's barriered and safe, that certainly will be part of the design and the implementation.
So you're committed to that.
Oh, absolutely. This is not something to fuss around with. It's the operations that I think is the curious part of how we do that and the way that you work.
Thank you. One last question. With the construction of the hospital, obviously we've talked about what lies beneath the soil and the bedrock, etc. There'll be a certain amount of blasting that's going to be required. And I'm just looking for assurances that the federally designated heritage buildings in the vicinity will be properly protected and monitored and all of that good stuff.
Yes,
100%.
yes, they will.
This is not something we'll fool around. And honestly, it was one of the reasons we're trying to, with each of these structures, get down to rock and stop going into the rock. So with the hospital proper, we're digging down to foundations. Know that there's quite an underground water flow system regime coming across the farm and down over the escarpment into the Dow's Base, which is natural water flows. I think they start up at Maryville and Baseline. And so it's important that we're not disrupting all of these things as we build, and so that frankly, the shallower, the more respectful we can be with our foundations and our construction techniques, the better off everybody's going to be, including the tree canopies and the farm itself. So simply put, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Councillor Hubley.
Thank you, Chair Moffat. I just have a couple of questions. It's been a great discussion throughout the day to follow this. I'd just like to know how much more would it cost to do this underground parking change that people are talking about, and how much time would it add to the project overall?
So Councillor Hubley, that is a great question. It's one I asked because I was quite concerned about it. I'm not the expert, but what I have been told, it will cost an additional 200 million at least, and it could add 2 to 3 years to our project. So that is in summary, that is what it is. And I guess just to add a little bit more that you heard as well today, it would involve blasting, a lot of blasting. It would involve going down, and it would involve a lot of trucks taking over 100,000 plus, closer to 150,000, they tell me, truckloads of material or debris off the site.
So basically it would look like an open pit for a couple of years, open pit mines, that same kind of visual impact.
You could fly over Sudbury, that's what we'd be dealing with. The footprints in all cases, whether we do this below and undermine the LRT, go down 60 or 70 feet. Joanne was talking about the volumes. Imagine 100 or 150,000 truckloads, triaxles heading out to where we put it. I have no idea. Or similarly, upstairs underneath the hospital, which would delay it. But the water regimes, the blasting, the tweet from 7 in the morning till God knows in the evening, for 18 months, 2 years just to get to the bottom, I think would be the most unfortunate circumstance for the neighbors and for all of us to deal with, to say nothing of the 200 million extra to cost, the water regimes we get into trouble with, and the delay in the hospital.
Thank you for your honesty. I appreciate, I needed to get a picture of what that was going to look like in case we're asked to consider changing the design. So thank you. And thank you for all your answers today. Very much appreciate it. That's it for me, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair. I think some of my colleagues haven't spoke yet. Do you want to yield to them?
This is the order I'm going in. Go ahead.
All right. I just wanted to circle back on trees, but to Councillor Hubley's point, if the hospital staff could provide us with just some information, if it's 150,000 dump truck loads of material, as Mr. Bird says, he doesn't even know where he's going to put the material. So if those trucks have to travel 40, 60, 100 kilometers in each direction, we need to calculate the environmental impact of dump trucks traveling that distance, what they're belching into the air. We could literally build new islands in the middle of the Ottawa River with this material. I'm thinking about when they built the subway in Montreal. So it's not just cost, it's the impact to the local residents, but also the environmental impacts of trucking that material. So it's a good question from my colleague. My question's about trees. Can, in an earlier meeting this week, I asked about trees, and first of all, can the remaining green space on the site accommodate up to 2,500 new trees planted? And if no, who gets to make the decision where the additional trees get planted?
It's a great question, Councillor Brockington. We're not sure that we can put all of the trees on the parkade as well as on the site. That is another I think I should have mentioned. We are working very closely with Ag Canada, and they're very interested that we could work closely with them to plant trees on their site, and we wouldn't have to wait until the construction is completed either. And we're also looking, I think it was Councillor Eglai has also, from his experience with the tornado and the impact, working with Trees Canada and having an interest there as well. So we are very committed. And I guess in addition to that as well, you also heard Marianne Crow speak today, and we are working very closely with the Indigenous Advisory Circle, and we are extremely committed to not only preservation, but just how you go about cutting down the trees, how they can be used for those that are impacted. Is it extremely unfortunate that this has to happen? But it does when you're having to build something or do something in an area. So the long and the short of that is we are extremely committed to doing that, and it would be with our neighbors. So we've talked to Ag Canada, but if there are other neighbors in our area that would be interested, I don't see why we wouldn't want to do anything like that.
Well,
we'd
we'd
be happy to.
The experimental farm is so big. I don't see you having to go anywhere else but there to plant trees. So I appreciate that. Can you just confirm, we heard people saying saplings would be planted. I don't think that's true. What's the size of the trees that you'll be replanting?
So I'm going to pass that to Jason, because I was actually asking him that again today, because I get the sizes mixed up. So Jason, could you help a little bit with that, please?
Absolutely. And
Thank
just,
you.
just to remind everyone, I'm a licensed architect, not a landscape architect. So we obviously have been asking that of our landscape architecture team. I'm going to read what they wrote to me just to make sure that I don't misinterpret that or miscommunicate that. So bear with me for a minute. They are speaking of 2-inch to 3-inch caliber deciduous trees and 6 to 8 inch high evergreen trees. Sorry, not 6 to 8 inches, 6 feet to 8 feet high evergreen trees at the time of planting. And what they're also looking at doing is some larger caliber trees. But what they really want to do is make sure that they position those trees in the right locations with the right soil depths, as was discussed earlier, both on the edges as well as on the roof side. So hopefully that helps define that a little bit for everyone in terms of caliper size.
And maybe if I could just add one last thing, with the Indigenous Advisory Circle, we really wanted to not only engage them with the trees that we are impacting or preserving in the way in which we can, but also what makes sense to actually plant as well. So in addition to that, so just wanted to share that with you.
I was reminded there's about 24 or 25% canopy cover on the site today. So we're going to make it better.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much. The last thing I'll say is if there are opportunities to use the wood from trees that have to come down for any other purpose, whether it's furniture, whether it's inside the hospital. You know, I'm drawing blanks as far as what it can be used for, but I've seen that elsewhere where wood is reclaimed and repurposed. And I think that would be good. I mean, it's not the same thing, but it's almost the next best thing that we can, particularly some of the rare plantings, retain that wood and repurpose it for other uses.
Councillor Brockington, we agree 100% with you, and we will be working towards that.
Thank you.
I rarely mention this, but if it's the best time I can possibly mention this, I'm actually a licensed carpenter as well as an architect. And Marion Crow and I actually have been having those discussions about the species of trees, how to reuse those trees. I would think of well beyond furniture in this project. I think that the capital aspect of the project itself, the wayfinding, the major interior spaces that are public, imagining a Canadian hospital with wood elements in the public components of that facility, welcoming you in, a warm, embracive component of using that material, and fundamentally enhancing and continuing the spirit of what those trees represent. I wouldn't want to.
He's all over.
You can tell I'm very passionate about this, but I don't wish to remove any of the trees, like anyone on the team. But where we may or must, we do really want to reuse them well. Hopefully, if that helps.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Fleury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been a long day. I've been in and out, but I have to say that the chairs have done a good job of keeping the flow, and I want to thank the delegations. And you know, it's late in the evening, so I'll get right to my question, Joanne. Thank you for your time the other day and your engagement in meeting with us and going through the site. It's much helpful for me to and brings a lot of context to today's delegations and presentation. My question is 100% relating to transit. So as an organization, my understanding is that currently the Ottawa Hospital does not have a bulk pass for its employees, such as, you know, the former Fed Eco Pass or the U Pass. How would you see that unfold? Because I think there's today opportunities for some of your campuses, but there's also future opportunities, maybe not for, you know, an on-call physician or on-call nurse, but some of the employees that work more traditional hours or work on contract and could benefit from the pass. How can we advance the modal shift towards transit ahead of the construction of that site? And what sort of commitment could you give us today in terms of helping advance that conversation with the city and OC Transpo?
That is a great question, and one that I don't have that department, but what I will tell you is that we are committed to making that happen. And I think as you've heard, our staff come from many areas as well, right? So I think that having an option for a transit pass, similar to what you do with the universities like Carleton University, is very much a great opportunity for the hospital. So we'd be happy to talk to you about it and what we could do for the General and the Riverside campus and our existing Civic today. And my personal opinion is I've been learning more and more on this project and about the transit in our city as well, is that as the transit continues to grow, and the opportunities grow and the lines grow to some of the outskirt areas, I think that we'd actually see more pickup as well as we move forward. So very committed. So happy to connect. So maybe what I would say is, Councillor Fleury, just let me know who we should connect with and we will.
So Mr. Chair, I'm not surprised Joanne and Graham and I had that conversation in person. How do we advance that? I know, not to put anyone on the spot, do you feel that that's a direction maybe to planning or OC? Like from a procedural point of view, I think everyone benefits from some form of agreement with one of the large employers in our region and facilitating an affordable transit for their employees.
Well, I don't think it's something we do on the fly on a Friday night.
Agree.
So I mean, just take it away. Like if you want to talk to me, you want to talk to Chair Transit, Councillor Hubely's here. We can do that. We'll have a conversation. I'm not sure it really needs to be done in the context of a master site plan. I think it's, but we can talk about it offline.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I understand the item is coming, like usually site plans do end at committee, but this one's making it to council. So it
This
does
is
get,
different, right? So this is the master site plan. There will be other site plans a part of this. This is just the overarching one, but there will be site plan approvals that come along later on this file.
okay, great. I'll take it offline. I appreciate it. And thank you again, Joanne and team for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fleury. My illustrious co-chair today, Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair Moffat. And I want to really thank everybody, including the applicants, for their endurance. We continue to go.
Can I ask you to do me a favor? Can you just pretend to move a motion that says we can go past 7 and we'll all say carried?
Yes, I'll present a motion here, or move a motion. So we can go past.
Nays. I'm kidding.
Carried. Go. Just till 7:30.
Keep going.
7:30.
So yeah, I thank you for your presence here, and I just wanted to really follow up on my esteemed colleagues at Built Heritage Subcommittee, who are experts, both Member Conforti and Vice Chair Quinn, just on the idea of the treatment surrounding Built Heritage generally on the site. I think that they really touched some of my concerns around the landscape, the picturesque landscape, the buffers that would be put in place to really protect other built heritage areas. And there was even some discussion around lighting. And I know that my colleague, Councillor Menard, is potentially moving a direction at Planning Committee around lighting. But I was just wondering, I know that you said that you did drop the ball a bit with the observatory. And so I was just wondering if you could speak to the general philosophy surrounding the treatment of built heritage. Maybe this could act as your response to the cultural heritage impact statement that's before us.
So thank you, Councillor King, and thank you for your endurance today, as well as all the other councillors, because I know it's been a long day. So with that, I think at this particular point in time, I think that was a great comment. And if you don't mind, I think I'd like to take it back. I think we have a little bit more work to do on that, and could get back to you offline. I can ask Graham to add some more, but we did input a bit on that. So to me, this is one we do need to take back and do some more work on. So if you would be okay with that, that would be our approach this evening, and could connect with you between now and council.
Yeah, I would appreciate that. And I think that my colleagues at Built Heritage Subcommittee would appreciate that too. Obviously, the entire site, whether it's a UNESCO designated canal or the heritage elements of the Central Experimental Farm, are of great concern in terms of heritage protection for not just members of the subcommittee, but for the public at large. And so I think that it would make sense for us to ensure that there is a proper response to the statement that is before us in terms of reflection by you as the applicant, as well as understanding that from what I've heard from the public and from my own interpretation, that we might want to go above and beyond what's in the cultural heritage impact statement through addendums. And of course, those would be tied to planning applications. So just wanted to make that clear. And I'm very pleased that you're willing to work with us to examine how we can strengthen the interplay between the hospital as proposed and the heritage elements that surround it. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor King.
Connect with your office, Councillor, and we'll get this started. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's okay.
All right, thank you. I went to unmute myself, realized I was unmuted the whole time. It's a good thing I didn't say anything inappropriate. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Chair. And first of all, I just want to thank Graham and the whole crew. You know, I think the site tour really helped out a lot when we got out there, even though it was 40 degrees and I was wearing a suit, but that's okay. I'll forgive you on that. But I have a lot of questions to council, or sorry, to staff at the end of the day, because a lot's been already addressed here. But I did want to point out, just in the discussions where Councillor Hubley mentioned trucking rock, and Councillor Kitts and myself and Councillor Kavanaugh are actually dealing with a similar situation with Stage 2 light rail, where we're just trucking dirt. I can only imagine trucking that much more heavy material versus dirt, where we're already having these challenges right now. I just, one simple question, Graham. You actually sat around a horseshoe at one point of your life in the early 80s. Did you ever deal with anything of this magnitude that could actually help a city from a healthcare perspective or a large scale project?
It's kind, Councillor. That seems a long time ago. And God bless you all for sitting around the horseshoe and dealing with it.
Early 80s, I'm Gen X, so it's all good.
Oddly, during our time, we dug the trench for the transitway along Scott Street. And I can tell you the excitement that created was off the charts. And you can imagine the blasting that carried on. I remember the fissures through the limestone hit buildings up on Wellington Street, about, what's that, a kilometer south of the transitway. So the excitement and learn, I think, that the city went through in terms of tempering the excitement about blasting, about how to do it, the construction techniques. You're seeing a lot of the what you have to do through development applications today as a result of the things we learned then. So it's helped me in all of the big projects we've done around town. The same sort of thing with the convention center and attempting to deal with the old basins of the Rideau Canal without causing damage there, and underpinning the Rideau Center and so on. There's lots of tricks in this town, and as you well know and have experienced, the soils are different from block to block. Welcome to sinkholes, welcome to sand, lead of clay. I can't believe in my lifetime the number of companies that have come in here from Toronto and elsewhere and have got into huge trouble because they don't take the time to appreciate what's below ground. So it's why our team is spending so much time digging, drilling holes, trying to figure out what we can do on the site without causing a problem.
And just on to keep it brief tonight, because to respect my colleagues' time, I just want to thank you, because I think we're witnessing that you see some of these motions coming in. You guys are admitting, hey, we can help out in this area or that, or you've sat around the horse, you understand, versus where I've seen some applicants come in that are just totally, nope, we're doing this. You guys aren't doing that. You want to work with us. So I do appreciate that. And thanks for your time today, Graham.
Thank you. It wasn't that long ago. Graham was first elected on council November 10th, 1980. Defeated incumbent Chris Chilton. 3 months later, I was born. Our next person is, next delegate is Councillor Kavanaugh.
Hi. Thank you. I got to be away. I was out there. I was with the committee this morning, but was able to slip out for the Marianne Wilkinson dedication and then come back here. So power to you all. So I don't know if my question got asked, but I was wondering about in terms of the roof of the garage. I heard delegates this morning concerned that you're not really going to have trees on top of that. So because it's obviously not that deep, it's some maybe grass, but can you tell us what is expected on that green roof in terms of vegetation that would, in terms of a tree canopy, is it even in the cards that roof fits in?
Jason?
Yes, absolutely. And there has been great discussion about this today. We spoke about it a little earlier. In a nutshell, we do anticipate planting trees on the parquet, on the cover. And in fact, the soil and the layer above that, we intend to undulate and increase in soil depth and somewhat decrease again. So an example would be, one member mentioned, it would be possible to plant grasses or sedum grasses on the roof. Absolutely. In other areas where we intend to kind of grow and build that mound, that soil, there's lots of potential to actually grow much more trees. And we were talking about thickets of birds, actually. And we were looking at that species in particular for a few reasons. Number one, its proximity to medicinal values in terms of First Nations, and some of our work with First Nations already in considering how to plant the right new species, if you will, to kind of take into account the millennia of history on the site. Second, those birch thickets allow for the ability to protect one, if you will, from breezes or any wind that might come across that area as it's elevated to some degree. And then third, if you will, also looking at making sure that not just those trees are planted, but evergreens and other types of coniferous trees are planted so that we have seasonal value throughout the entire year in terms of greenery and vegetation on that roof. I hope that helps answer a little bit.
Yeah, I guess the comment that I'd heard was that you can't possibly have very large trees because roots tend to be as big as trees. So, you know, what do you do once they get too big because there's no room?
It's on the undulation.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry. Ultimately, I believe that there is capability to grow trees on the parkade. Our landscape team has been working on that very heavily. Obviously, very tall 50, 60-foot canopies, we understand that those things are not necessarily realistic across the entire parkade. So I do want to be clear there for sure. However, as we grow the mature, higher canopy trees up along the edge of the parkade, and I don't know if you've got a chance to see how that parkade pulls back and native soil kind of grows up and is mounded through embankments up along the side, that those trees marry through to the vegetation above. So we can bring it all together. And there are a couple of good sections that have been developed that kind of show how that canopy evolves over time. And the other thing that's important maybe to denote is that we do understand that the trees will grow over time. That, you know, there's the initial planting and how all of those elements mature into the final landscape.
Thank you. Someone asked me when they were looking at it, where do we park if you want to just go to Dow's Lake Pavilion? Right, you know, you're going to be tearing up that corner, and that's actually a place. Right now, there's a surface parking, just a small one, but it does. So, what's supposed to happen? I can see that the communities in the neighborhood might be concerned about that because that was the only parking. Sometimes people used to sneak the Sir John Carling building. Back in the old days, but I guess those are all those options are gone. But you're going to be under construction for a few years, so.
So, sorry, Councillor Kavanagh.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it's a great question, and as part of our leases, we are committed to actually providing 200 parking spots as well as parking for 7 buses. So we've been working very closely with the NCC, looking at different options to be able to provide that during the construction. So it's kind of a 2-phased approach. So the first phase, and one of the reasons for the parkade, is to get the parkade in place and up, not only for the construction workers, but also for the this parking that would be available for Dow's Lake while construction is happening, as well as, we haven't really talked about this, but moving the tennis courts, which will also be on top of the parkade as well. So in the interim of that, the hospital does have a couple of other parking lots close by, and we're working on options to be able to support that during the construction of the parkade. So a bit more to come on that, but definitely looking at that because we do not want them parking on the streets. We want to be able to provide the option of the 200 spots that we've been asked to do. So we have more to come on that.
Thank you. I did go on the tour with my colleagues, Councillor King and Councillor Fleury, and I appreciated the time that you took to show us around. And yeah, it was a hot day then too, but I wasn't very
It wasn't raining, so at least we had some sun that day. Thank you so much for coming.
I appreciate it. One more question. In terms of conversations with Stage 2, I work with Stage 2 pretty closely, constantly actually, with the 7 stations coming through to the ward. And I just want to know how those conversations are going, because they did not plan for this connection to the hospital. And it's very new and relative to what we voted on to be done and accomplished. So where are those conversations right now?
So Councillor Kavanaugh, we talked a little bit about that earlier this evening. So if you'd like, we can connect with you afterwards. But one of the things is we are ensuring that there will be a very safe connection, integrated, and we're working very closely to ensure that that happens. So instead, if we can get into the details now, or if you're okay, because we went through it earlier, we could reach out to you offline and update you on that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've got two Catherines coming up. Councillor McKenney.
Thank you, co-chair, vice chair.
Call me whatever.
Co-chair. Hi, Graham, Joanne, it's nice to see you. Friday night, 7:15, who would have thought? But here we are, And I know we've walked the site together. We've had a lot of discussions around the site. And you know, I've never made any secret about the aspects of it, really, that I just cannot support going forward. And the greatest one, really, the biggest one really is I mean, there's the trees, obviously. And then there's the transit connections, which I think can be mitigated. I think that we can meet those goals with some really, if we're really dedicated to ensuring that transit and people who count on transit can get into the site. Couple of things. I mean, let's go back to the parkade. It is really the main sticking point for me. I have to admit that, and I've been a bit amused by some of the conversation. I have to admit, open pit mining, trucking dirt away. I mean, I fight against this stuff every day with applicants who come to me and want to like drill into the ground and disrupt neighbors and truck stuff away and create, what one of my colleagues called an open pit mine. So I find that, I have to say, a wee bit amusing. That's not on you. That's more on us. I'll bring that up the next time we're arguing against excessive underground parking. But I guess my question to you is, and an honest one is, have you, I guess the question was put to you, like, what would it cost? And, and I'm not going to debate you. I mean, you are the, you have the information that it would be an extra 200 million, maybe 2 to 3 years. But have you done any of the equations in terms of, what would it cost to bury half of the parking? What would it cost to bury a portion of it? Like, have you looked at any of the assessments around mitigating the effects of this parkade, which I really just cannot get past?
Thanks, Councillor McKenney. Maybe if I could just start, Graham, and then I'll pass it over to you. I think for me, we've listened, and there's been I understand there's been a lot of concerns that we're not able to go underground. So we really do want to try to integrate it into the landscape as much as we can and make it a parkade like no other in Ottawa. And what I mean by that, it's not really a parkade. When you actually look at it, you don't realize that it is. That's been a goal that we've really tasked the team with to be able to execute on. Whether that is, raising the park to the top and moving the tennis courts and making sure that we are looking at different partnerships to ensure that the green space continues as green space and is extremely accessible by all, to what Jason was talking about with how the trees are going to be situated and how we plant them. So for us, it's that is paramount. And I guess the only other thing I would say that's extremely important to us is that we don't delay the project and the cost. We are on track to raising that 700 million, but that additional funding, any funding for the parking, is not funded by any government. It is all on us. which is part of that 700. So that is one of the concerns. So I just wanted to make those two comments. I'll pass it over to Graham for some of the details, but we are listening as best as we can to make this a parkade that is like no other in Ottawa, that you won't think is a parkade.
So just quickly, and Joe's got most of it, but Councillor, I appreciate your concerns. We have been doing everything we can to get it down as far as we can into the ground. But I also want to remind everybody that it's odd and a bit of a Rubik's Cube, this puzzle for this site, right? And our accessibility team, including Marnie Peters, who sits beside me with a ruler and pokes at my ribs all day long. Don't forget this, don't forget that. Remember that the park elevation is established at the same elevation as the front door. So one of the drivers as we started to work our way through this puzzle a year ago was, how do we make it really intuitive, really easy, really comfortable, really safe for people to come and go to the site? So I can pull the park down, but all of that starts to become a real mess. So it's funny how no matter how you kick this around, you end up in trouble no matter which way you go. So we came to the conclusion, let's get down, let's nibble into the weathered limestone top of it and start from there, and put as many, a whole 500 plus secure bicycle system right in the corner, deal with all of the disabled parking and mobility challenge parking, which we're doing about 5 times the normal. And it'll all sit around what we're calling the steeple or the silo right at the corner. It'll pop up to our yellow brick road, and into the front door of the hospital we come. So there has been a lot of just what you're doing in your mind. If you'll trust me on that, we have kicked this around till we're exhausted. But I think the best solution at the end of the day for constructability, we've got a cost point that works, in fact, with the long-term mortgaging that we can do locally so that we can get that into our local share plan. It works for the people. It's simple to understand. People coming in from Renfrew can get it quickly. Boom, I come off Carling, I go in that door, out of sight, out of mind. Councillor Kavanaugh's question about the Dow's Lake support. Same doorway, it's always been there. In you go, boom, get out of your car, go to Winterlude, go to Dow's Lake. And the trick, I believe, right from the get-go, I sat with Jason and Joe a year and a half ago, is how do we make this as close as we can to one of those wonderful escarpment bits that run through the Arboretum. And we have been working our tail off to try and find a wonderful solution to that. I think the ribbon of accessible walkway up off Preston is going to be a fun place too. I worry a little bit about skateboards, but bikes come up, wheelchairs come up, and it'll be a really wonderful little travel through trees. And we're going to experience looks out over the Arboretum and Dow's Lake that nobody's ever seen before. So as I'm going through this a little, just to show that there's lots of pros and cons, no matter which way you poke away at this thing. And we came to the conclusion this is the best cost, technical, safe for the community. Can you imagine having the blast signal go every day for 2 years for the people around there? Lose their minds.
I put up with that every day in the downtown.
And that's what, it's that kind of stuff.
Applicants come to me every day and argue that it needs to happen, right? So it's not a good argument on me, for sure.
No, you just don't want it. And my phone call went all
But
night.
it happens. It happens.
So it's just life, right?
Yeah.
So
And that's what I tell people. It's life. If we're going to have parking, we're going to bury it. I just, one comment and another quick question, because I want to see time to the other Catherine, we'll call her for now. Catherine the Junior, maybe. I mean, I have to say this, I'll just say this, like my community, the Dalhousie Community Association was part of the engagement group. And really the conversations and the way we were kind of working our way through this whole site plan really did not raise any alarm bells until the parkade, the above ground parkade was, because up until I think it was like at least 2018, 2019, you were still talking about burying the parking. And I just have to say that it wasn't about the site. It really was, and other things can be addressed, transit, cycling into the site, but that parkade is what's going to keep me from being able to support the plan. I'll leave it at that. I have one other quick question, and it really is. It's around the motion in front of us to work with our local communities on, traffic calming, mitigating the parking impacts in the surrounding neighborhood. So just a question to you that you accept that motion and willing to enter into that serious conversation about the impacts on the surrounding neighbors.
Yeah, as the project team, we do, and the hospital, as the hospital's
right.
project team, we do.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McKinney. And now we move to Councillor Kitts, who I surmised earlier could have a hospital in her backyard.
Comment on that. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, other Catherine. I was debating raising my hand because I don't have a question. I think my colleagues have covered those off very well, but I've been here all day. I do feel compelled to make a quick comment, especially while we have you, Joanne. We heard some incredible, powerful, moving stories from members of our community today about the incredible care they have received, and in some cases continue to receive at the Ottawa Hospital. And I know it's just a mere fraction of the hundreds of thousands of stories just like them that are out there. My father received life-saving care at the Heart Institute. My father-in-law received life-saving care at the Cancer Center. I'm sure every person around the virtual table and all those watching know someone that's received care at your facilities. And we're having this discussion as our frontline workers continue to respond to the pandemic. So, I'm not diminishing the concerns of the surrounding community. This will be impactful for them, there's no doubt. And I think the counselors whose wards are impacted by this are absolutely representing their communities well and will continue to do so. I'll be happy to support their motions to improve the site. As Councillor Moffat pointed out earlier, my ward is far removed from the site. It's not being built in Navan. But I am moved thinking about all the lives that will be saved, all the care, all the good work that will continue to get done at this facility. So I did just want to take a moment to acknowledge that. And so thank you for your indulgence, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Well, thank you so much, and I'll make sure that the hospital knows. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's it for questions to you. I'm going to ask one question before we finish up. Just want to understand from a site plan perspective, when you look at your site plan, your master site plan, and you think of your staff that you work there, and you think of what people are going through today, day in, day out, the mental health impacts on frontline workers, how does your site plan, how this site is designed, the master site plan, how does it accommodate the mental health of your workers?
So I will tell you that just having a new facility, and you heard one of the nurses today who was a patient talk about that, this new facility, just having a single bedroom, a single bathroom, a window with access to natural light, and how they can, and automated technology, where they can communicate with their families who could not come in through a pandemic. And all of that was on the people caring for those individuals, will make a huge difference to their mental health. But on that, I think Jason had something else that he wanted to say as well.
Thanks, Joanne. I think maybe to impart many of the comments we heard over the course of our user group meetings with staff and members of family representation, and even some community members there as well, this desire to be wrapped and enveloped in the natural realm, to be surrounded by green space, to be able to look out a window, see daylight, natural light, green space throughout, being able to access that green space very simply. Those are things that were paramount in so many conversations we had that it was incredible. At one point, we were trying to remember we were designing a hospital. And so ultimately, at the end of the day, for what I've bear witness to in terms of working with the hospital staff, the ability to feel part of the park, part of the farm, and embedded and integrated. Those comments that we make are truly reflective, I believe, of the comments that have come to us by the staff. And it very much bears on their mental health, their ability to find respite, their ability to take a moment and work. And I'm sure if there's a little alarm going off here, but there you go.
Councillor Moffat, we're at the hospital, so you get overhead everything. So just to let you know, so I will go on mute. So I will go on mute so you don't hear anymore.
No, I appreciate that. I only ask this because I know that your site currently obviously is a concrete jungle, and I look at on the flip side of that, I look at Carleton University, which had just across Dow's Lake from you, which had ample green space, but keeps on sliding buildings into all the different spots of green space, and they're actually just filling the whole site. That there's actually no longer any green space on that university campus, except for the artificial field. So thank you to all the members of committee, and thank you to the applicants, mostly Graham, Joanne, Jason, your entire team, Pam, who else do I see? I see some other folks. So thank you for taking the time to answer the questions from the members of the committee.
And I would just like to say, Councillor, I think the fire alarm stopped. I just really wanted to thank all of the councillors for all their support, as well as the city staff. This has truly been a joint project and a community project. I know we've had a number of discussions that have come up today, but it truly has been working together as a community to pull forward and create an amazing healthcare opportunity here in our community. So thank you all for going the extra mile today and staying so late.
100%.
Great, thank you. Now I'm going to pass off to our chair of Built Heritage Subcommittee to handle the next odd little part of our meeting.
Thank you, Chair Moffat. At this point, I'd like to invite the public members of Built Heritage Subcommittee to ask their questions to staff or make comment on heritage considerations. So if you have any questions or comments, this is the time. And I see that Vice Chair Quinn has raised her hand.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, yes, thank you to everyone and the hospital team that came out here. It was incredible. Long day. I think this is a record for me. I'm certainly not for you guys. But I wanted to say, start by saying that I think that, we heard some incredible things today, but I also think that we were the recipients of the public delegations that should have preceded the decision to put the hospital on this site, which never took place. So we got those today, but that's not what's before us. And I think that with the motions, when we opened up this morning with the motions, I have to say, I felt a sort of a relief that these really well thought through ideas were being brought forward to set the tone for the meeting. I thought that was very smart. And I have to say, I fully support them, beginning with Councillor Brockington's motion. I personally have put a lot of time into trying to get that kind of legislation to support National Historic Sites in this country. So I totally behind that 100%. And the other motions as well. And I think that I think this hospital is being built on the wrong site. It's not the best place for it. And listening to the answers to our questions about the challenges that the hospital team are facing, it really, a couple of times I thought, wow, I bet you guys wish you were on a different site. But it is what it is. And I'm feeling assured after today, what with the motions and what I'm hearing from the team, the willingness to work with communities, with staff in terms of transport studies, and hopefully, I guess the environmental assessment has to come from at the federal level, but it would be nice if that city staff could encourage that happens with their colleagues at parks and elsewhere. But I, at the end of the day, feel that there's enough, there's commitment to do the right thing. And certainly, I guess a little disappointed when Joanne was unable to answer Councillor King's question without, having to get back to him, which was honest. At least she didn't kind of try and bluff something off. But it would be really important for me, Councillor King, to hear back from you when you do hear something, just how they are, how they do answer that, and how they are approaching the treatment of the heritage component of the site, which to me is paramountly of paramount importance, and their how they're going to respond to the chiz. So in good faith that's going to come through, and a willingness to work that, I don't know if we're going to be asked to say that yes or no, but my position is that I would support the staff recommendation. And I also, Councillor McKenney, your concern about the parkade is really genuine, and I'm with you. But on the other hand, again, it's very site specific. I don't know if anybody's called Bill Maholtra of Claridge to ask if he's still pumping water out of the basement of that building. But he might still be. I've heard the horror stories. It is a swamp. He is. Councillor Brockington. Okay. So, this is just, otherwise I'd be behind you all the way. But I just think that the reality of trying to build it on, it's a swamp. So, but I'll wrap it up there, because I know everybody wants to get to their dinner, including me, and bloody hell, a glass of wine. So that's my position. So thank you for the opportunity to comment.
We appreciate your comments, Vice Chair Quinn. And just for clarity, it's a little bit easier for Heritage Committee because we are really just considering a report and receiving potentially that report. I think the harder lifting goes to Planning Committee, which will continue on Monday, and then to Council. I do see that Member Conforti has her hand raised.
Thanks, Chair. And I don't know, heritage is not easy. So I would just like to, I think our job is quite difficult, but no, I agree with you. I think this is a very challenging position we found ourselves in today. I think I agree with what Carolyn said. A lot of the delegations that spoke today were about the site and this being the wrong site. And certainly I don't disagree with that, but I think this is sort of where we've ended up. It wasn't a city council decision, as Councillor Moffat and Councillor Brockington explained today. And we are just responding to what's in front of us. And as I mentioned in my previous comments, I support the motions that will be brought up later in planning, or on Monday in Planning Committee. And I think those are really good start to sort of improving the site plan and ensuring that my little guy's wanting attention. It's been a long day, but no, I think those motions are great, and I think it's a start for sure. Happy to see that the proponent is happy to work with everybody. I can't really say much else, but no, I again like to thank the staff as usual. They put in an immense amount of work that we probably can't quantify. So thank you for your diligent report.
Thank you, Member Conforti, for those comments. And I'd like to mirror the comments of my learned colleagues, more learned in the heritage space. But I share your concerns around mitigation. And so that's why I'm very pleased that all of my council colleagues have moved the motions that they have on behalf of their communities. That's absolutely important. Mitigation is important, and the concept of mitigation to ensure the protection of our heritage resources is also very important to me. And so that's why I think it is important that on future developments, there should be the potential, and we understand that there will be the potential to have addendums to the cultural heritage impact statement on specific items. And that's also why I've taken it very seriously and in terms of asking the applicant to really inform us in a more in-depth way as to how they are going to interact and deal with the heritage resources that surround them and in fact envelop them. I think that that's very important. So my office will definitely follow up with the Ottawa Hospital and I'll ensure that you as colleagues are informed as to those efforts. So thank you everybody for persevering and enduring. And before us are the Heritage Consideration Report, which is before the Joint Committee. So is that report received?
Received.
Received.
Thank you. So I think I will now hand it back to the other co-chair here, Chair Moffat.
Thank you. So at this point, we're actually going to adjourn the Joint Committee. So on adjournment.
Carried.
Carried.
Thanks.
Carried.
So
Okay.
procedurally, I gotta wait 15 minutes to start the next meeting. But then we can recess. Thanks, Carolyn. Thanks, Amanda.
Something we can.
Unless
everyone.
Carolyn
No
wants to tell me
motion?
I can start it right away.
Mr. Chair, if you have all members of committee here, I would propose you could forego the 15 minutes. We will keep the meeting and the live stream going for a little while after the meeting has recessed, so that if anyone wonders what happens, we will note the time the meeting will reconvene. So in short, I believe you can proceed to planning committee.
All right, thanks then.
Listen to Caitlin.
All right, good evening. I'd like to call the Friday, October 1st meeting of Planning Committee to order. Welcome. I hope you've all had a good day so far. Let's see, how far do I want to go? Let's do a quorum just to make sure that we're actually having a meeting with quorum, and then let's do declarations of interest, and then let's recess. Who can do a quorum check? I'll do a quorum check. I'll just look around. Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Kitts.
Here.
Councillor Tierney.
Here.
Councillor Liebert.
Here.
Councillor Kluche.
Present.
Councillor Dudas.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Councillor Hewley. Here. No, that's not. That's a bad Hewley. That was a bad Hewley. That's a bad Hewley. Who else? Councillor Gower.
Still here.
No one else is actually on this committee, so I'm good. And Councillor Moffat. Here. Okay, the declaration of interest. Seeing none. I'll check that again on that. Alan's right there.
Hey.
Told you. See, I was right. My impression worked. Got him out.
Sorry, Chair, my apologies.
It's all good. I had you covered. I thought I got away with it. I don't think anyone's gonna know. I think if you watch the YouTube video, people are gonna think it was you, even though the yellow box is around my face. All right, I'm gonna call recess. That we recess and we reconvene on Monday, October 4th at 9 a.m.
Chair, just a precision, will it be the same Zoom coordinates, or Eric, will you be sending out new Zoom, or?
We'll be sending out a new Zoom meeting over the weekend.
Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Peace out. See you guys. Bye.
Mr. Chair, could I, can I just make a suggestion?
Yes.
So we don't get caught off guard, if you could have the motion to continue past 7 p.m. ready in time on Monday?
I will. I will.
Bye.
I dropped the ball on that one tonight. All right. Thanks all. We'll see you on Monday morning.
See you Monday.
Thank
Good
you.
job. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye. Good job, Scott.
Oh, thanks. I'm doing my best over here.
It's good. It's a good chair.
I'm just going to sit here until Monday morning.
That sounds
If
good.
this live stream is going to go until Monday morning, I better be here in case people have questions over the weekend.
I'll send my kids over. You can hang out with them while it rains over there. It's good to see you. Take care. See you Monday.
You too. Thanks. Oh. That's embarrassing. I just coughed. Jeez, thanks for muting me after I coughed.